Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain, the unexplained without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcast. Killah Priest Podcast. Yo, we are live, we are here. We're in the building, we are in the building. Yo, welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcast, Podcraft, because we're going to take off today. I'm your host, Killah Priest, and phones are popping off already. Yep, Mojito's in the building. I'm your host, Brother Glow, Killah Priest, a.k.a. Lord Son, and what's up? And running the rocket is none other than A.D.A. Dizzle.
What up? What's good? It's going to be a wild show tonight. Let's go. You already know.
Is y'all coming in the building right now? I want to shout out Coach Kandaka. She's in the building. Welcome to the Podcraft. We got Voltage coming in the building. Shout out to David John. I see you up there. We got the rockets lifting off. That's right. Today is going to be a very, very good show. Gonna be a very deep show. A Dizzle. Jody Southworth is in the building. Collective Consciousness. I just want to get this out the way already, man, because this was a beautiful thing. Someone that sent us. Shout out to Inky too. I spoke to Inky earlier, but this one right here is a little bit different, man. Radar Plus sent us some CMOS. That's what I'm talking about. It's wild crafted organ, CMOS, ocean harvest. I haven't smelled it yet. Immunity booster, thyroid support for you ladies. Energy detox, 92 minerals. And it shows it has directions on the back of it. And this is what she wrote, or he and she wrote. It says, salute KPAD, Rasul, Minkepera. First off, we love the show. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was nice. Heart feeling thing. Thank you for all the great builds. We got one coming today. It's going to be off the hook. Shout out to Sophia coming to the building. You know what I mean? We want to introduce you to our product from Radar Plus Nutrition. We sell wild-crafted CMOS and wellness supplements that will increase your health and mental well-being. That's good. We would love to hear your feedback. Nikki and I wish all the healthy and prosperous New Year's. We look forward to hearing from you soon, Nikki and Meech. Gangsta. No doubt. I see kind hearts in the building. Oh, I ain't got my... See, shout out to Kind Hearts. I see y'all in the building. Word. It's going to be a show like no other show. Somebody, Vinny Blockage. Is that Vinny? He said he got some copper-based automatic armors. Only a few days, but I think is balancing out the heart beat. I don't know. Copper is a very good conductor for my cats out there that deal with the elements and the minerals. It's a very good conductor. Where's copper from? From Earth? From space? Yeah.
I think everything is from Earth.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay.
That's not necessarily.
Let's talk about asteroids.
There you go.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Also, metals, precious metals came here from outer space.
Yeah, certain metals. Yeah.
There's, they say that
We're going to get you on. We're going to get you here. We're going to bring you on. We're going to bring you on in a minute. Word. So you can drop that. We're going to go back to that. Rasul and Minkepera is in the building. We're going to bring them on in a few. We got Sophia. We're going to do things a little bit different, but we're gonna bring some peace and some prosperity and some knowledge to y'all. Somebody said, "Here we go." They love it, y'all. Y'all too much, the Firecraft. Yeah, but they got So yes, there's minerals, like you said, and there's different. Here's my question: is fire? I should wait for this one. Is fire indigenous to the planet Earth? Say, of course not. Right.
Yeah, how many stars? There's more grains. There's more stars than grains of sand on the planet Earth.
Hey, so we're gonna get into that because I think Rasul's ready. I mean, he on a roll right now. Somebody said, somebody, yeah, we're gonna bring. Somebody said, Makata, shout out to him.
Been up there for damn near 4 billion years.
Yeah, they said, play that working like a dog, Lord. Y'all trying to get funny already, man.
Nope.
Yo, shout out. Yeah, exactly. Not yet. We're going to play that at the end because that's a whole new world. Shout out to Tall God, Heru. But thank you for the CMOS. You know what I mean? Thank you for the CMOS. He gave us a couple of packs. So,
2 packs.
nah, way more than 2 packs. Two pack is Shakur? Nah, we got more than that. This is 2 right here. McCap got one. They gave us like four packs, I think.
Yeah.
3 packs. Where everybody gonna get one. But you know, out of CMOS, for all you cats, I'm just letting you know, all you need is a little bit. Put it in the water. You soak it overnight. Some of y'all like want to soak it in some lemon, things like that. For all my nutritionists, guys out there and girls who know how to do this thing, it says do not refrigerate it. Dry CMOS. Don't just throw it in the refrigerator. This is out and it has salt on it. I guess it's from the sea. Everything that's from the sea has salt on it. So that's thank you for that. Inky also sent us some stuff, right? We tried Inky's thing, and Inky's was more. He already pre-prepared it. He went out in the ocean and swam and found it himself. And that's you got to give props to cats who do that. You know what I'm saying? Because he let you know hands on if you jumping in the water. And I don't know if they jumped in the ocean, but it's here. Sea Moss's harvest, beautiful. Oh, this is one from Ireland, St. Louis, and Jamaica, and Maine. So if you ever out there, you can do it. Wow! Yeah, y'all crazy. Tupac Shakur. I'm letting y'all come up in the building. Is Sophia in the waiting room yet? While we talk to him.
We'll find out right now.
Yeah. Somebody said 2 chains, no brains. Okay. It should be good today, man. We got a lot of stuff coming through, and we are planning on growing and keep growing. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give y'all props. If it wasn't for the craft room, we would never be where we at today. Everybody who's been here from the beginning, or everybody who's just joining in, we want to thank y'all so much. And I'm Killah Priest, and nobody ever heard me talk before. I could actually talk. You know what I'm saying? So like, I could actually talk and have a good time with y'all. We on the show, we have a good time, and I just want to thank the Craft Room. We call them the Craft Room, the Rocketeers, and the Craftsmen. So, and they ask the most intelligent questions, a lot of scholarly questions. I don't even know how they just be coming with it, man. Y'all be coming with it, and it's because of y'all that we keep moving forward. And let's keep the process going, man. And if you're not with us, we'll see you in the future. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep things moving correctly and right. Sophia, I see she's coming in the building right now. So a couple of more things that we gotta address since we dealt with the 222s and the duality and things of that nature. Coming in 2-2, how y'all feeling? Coming with this new duality and taking a second look. Sometimes we got to take a step back and take a second look at things. Let's just don't jump on it the first time. Somebody said, if you don't get it the first time, you back up and do it again. That came from James Brown and the JBs. You know what I'm saying? And there she goes. Oh, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Without further ado, I bring to you. Y'all seen it before. Y'all heard it before. Y'all seen her books. Y'all read her books. This is going all the way back to the 80s. No one can tell a story like her, but we all been following her for a very long time. I mean, her books became a cult classic. Every time she comes up, the chat room just light up. And every time she speaks, everybody just enjoys it because, coming with so much knowledge. And especially in these days and times, we gotta give props to our ancestors that are still here. And she's definitely one of the elders that's still here and kicking and doing it. And when I mean elder, I mean just her mind state. And Sophia Stewart is back with
Yes,
us, y'all.
hey, how you doing?
The great oracle herself.
Yes, thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure having you, man. The importance of you and your contribution to just the movement as far as knowledge and book writing skills, to it elevated to a movie, to the point where someone had to just look at your work and say, we want that, take it. We want to give you your flowers now. And I just want to ask you, what sparked that in you? Like, where did that begin? And it's for all my females to listen to this because this is incredible energy right here. Good.
I was at SC, USC, Trojan, SC, same school that, Marcus Allen and Ronnie Lott, those former pro football players, they were my classmates. James Sinclair, August Curley, Dennis Johnson, the Moore brothers, just to name a few. But many Heisman winners. Charles White was on his way out when I came in, and Anthony Davis was my boyfriend at the time. He wanted me to go to SC. He was a Heisman winner, and of course Marcus became a Heisman winner. Marcus Allen. So SC, USC Trojans. Hey, So I was inspired, by Muhammad Ali. At the time, from 1980 to 83, I was with him in the media, and he was a living Black superhero at the time. And they wrote about me in the Los Angeles Sentinel that I was going to come out with the first Black science fiction where man versus the machines, the evolutions of consciousness, you know what I'm saying? The second coming of the Christ consciousness. This work was inspired by God and Muhammad Ali. Black leadership role, the first Black science fiction, the third eye, Matrix and Terminator. Matrix is a 7,000-year-old Latin word for the woman's womb, her stargate or portal to bring babies into this physical earthly dimension. The third eye, the eye of God, because on earth we have two eyes, but there's an all-seeing, all-knowing eye of God. So we're talking about the eye of God. We're talking about the womb of the woman, the Matrix, Terminator, End Time, Revelations, God's children versus man's children that's made in the laboratory. That's the first time anyone had ever seen it when the copyrighted book and copyrighted script was adapted to the screen as the Matrix and Terminator film franchises that everyone loves around the whole world, 2 to 3 billion fans globally. My work precedes everything. Definitely. And it's been going on since the first Matrix came out nationally, March the 31st, 1999. The Terminator came out October the 26th, 1984. My copyrights are 81, 83, and 84. February the 6th, 84. So way before these movies were ever seen by the fans, the book, the copyrighted book and copyrighted script existed and was published.
Wow, that's
so consciousness,
right? So how important is it for black women, righteous women, to come out? Why do they try to stop so many? Why do you think they try to stop so many Black conscious women from coming out and making a big movement like yours, the Matrix?
Well, because the women are the female or the feminine energy of creativity. We are the ones with the womb, the Matrix, that are creating the babies where life is never ending. It just continue onwards, on and on and on. The difference between a man and a woman is that a woman can have a baby and a man will never ever have a baby. A feeding tube, breast milk to support that. You know what I'm saying? So women have always been suppressed, but we are a very, very important part of creativity, because without our Stargate, without our matrix, without our womb, nothing is coming into this physical dimension called Earth. Nothing. We are the, creators.
That's
and
real.
we create with the womb, with the matrix.
Right.
So I think that may be the reason why women are suppressed.
Right. Because most of the movies that come out with it, they're always portrayed as sassy. You know what I'm saying? So you get to shaking their head and stuff like this, but you.
Well,
You know
I'm
what I'm saying?
Portuguese and native Cherokee,
Okay.
and so that's a whole nother different type of, energy right there, being Portuguese and Cherokee. My grandmother, full-blooded Cherokees from the Indian reservations in Missouri. My
Let me
grandfather,
see.
Spaniard from Portugal, Spain. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
Portuguese, that's Spaniard blood, Spanish blood, and and Cherokee native from the earth. We, my grandmother was a shaman, a healer, and from the earth. We have that spiritual connection to the earth and creativity and spiritualism or mysticism. All this knowledge to do with spirit and earth.
Okay. Okay. Whoever Miguel is, I want them to wait for a minute. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Yeah, we just had something crazy just happen just now. Don't worry about it. That's probably, I don't know if that was knowledge born or whatever. Somebody just peeped right in.
Did you invite somebody in?
Nah, I didn't invite no one. I don't know what that was right there. That was a Matrix right there. Maybe that was an agent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy word. All right, so yeah, that brings me to the Matrix, the new one. I mean, we didn't get to talk about that. I didn't think that was it wasn't so good as the first one. You know what I
That
mean?
was not the Matrix. That was garbage. That was trash. And you need to throw that trash out, people. Get your money back. Declare fraud on those people, because that is not the Matrix. That was trying to rebrand John Wick as the Matrix. That was John Wick. That was not Neo. That was not Trinity. That was Tiffany. That was a tranny story. It has nothing to do with the Matrix and the machines.
That makes sense.
And Morpheus being this guy that's naked during the whole time. I know that's not the Matrix.
For real.
I don't know what the nakedness was about. I guess to tempt people out there, temptation or something.
They didn't even bring back Lawrence Fishburne. I wanted to see Lawrence.
That's right. Lawrence is the only Morpheus, and I don't know what they did to Keanu Reeves, if they drugged him or what, but that was not the best of Keanu Reeves, man. Not the best of Keanu at all. There was no oracle in the movie, a psychiatrist, like something was wrong with all of them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And all of it was just garbage. It didn't make any sense. It has nothing to do with the real fourth installment. Matrix 4 Evolution is the fourth installment. And the book has been out since 2010, read around the globe. Over 100 reviews on Amazon, 5-star reviews. Over 100 5-star reviews. Warner Brothers offered me $30 million for the shooting script to the Matrix 4. Now you know why. Because they could not write the Matrix. They don't even know what the Matrix or Terminator is. They have no clue. And I told them that if they tried to even mess with the Matrix, that they were going to be busted and everybody was going to find out the truth. And thank God that, people found out the truth and finding it out every day. They cheated the investors out of $160 million. And if I was the investors, I would go to the DA's office and file fraud charges because their names are not on any copyrights. Their names are not on any books, any scripts, any trademarks or anything, just on some film credit. That's it. They never had no sex change, no sex reassignment, no legal name change at all, just lying to the LGBT community, lying to the fans, 2 to 3 billion fans globally, committing fraud to cheat you out of your money. That's all the intent was behind that. And fans are really livid behind it.
Yeah.
And we need to do something about it. We really need to have them to go to jail for that fraud.
Wow.
Because it was intentional. They knew they never wrote The Matrix. They knew they couldn't write The Matrix. And I don't know why they got David Mitchell's Cloud Atlas name on it. David Mitchell, Cloud Atlas, you didn't write The Matrix, okay? You don't even know what The Matrix is. You barely know what Cloud Atlas is. You know, and you got your name on your book in the movie, and it's a garbage too. Both of them garbage.
Right.
So, and the other girl, like Alexandra, whatever her name is, you can't write The Matrix. Go find your own niche and write something that you can create. And Larry Wachowski and Andy Wachowski, Andy's been with his wife for over 22 years. Larry got a dominatrix woman. They're cross-dressers and crash dummies. Go find something like Jupiter Ascending and keep working on Jupiter Ascending, okay? That's your work. Stick with your work because Matrix is above your pay grade, okay? Way above your pay grade. 100 years above your pay grade. I'm just telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we're about. Telling the truth. Go ahead.
Just telling the truth. You can't write The Matrix. You can't write The Terminator. James Cameron, Gail Ann Hurd. Go get you a new life. Stop lying. Because you didn't write The Terminator. Your name is not on any copyrights of ownership, any scripts, any books, any documents. Just on film credits. And you need to throw that film credit into the garbage because anybody can get their name in film credits. It depends on the deal you make. That's all. I'm sorry. I have to bust your bubbles.
Hey.
Have to bust a lot of fans' bubbles out there.
Yeah. Well, they follow they following the trend and thinking that they really did it, but you can actually see the separation when you see this movie that came out. I don't even know. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
the first Matrix won 4 Oscars. And they keep referencing the first Matrix because it won 4 Oscars. And if they thought if they would go and put some of the first Matrix in there, that would help it out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But
right. Yeah, they started off watching. I was looking at that part. They started off with the character watching the first Matrix, and I was like, oh, come on now. That turned me off right there.
Acting like it was a video game. Oh, here's your video game.
Yeah. And then it turned into a book, right? It's like and I think that was a shot at Sophia. Because all of a sudden, John Wick is writing a book about the Matrix. That's crazy right there.
Yes,
think about that?
John Wick.
Right.
John Wick. I mean, you know, John Wick was trying to steal parts of the Matrix also because John Wick took Lawrence Fishburne over there, Morpheus. John Wick got the lady in red. Come on, and Keanu is actually wearing the Matrix outfits in John Wick 3. And then they even got Sophia over there, Halle Berry as Sophia. So, you know, they're trying to put everything of the Matrix in John Wick.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
I think what they were trying to do was destroy the whole franchise of the Matrix and then kind of rebrand John Wick as the Matrix, but it backfired on them. So they had to move John Wick back to 2003 because they had planned on showing both of them. They were going to destroy the Matrix franchise, and then they were going to blow up John Wick and rebrand him as the Matrix. But Keanu Reeves' acting was so terrible, so horrible, that it backfired on them, and they knew that they were going to end up getting 2 bombs. The John Wick was going to bomb just right along with this Matrix regurgitation.
Yeah.
Matrix resuscitation, trying to resuscitate something dead. trying to regurgitate something that's garbage. It's vomit.
Start doing different roles.
Yeah, he didn't have the
Yeah.
demeanor. He didn't have the poise that he had before. Once he had the knowledge, he stood a certain way and he had a certain posture that he didn't have on this latest film. It was I couldn't feel it.
Well, you couldn't feel it because it wasn't shown.
Yeah.
It was the worst acting I've ever seen Keanu do in all of his movies. He's done numerous movies, and the man can act, and it was just the worst thing that they've done to his career. They've set back all of those people: Neil Patrick Harris, that Piantra, Jada Pickett. All of their careers right now is in jeopardy because you're about as good as your last movie.
Yeah.
And if your last movie bombed, it's going to take several years for you to recover. That's what happened to Tatum Channing. Tatum Channing was in that Jupiter Ascending garbage. It was just garbage and messed him up for several years. He's just now finally getting back into the movies after his whole career bombed in that last movie, that Jupiter Ascending garbage. And I don't know why somebody boosted their little egos and told them that they could write The Matrix. Oh, I remember. It was the lawyer, Kate Chilton. Kate Chilton, who's gone over to Netflix. She was a lawyer over at Warner Brothers, and they offered me $30 million for the shooting script to Matrix 4 Evolution, the book that people are reading on Amazon, my website, truthaboutmatrix.com or matrixterminator.com. Selling globally around the world for almost 12 years, 11 years since 2010. And you go on Amazon, people, and look at all the 5-star reviews, over 100 reviews, 5-star reviews on Matrix 4 Evolution. So how can you put out regurgitation and call it the 4th installment when you done lied to the trademark office and told the trademark office, and this is Avis Frazier Thomas, a black woman lawyer and vice president over there at Warner Brothers, who used to work at the trademark office for 30 years, got them supposedly a trademark saying that Enter the Matrix video game was the real 4th installment. Can you imagine that? A video game called Enter the Matrix is the 4th installment. So which lie is it, Warner Brothers? Is it Enter the Matrix, the 4th installment, or regurgitation, resurrection?
Wow.
Because now you don't have anything, because if you lie under the penalty of perjury at the trademark office, anything you think you got automatically becomes inoperative, invalidated. So now you can't even make any money. And guess what? I'm coming after you at the copyright office to take regurgitation away from you and the money.
Wow.
That's right. Oh, yeah, because you know why? They referred back to 1999 movie Matrix, the real Matrix, that won 4 Oscars.
It's
just like this. You found a Picasso in the basement, and you took the Picasso and erased Picasso's name and put your name on it and sold it for $100 million. And then turn around, people say, well, we want to see another Picasso. But you can't paint another one, so you keep trying to imitate the first one that you found in the basement.
Yeah, it's like they sampled it and try to create a remix.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Definitely like that. Definitely like that.
Which tells you they can't write. And they have 3 writers: David Mitchell, Cloud Atlas book, Cloud Atlas movie, David Mitchell.
That. Yeah, I seen that.
With your name on the Matrix. You didn't write the Matrix, David Mitchell. I'm sorry for you, but you'll never get to that level.
Right.
The never level of mathematics and quantum physics.
Ooh.
We'll never get there.
And I saw Cloud Atlas. Cloud Atlas, I think that had Halle Berry in it, right? And
I can't remember who was in it, but I knew it was garbage.
It was garbage.
Yes.
Yeah, they were playing it was like 3 major actors playing. I think not Tom Cruise.
Tom Hanks.
And they were playing.
They
were playing each. They were playing different characters, but it was the same. They were like 5 different characters in each. Yeah, I remember that. That's crazy.
It was confusion. It was confusion.
Yeah.
That's all it was. Just like this one right here, this Matrix regurgitation. Vomit was nothing but confusion, and fans were so livid. so angry. A lot of fans got their money back. And they were just livid, and they're still upset, still angry. But these people intentionally committed fraud. You know, the government should step in now, because you can't be counterfeiting copyrighted work and think you can get away with it, even if you're paying to stay out of jail. Enough is enough. Like Jennifer Lopez's movie and her character, enough is enough. You know what I'm saying?
I like that. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, enough is enough.
That's right. That's right. Man, when you start, and then these big corporations, they be doing that. They be taking a lot of people that create things, and because they're a big corporation, they just think they could just come over and take over your stuff that you created. You know, a lot of people, even Michael Jackson was upset with Sony Records and all these companies right before they took him out. You know what I'm saying? And
yes,
yeah, and yeah, tell us about that process. And you know, these companies will try to get together and take you down, and like kind of like put bad.
Well, they tried. They did with Prince.
Yeah,
they
Prince,
took Prince's music. He
definitely
had slave written on his face.
That's right.
And then he took back his work and everything and put it in a vault. Of course, they took him out, killed him. Hey, I'm going to tell it like it is.
Tell the truth.
Anytime they're going to kill a lot of people and take their work, but they cannot handle the truth.
That's right.
There's nothing they can do with the truth. There's nothing they can do with your work. And see, my work was the smartest thing I did was put my copyrighted work out there, the books. I've written several books on Matrix and Terminator that's been selling globally since 2005. So all the fans, when I went on TikTok, I got 2.2 million hits immediately. And with Bree Star on her TikTok, I've got over 400,000 hits immediately because the government cannot control the algorithms of TikTok. That's why they didn't want TikTok around. They're controlling all the algorithms on Google, on Netflix, Facebook. You know, all of the social medias, Twitters, their Instagram, they're controlling the numbers that we get.
Right.
Which is nothing but a lie. We have major millions and millions of hits.
That's right.
And when you go on TikTok, you will see those hits. And you go on these other social platforms, they're in control of your numbers. On everything. They're nothing but liars and thieves and want to be in control of everything. And they have no right. God gave us that creativities. We're co-creators with God.
That's right.
And they have no right. Yeah. That's right. Sam Cooke died because they took and stole his publishing rights. They got Biggie's publishing rights. They got Michael Jackson's publishing rights, Prince publishing rights. They bought Prince's brothers and sisters, half brothers and sisters out. You know what I'm talking about? And took their publishing rights that was with the heirs of Prince's heirs. So Tupac got Tupac's publishing rights. Enough is enough. And you need to stop all of this. God gave us that creativity. It's ours. It belongs to us. We're to make money. We're to leave money to our relatives, to our legacy. And little Richard, he had to get his back through Michael Jackson. His publishing rights were given back to him by the late Michael Jackson. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
He's publishing rights, and they're killing the best of our talents in the world. We can never get another Michael Jackson. We can never get another Prince, another Tupac, another Whitney. These people they died young before we even got to see their full potential.
That's right. That's right. That's
right.
Of
the most incredible work that could come upon the earth. We were deprived of that. Why their stars die old ages and still going on and still making money.
Yeah.
The legacy of the Black people's legacy is just destroyed because you can control a dead image greater than you could a living image.
Yeah, Paul.
You can put a living image on drugs, a living being, but you can't put an image on drugs. And the same thing with Elvis. They got his image and they control the image because you don't have to put the image on drugs. You can sell the image out through the world and make billions and billions of dollars.
Let's go.
So this is why they rather kill them and then just control their image. This is why Sony paid all those millions of dollars to Michael for his image. That's why they insure all these people with Lords of London and turn around and collect the insurance money of Lords of London's insurance money on them. Enough is enough. Leave our people alone. People of creativity, that's who I'm talking about. All the co-creators that God has created out here to bring us some of the most phenomenal work, music, pictures, you know what I'm talking about, paintings, art, some of the most phenomenal work in the world. Leave these people alone.
That's right.
And let them co-create the way God intended.
That's right. Hey, we got a couple of questions for you. AD, you can read them all because you can see it better than I can.
Yeah, here we go. We've got
some praises.
We got one here. It says, "Thank you for introducing us to Sophia and for this platform. It's been a great resource for our people."
No
That's
problem.
from Levels Healing Hub.
Right.
Dobby asks, "Sophia, I love you. Any tips on being a leader?"
Yes, standing up for truth is what a leader is all about. Because when you stand up for truth, others see what you're doing and they will emulate you and they will follow you. Because you must lead by being the example. And that's what I've always done, is become the example of change. So if you want things to change and you want people to become leaders, then you become that change and become that leader. And when they see you doing it, and see how brave you are and how good you are, others will follow that leadership.
Right.
Very
Beautiful.
And we'll
next question.
listen to you.
We've got a compliment here from P's
Then
World.
we're going to bring out on.
He says, "Sophia is a Moorish Merovingian. Love conquers all."
Morris, hey.
Hey, thank you. I love that. Okay. All I'm trying to do is make sure that we continue to be co-creators with God and we give the divine creation in our music and our movies and our artwork and our inventions, cars, homes, whatever you have out there that you've created. You want to be the best expression of that creativity.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dave Flores. I see you in the building. Make sure if y'all got questions for, hit that super chat for Sophia. She's here and building, boys. You going in today.
We got one more here
Then I'ma bring
from
in.
Levels Healing Hub.
Okay.
"Sophia, so many people can relate to the way they tried to erase your brilliance / legacy. Knowing the story came from a sister is liberating. Love you."
Hey, that's...
Oh, thank you
that's really-
so much. Look, I could have just sold out like a lot of others, but I did not want our work to be continue to be stolen by others and others to put their name
Introduce y'all.
on our legacy and our money, because that is what was we fought and went to school for, and we fought to elevate. And so, yeah, I'm going to always stand up for truth. And I want you guys to stand up with me and support truth, because
Hey.
in the end of the day, they cannot beat truth. You know?
Peter Tosh. Yep, that's right. All right. Sophia, you still there? Come on now. Come on, Rasul and McKepera. Rasul and McKepera in the building. I know y'all got questions for Sophia. The great Sophia is on here, and she's building. And it's a good thing that you're dropping these. You remember them from last time. Always building. And I'm loving the female energy, power. And for the females that are home, this is this is your godmother right here. This is who paved the way with the books. Do you plan on writing any other books, Sophia?
And she hit a button. I think we lost her.
Okay.
She dipped out.
Yeah.
She dipped out.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So until she come back on, everybody just maintain. We're gonna try to get her back. I know we have
someone named Derek in the waiting room. I don't know where.
Who's Derek? Is that I know we have Dave White. What was Dave Weiss? Oh, here she comes. She's coming back,
Can
right,
you
Sophia?
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. I had to leave out and come back in because I couldn't hear you guys. Yeah.
Oh,
It was kind of weird. It got knocked off for a moment.
Here's my question. Here's a drum roll. When did they actually steal your work?
My work was stolen. Like they didn't technically like steal the work. They stole my money, and so because the work is copywritten and it's in my name, so I own the Matrix and Terminator film franchise. I always owned it by copyrights. But what happened was when they stole the work and made money off of it, it was an Terminator, October the 26th, 1984, and The Matrix, March the 31st, 1999. Now, there are two separate thefts. The first was the Terminator, and Terminator was the beginning of the epic work. So Terminator End Time Revelations is the beginning. And so when the machines hear the oracle's prophecy that a baby is going to be born, and that this baby is going to be born by Sarah Connor, the machine is getting ready to oppress the people. You see what I'm talking about? So they know that the Terminator has to time travel to the past to kill Sarah Connor. So JC, John Connors, won't grow up to be Neo, one and the same in the Matrix. But the machines hear the oracle's prophecy about the baby, and they send the first Terminator to try to kill her, to terminate her. But then Kyle Reese, he also knows that she needs to be protected so she can have that baby, that savior that's going to go up against the machines and take them out. So he time traveled to the past to protect her, and he inadvertently falls in love with her and gets her pregnant, but he has to go back to the future where he came from. So now it's like the Immaculate Conception. She has the baby. She was in love, but now the man is gone. But she's going on with her duty. The Terminators are still trying to kill her, kill the baby, kill the teenager, the young man, child. When you watch Terminator 1, 2, and 3, and on into the Matrix, JC John Connors grows up to be Neo during the Rebellion, Reloaded, and during the Revelation, and it goes on into Evolution, which is the real fourth installment that's been selling since 2010 around the globe, and we have 2 to 3 billion fans globally. So Matrix for the book, but all of it's my book and my movies. I know. Yeah, the movies are derivatives. They're not primary. They're secondary. It's just like I'm the mother in the hospital, and you are still the babies that are derived from me. Right. The babies didn't come before me. I came before the baby. The babies are not more important than me. They got their importance because they came out of me. That's where you get that music tagline, "The Mother of the Matrix," from, because all of this came out of me. The derivative movies, the books, the scripts, because Andy and Larry Wachowski have no scripts. They have no books. They have no trademarks, no copyrights of ownership ever. They have nothing written on Matrix and Terminator except for film credit. Excuse me, which is bogus. But no one has ever asked that question. Out of all the questions, no one has ever asked, what does Andy and Larry Wachowski have? Nothing. They're nothing but liars and thieves and crash dummies, crash test dummies.
Yeah, a lot of the other movies that they made after The Matrix is that they're known as some of the making some of the worst cinematic experience in the history of Hollywood. A lot of people, a lot of film critics look at them as, you know, everything else after that was just trash. They didn't know what they were doing as far as like putting a script together. Like, you know, after you do something like The Matrix, you would think you'd be able to do something else. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and not doing something else, but continuing your work. Tesla is not going to do something else. He's going to do more Tesla. Leonardo da Vinci is not going to do something else. He's going to do more Leonardo da Vinci. Wu-Tang is going to do more Wu-Tang. You guys are not going to do something because that's what everybody loves is Wu-Tang. So why would you do something else when you can give them more Wu-Tang? Greater.
That's right.
Yeah, no, the Andy and Larry Wachowski was nothing but garbage in the first place. And they lied about the Matrix, and everything they did with the lie after the Matrix was just more garbage.
Right.
And then when they come back and show that they couldn't write the Matrix, I mean, you don't got to be a rocket scientist to figure out what's been going on with them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, we all know
that they
about
lied to you guys. They lied.
Yeah.
And you know what was so? You guys never saw them on any mainstream media talking about they wrote the Matrix or James Cameron or Gail Ann Hurd that they wrote the Terminator. You never seen their names on anything. You never seen their names on any copyrights, any ownership, no trademark, no scripts, no books, nothing. I've been selling Matrix and Terminator for years. So if I can't sell no Apple,
that is
because
true.
the feds will come and arrest me for selling Apple. Can't sell no Microsoft, they'll come and arrest me for Microsoft or Nike.
That's a big point.
You guys saw what happened with Lil Nas.
Nas X, right?
Lil Nas X.
Right.
Lil Nas X, excuse me. Because I definitely want to make that distinct.
Yeah, you gotta separate the two. You gotta separate the two.
Yeah, I do want to definitely want to separate that.
You know what I mean?
Lil Nas X.
Right.
With the cowboy hat, cowboy get up on.
That song. What's that song called? It's good. What was that? It don't even matter what it was.
I'm gonna call it "Get It Up, Get It Up, Giddy Up."
The Giddy Up song.
Get It Up, the Giddy Up song.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I've always been a fan of those films and sci-fi, and I must say that. Here's the thing. You just made a crazy point. You're right about that. When they talk to James Cameron, whatever his name is, you know, they just talk about how they made the film. They don't. But you're right. They don't talk about how they actually. Well, where'd you come up with the story and how? They don't talk about that. They just talking about the T-1000 and how it's liquid metal and that's what we was dazzled from. We went to the movies for that.
Listen, if you went in my book,
for the effects.
Yeah, but the special effects.
But the storyline comes from you. Any effects. Right. Go ahead.
The graphics, the concept,
right.
The special effects, the logo, the dialogue, the red and blue pill, all of it came from me. They didn't create anything. They adapted my graphics, my special effects, my logo. When you look at the books match up with the movies.
Right.
You guys have never seen the books matching with the movies and the scenes?
Yeah.
We bought your book. We're getting it tomorrow. It'll come in the mail.
Oh yeah. Oh, you got.
Which one did you get? You get the Third Eye?
Third Eye, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should get Matrix 4 Evolution and see why Warner Brothers offered me $30 million for the shooting script. $30 million. You'll get to read the real Matrix 4 continuation, the real Matrix 4, the real fourth installment. Has been out for 11 years. How can you miss that? All the diehard fans have already read this book. All the diehard Matrix and Terminator fans have read the Matrix 4 book, the fourth installment. Are you kidding me?
That's right.
They got the book immediately to see who was lying.
What do you think? You know, that's what I'm saying. People would have thought that because they took your original work, why wouldn't they want to finish it off with your work that you put out now, the Matrix 4 Evolution? You know, it would have been an awesome.
They would have had to come to her.
That's what I'm saying. They should have just came out of the woodwork and said, "Look, this is."
They did. They offered me $30 million for the shooting script. They did, but they couldn't steal it because the fans have been reading it for 11 years. So how the hell are you going to steal it?
That's right.
When I turned them down, look, They offered me $30 million because they were going to make billions of dollars off original work.
Yeah.
Just like
Trying
the
to play
Third
you.
Eye Matrix. No, they were not trying to play me.
Mm.
They were just trying to get the work and carry it on and pretend like it was still theirs.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And make billions of dollars. And I said no.
Right.
And then they said, well, we'll write our own. And that's what they did, try to write their own. And that's where they flopped. Because I knew that it's impossible for them to write The Matrix and Terminator. It is impossible for you to do the late Michael Jackson's and carry on his work, or the late Prince work, or the late Tupac's work, or the late Whitney's. You can't, only they can carry on their work.
Right.
You can't carry on anybody else's work.
That's right.
You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Right.
And when you leave the earth, the work leaves. So and all people can do is imitate your old work from 20 or 30 years ago.
Right.
That's like what they did with The Matrix.
Yeah.
They were trying to emulate and mimic the 1999 Matrix from 20 some years ago. Come on now.
It shows.
Yeah.
Yep.
It shows, and it was just.
Yeah, because so you can do. You can't eclipse Michael's work. You can't eclipse Prince's work. Come on, am I right or wrong?
Indeed.
Right.
Indeed.
All
can't.
you can do is imitate Michael's old work from 20 or 30 years ago. That's all you're going to do is perform some old work. And it might be badly. You might be doing it badly.
Do you think they're going to try to come out with another one after this one?
Are you kidding? They're washed up. Who's going to give them some money? They just lost the investors $160 million. Look.
On this
read-
one they
you
just
lost-
Yeah, I just read that article.
That's
You gotta
right.
check it out, man. Cat.
yeah.
They lost like what?
Yeah.
Like 160, $100 million.
Million.
Why? Because nobody
$100
went to go
million.
see it.
Yeah, I mean, people went to see it, but it was kind of like after the bad reviews, it was just like, you know what I mean, Sophia? Like it was like,
A
I'm
flop.
not gonna. And it's on HBO Max, so
That's right. And they had
You
to
can
give
go
the
look at it
people's
for
money
free.
back.
Yeah.
you
It
can
kind of
look at
seemed
it
like
for
a
free.
homosexual movie to me.
It was a tranny movie.
Training.
They
movie.
made Tiffany. They don't call her Trinity. They called Trinity Tiffany.
Wow. I didn't
And
realize
said Tiffany
that.
said Tiffany is a man now.
Tiffany.
Do not call me
Tiffany.
Tiffany anymore. I'm a man now.
All right.
That's what he is saying in the movie. He is a tranny now. He's a man.
who you talking about? The director?
No, I'm talking about
The
Trinity's
character.
The
character
character.
in the regurgitation movie, Resurrection Regurgitation.
Well, she did
Resuscitation.
have Trinity did have, well, whatever. In the movie, she had like she had a family. She had a son. She had 2 sons and a husband. Remember that part?
Yes,
and-
but that changed.
Do you that was
remember?
a fake. It
And-
was a fake reality. Like it was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, she didn't want to be it.
she
Remember?
didn't want to. Yeah, remember that?
She was like, I want to kick him in the nuts. Remember she
Yeah.
said?
Right.
She told John Wick that. She said, I want to kick him because my name is not Tiffany. She wanted to kick
She
him.
wanted
That's
castrate
right.
him.
My name is not Tiffany. Remember, my name is not Tiffany.
That's basically what she's saying. She wanted to castrate him
Yeah.
for calling you know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
What's so deep is I had watched it, right? And then I came over to Lord Son house. And I said, Priest, did you watch it? And Priest was like, man, yeah, I watched it, man. And he started breaking down all this stuff that I didn't see.
Yeah, that's what
And I was like, whoa, hold on. You're right about that. You know what I'm saying? The whole, it was bugged out, man. They definitely destroyed the narrative. I think that you're right about that. Everybody supports you, Sophia. You know, they're not going to let you, they got the Matrix 4, but they didn't do the Matrix 4, basically.
That's right.
They
real
decided
Matrix
to let Lana do her whatever, right? The director.
Oh, he's a he. It's a he.
Whatever.
It's
you know.
Larry Wachowski. Because let me
All
tell
right.
you another
Tell
lie
the
that
truth.
they've been telling you.
All
Wait a minute,
right,
let me tell
fine. You know,
another
I just
lie.
want to be politically correct
Well,
because
let
they
us
might.
speak.
Try
Well,
to-
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're not. No. You
Go ahead.
listen.
She's right.
It's got nothing to do with politically being correct. A lie is a lie. There is no sexual reassignment. There is no legal name changes, because you can find that when you Google it, and you can't find it anywhere because it has not happened, because they committed a felony. Whenever you go out and you counterfeit copyrighted work, and you're paying to stay out of jail, like Bertie Madoff was doing, the late Bertie Madoff, John Gotti, Al Capone, Whitey Bulger. That's all they're doing right now. So they've never had no name change. They never had no sexual reassignment. They've been lying to the LGBT, and they've been lying to the people. You think I'm joking? You go ahead and Google and look for any documents, and I guarantee there are none because I asked for it during the court proceedings. They went in as Andy and Larry Wachowski in all 3 court cases. All 3 court cases.
Yeah.
So there is no Lena and Lily. Larry Wachowski has been married in the 90s, 93.
So you saying they
divorce.
basically try to change their identity?
To keep from going to jail. They thought that they could get a new name change and not go to jail.
Wow, some slick bastards.
But it's a felony. It's a felony because when you counterfeit, you can't get a legal name change by any judge. And the judge has made a ruling that they stole the work in 2014.
Wow.
That's right. Wow. And so there is no sexual reassignment. I'm trying to tell you guys that you're being fooled again. Wow. And you're going to come out saying stuff and you're going to look foolish because these people, Andy Wachowski has been married to his wife for over 22 years. He never divorced his wife.
So would he just come out? Like come out one day, just come out the closet or just date?
Cross-dressers. They're not homosexuals.
What?
They're not homosexuals. They're not transsexuals. They are cross-dressers.
Wow.
If you think I'm joking.
No, I'm not. No.
If you think I'm joking, look up, research Andy Wachowski and his wife right now. Wow. He's been married to the same woman for over 22 years.
And she allows him to dress like that.
That's right. To make money.
Okay.
To fool you guys. To fool the public. And the LGBT, when they find out, when they hear this interview and they do their research and investigation, they're going to have them hung. They're going to come after them.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at, what are we looking at, AD?
I haven't found anything.
Oh, that's okay, the brothers.
That's the brothers still. Yeah, I'm still trying to find
They are brothers. You guys, there's no politically correctness. They're brothers.
Yeah, now
Andy
he looks.
And Larry Wachowski, brothers.
The other one, I don't want to, but gosh.
You don't want to say, but I can say it. I'm going to speak the truth because what?
I'm looking at these photos.
The judge.
And I'm looking at
the judge. Go ahead.
Wow.
You're looking at the photos and you see they're men. They're not.
Like they were. Oh man. All right.
Wait a minute. How can you guys be fooled?
No, we can't be fooled. We're not being fooled. I'm just looking at the photos. They look crazy.
Look. They are crazy. They are crazy for lying to people. They are crazy for lying and saying they wrote the Matrix. They are crazy, period, and thought that they could get away with it. Come on, be for real. That's the craziness, that they thought that they could get away with it. Do you know when you go to court, their lawyers don't even call them Andy and Larry, which call them Lena and Lily. Their lawyers have entered them in as Andy and Larry Wachowski in the courts because you can't put fraudulent stuff in the courts, you guys. I keep telling you.
That's right.
And if their lawyers had to put Lily and Lena in the courts, they have to put the court documents in of proof. They have to put the sexual reassignment. They have to put the court order of illegal name changes. Both items were missing from all 3 court cases. Go look at the court docs. Their names are Andy and Larry Wachowski.
Definitely. We knew that from the get-go.
The only place...
We knew that, but yeah.
Yeah, but look, the only place their name is Lena and Lily is on the internet. Anybody can be anything on the internet. It is nothing but a distribution platform. It is just a distribution platform to make money. It is not the media. Do you understand? It has nothing to do with legal media. They need to go to the archives, to the real news, and see the real news. Excuse me. They've lied to the LGBT community. I can't wait till the organization asks them for proof. I cannot wait until they sue them for lying to the public and using their names and using their organization, and they were lying. Can you imagine somebody using Wu-Tang's name and they were committing fraud with the name?
That's right.
Come on, you would have to go after them to vindicate yourselves.
Right. You're still who you are, regardless of the makeup and stuff you put on.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, because you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, definitely.
The first place all of that has to go into is the courts. I keep telling people, film credits is garbage. Anybody can make a deal. There are people who never directed on there. There are people who never wrote anything on there. There are people that's made all kinds of deals, money deals, and haven't done anything or done something else and are just deals for the future. Screen credits, they're all a bunch of lies, a lot of it. We all know, come on, in the music industry.
That's right.
There are people's name on albums that didn't do anything, never wrote anything, never directed anything.
DJ Khaled.
Has nothing to do with anything. Come on, you guys, wake up. All the industries are the same when it comes to music and film credits. The real thing is when you go into the courts and you look at the court docs, you have to put the truth in there.
That's right.
Because they can come after you even if it's 20 years later for fraud. If you enter any fraudulent documents into any federal or state or city courts, they can come after you years later. I don't care if it's 20 or 30 years later. They can come after you with fraud.
That's right.
So this is why you don't see any Lena or Lily's name on any court docs. No sex reassignment, no legal name changes by any judges.
That's right.
Because when you commit a felony, you can't get a name change. Anytime you commit a criminal act that's a felony, there's no court that's going to give you a legal name change.
Wow. That's true.
I just told you guys the truth.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know you still tried as a guy.
Yeah.
You go in there, I don't care what you wearing. You know what I'm saying? You try that.
You still try as who you are.
Yeah, you're definitely right.
Who went in for try to go in for?
I was just saying. I was just agreeing with you, like you were saying. It doesn't matter what you wear. It doesn't matter what you try to put on and what you call yourself. You know, when it comes to the courtroom, they just address you as what your real name and what you are, your real sexuality, and
maybe they're trying to get into the women's penitentiary.
Well, they did that. I think they did all of that, and James Cameron went and got a place over in New Zealand, thinking there would be no expedition, to bring him back over here for trial. Excuse me, or bring him back for a criminal act. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they did some stuff, and they've been lying to the public and all of this, thinking that's going to help them. But it's not going to help them at all. All it has done is showed up the fraud and showed that they're nothing but liars. But what's so killing about it, because they're Jewish, Polish Jews, they were allowed to get to carry on this force with a lot of people, this fraud. And nobody questioned the fraud at all.
Right.
No one questioned, wait a minute. None of the media... That's right. None of the media said, wait a minute, where's your books?
Right.
Where's your copyrights? Where's your trademarks? What do you have with your name on it besides film credits?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Think about that.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. And I see the same thing happening with the Terminator franchise, with Jim Cameron, where he's not directing all these other movies. But you see the decline with the Terminator franchise. They keep trying to reduplicate the same movie over and over again. You know, I was saying the other day to somebody, I was watching, what was I watching? One of them Terminator remakes, and you know, they got Arnold Schwarzenegger in there, and he looks old. How could a robot look old? If it's a robot, if you know what I'm saying though, like
well, it's wear and tear.
Yeah, no, wrong. It's a robot. That means they can look the same over and over again. You know what I'm saying? It's not real. It's mechanical.
That's right. So you why would you age it?
That's what I'm saying. Why are you aging the robot? And that made me think that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it makes Hollywood look very, very, very
Hollywood.
It's just like, yo, you guys are running out of ideas, yo. It's like,
at the end of the day, it's like ideas. No, wait a minute. They're not running out of ideas. They never had any ideas in the first place. Right? Exactly. They were stealing from other people in Hollywood. They're big thieves and liars, and they are like bullies. You know, just like you're David and Goliath is a bully, and he takes other people's property, and what can people do against Goliath? But David, like myself, went up against Goliath to show people, hey, with God, all things is possible. You can defeat Goliath. Because a lot of people are scared. They just let their stuff go. Some of them are blackballed. Some of them are threatened to take what little bit they got. And some of them have families, and they just won't go up against Goliath. But you know what? I didn't have anything to lose but, you know, to go up against Goliath, because I deal with God and truth. And I'm going to fight for everybody's copyrights. And I'm going to fight for everybody's rights. Because you know why? Someone has to stand up like David and take Goliath on. We're not going to take this mess anymore. We're sick of the lies, sick of the fraud, sick of them stealing and taking from others who can't defend themselves.
Yeah.
Come on.
You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question, Queen?
Please ask me anything you want.
The future, I know that your books that you write is based upon the future and how you was talking about transhumanism and stuff like that. But they'll keep coming out with these different so-called variants. Where is the future heading now?
The future is headed just like what I got in Matrix 4, Evolution. You got to read the book. Evolution is telling you that there are new machines on the rise, a greater threat than before in the first Matrix. Now the machines, instead of Agent Smith has evolved into a greater threat, a newer type of machine. I'm talking about the Matrix world, which is the virtual world, which is metaverse. I've been talking about that for the last 11 years. That's right. Metaverse has been in my book for 11 years.
Wow. So the metaverse is like the Matrix.
It is the Matrix.
Oh, shit.
It's virtual reality. I was talking about the virtual skateboard, the virtual jail cells, which is called the penal cell, the virtual penal cells and stuff. You know, I've been talking about the new virtual companies and the Bitcoins and all of this stuff, and where the iPad is going to go to in the future when the satellites start ruling. The iPads are going to become a little 6x9 thin tablet everybody's going to have in their hands, but it becomes everything. It is our television. It is our newspaper. It is our magazine, our schools, our jobs. It become one. It become one with the satellite. It becomes everything. Do you see what I'm saying?
Indeed. That's what Elon Musk is doing right now with the Starlink, huh?
The Neuralink.
Yeah, but I've been talking about it. He's been listening. Elon Musk has been listening to me for years. Matrix and Sophia Stewart came way before any Elon Musk even got out there with Tesla's mess, with Tesla's patents, okay?
Nice.
Sophia Stewart was already in the Matrix before Elon Musk was ever even heard of. Indeed. Am I lying or not? Matrix
you existed before Elon Musk.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree.
That's right. I'm talking about my work in the movies.
Your work, exactly.
The work in the movies, in the books existed before Elon Musk, so I don't know why they're listening to him. Hell, you can read the books and see the movies and see what I'm talking about. They just give it a new name, a new twist. It's been called the Matrix world, the Matrix attraction. I was talking about the visors and everything. I gave them one page. That's all. That's why you don't see it go any further, because they didn't get the rest of the pages.
You influence a lot of writers and directors. You know, they put out Ready Player One. I don't know if you guys seen that. I don't know if y'all pre-seen that. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I saw Ready Player
Yeah.
One.
Yeah,
And,
that to me is almost somewhat like the Matrix in itself as well. You know, like I thought
all
about you. I thought about you when I was watching that movie.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
should, because this is the deal. The only reason they get away with a lot of lying and a lot of thievery is because most of the people have not read the books.
right?
They saw the Matrix and Terminator movies, but they haven't read the books. I've written 4 books on Matrix and Terminator. And you look right now, you Google Amazon right now, go on Amazon, everybody, and look. The Third Eye Matrix have over 250 5-star reviews. Come on, you guys.
It
The
does. It does.
Matrix
I was
4
just looking at that.
Evolution have over 100 5-star reviews. So how can you miss this? 3 of the books are on Amazon, selling globally around the world with the fans. How can people see the movies and not know that they came from books and copyrighted scripts? You see the Lords of the Ring book, the Lords of the Ring movie, the Gravity book, the Gravity movie, the Maze book, the
That's right.
Maze movie, John Grisham book, the Firm movie, John Grisham, the Pelican Brief, movie and book. So how is it possible that you guys are reading all these people's books and looking at the movies, and the most important books of all is being missed?
Yeah.
But you see the movies and not know they're
Because they
one
go
and the
for
same.
you know what it is they go for the big corporation, and they go for all the glamour and the flash and stuff like that, and they don't look into the people that created. They just look for what's there, what these big corporations show, and they fall for that. You know what I'm saying? Like this Elon Musk and stuff. I'm glad you brought that out. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of inventors, black women, female, or just young inventors, or people just write, but they never get their props because they keep pushing out all these lies and propaganda. And propaganda
because
to the people.
you're talking about the Hidden Figures. Remember the Hidden Figures movie?
Yeah,
Indeed.
Those black women were polymathematicians like myself, prodigies, good in math. Yet they are the ones who have elevated NASA and to the levels that they are now, but they didn't give them any credit. Come on.
That's right.
And then they didn't even want them to use the same bathrooms. They had to go to another building and suffer all kinds of degradations and humiliations because of their brilliancy.
Yeah.
But they were the ones who actually elevated NASA to the next level, where they could go to the moon, or they could do all the stuff that they could do. It's because of these women's gift in mathematics, polymathematicians, prodigies, such as myself.
Right. And who they talking about? What's the guy, the fake dude who's supposed to have been to the moon?
Oh, Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, Neil
They
Armstrong.
said
Neil Armstrong.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Yes.
All right, we got a couple of questions for you. Go ahead, AD.
Okay, so we got Shannon Southard says, Sophia is a sweetheart. Protect this woman at all costs.
We got it back.
Levels Healing Hub says, Sophia, are you familiar with Dr. Jewel Pookrum?
Yes. I interviewed with her many years ago, and she gave me my own station for about a month or so, because that's all I could handle, because I was so swamped, so busy with interviews. She's a sweetheart. I love her, and you guys support her, man. She's a real thing. She's a real doctor, medical doctor, and she gave up her license to protect other people's lives. She's a hero, a shiro, someone to really be emulated and looked up to.
She's also asking, can you speak on how to cultivate a sense of self that can't be swayed by others' manipulation?
Do not sell out.
That's deep.
Do not sell out. Stick to the truth, because look, I won with the truth. And look, I beat the illusions. They had billions of dollars and still couldn't beat me. They had lawyers that you could wrap around the building, law firms, and still couldn't beat me. One law firm even had 100 attorneys, but could not beat a prodigy, because we crack codes. We can crack codes in any system and go into your system and know everything you're doing. It's no way in the world you're going to beat a prodigy. You might have million geniuses out here, But prodigies are rare. They're polymath like Tesla, Leonardo da Vinci. These and those girls, those hidden figure girls.
That's right.
Prodigies are rare. They're polymaths.
Who's some of the other directors out there that I could say honestly is inspired by your work and your expertise? Definitely George Lucas.
I'm gonna tell you, Lucas, Spielberg.
I had to ask you.
What's his name? Jerry Bruckheimer, Michael Bay.
Wow, Mike. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Name a few. Christopher Lloyd and those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've read your file, and you went to USC yourself, correct?
That's right. I got a degree in journalism, a double major in law and psychology.
That's right.
I'm like a full-fledged attorney myself. I beat several law firms. One law firm, like I told you, had over 100 attorneys.
How'd you get into film?
They couldn't beat me at the trademark. Let me tell you. Wait a minute.
Okay.
I'm well versed in RICO law, which is criminal law.
Okay.
I do tax laws. I do copyright laws, entertainment law, trademark, and some family law. So they can't beat me in law at all. I'm just got a gift in it. Even though I studied to be an attorney, I studied under some of the most brilliant and famous attorneys in New York. I'm a New Yorker myself. The Boogie Down, Bronx, and of course Manhattan.
Nice.
So you
and
like
how did
with the pen?
Yes. And how did I get involved? At USC, one of the greatest film schools in the country. USC Trojan. I'm a Trojan. Yeah, the Trojans.
That's right.
We got another one here from Big Chill. He's asking, or he's saying, have you heard of the Law of One?
Of course. What do you think that Neo, the one, comes from? The Law of the One goes all the way back to, look at the pyramids behind you.
Yeah.
Go back to the ancient aliens. Listen, the ancient aliens, not the Egyptians, but the ancient aliens that landed there, that brought the Law of the One in the Book of the Dead, the Book of the Living is one. Yes. That's where all of this. That's right. And look at under the belly of the UFOs, the ships, under the belly of the UFOs that NASA, that the scientists, Homeland Security, have broken them down with aerodynamics. On the belly of them is ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics from the ancient aliens that came to the earth and brought knowledge and about the sewers and this technology that you're experiencing, that most Jews and white, even though they went over there in the 30s, they still cannot understand those hieroglyphics.
Where did those aliens come from?
That's another whole bill. Yo, look.
Well,
no,
if you wait a minute, I got it though.
Okay.
If you go into the Matrix 4 book,
right?
Get the Matrix 4 book because it tells you about them coming from Orion's belt. Orion.
All right, we got another one
from Sirius Star.
Sophia, you're brilliant. Is your information a download from universe through dreams or meditation?
No, it comes right out of me. Excuse me. It comes right out of me. When I speak, the Matrix and Terminator come out of me while I'm speaking. I don't have to get any downloads. I don't have to memorize anything. I don't have to read anything. This is pure consciousness and knowledge that pours out of me as I speak to you. When you ask me questions, when I write,
that's right.
It comes out of me. Read the books and be amazed.
We got someone asking, how are they still able to use the material if you won the case? Also, I heard they actually derived the word from Isaac.
Because of the same way that the late Bertie Madoff, for 30 or 40 years, he was stealing from the rich and the super rich. He stole millions and billions of dollars, and he paid to stay out of jail. You guys already know this story with Al Capone. Go back and look at the old black and whites. The police commissioner would call Al Capone up and say, you know what, Al? We're going to raid 3 of your places tonight, and we want to make sure you're not there because we got to make it look to the public like we're doing our job.
Yeah.
Wow.
They've been paying off the law enforcement to steal from you guys.
They're in cahoots.
Facts.
Yo.
Whitey Bulger, his brother was a senator. His best friend was a FBI director. They allowed Whitey Bulger to steal for 20 to 30 years and kill. And then the government made his brother step down from being a senator, because senators are very powerful people with immunity. And they got the director, his FBI director, and put him in jail. Whitey Bulger went on the lam, and they got him 20 to 30 years later, he and his girlfriend in Santa Monica. You people need to wake up and unplug from the Matrix.
Hey.
They pay to stay out of jail. They steal millions of dollars. Frank Sinatra and the Seven Hoods explained it to you. Go back and look at that movie. If you steal millions of dollars and you steal something, a slice of pizza, you might get 99 years. You sell $7 million, you can pay to stay out of jail. Did you do the math?
There's one last question. Sophia, can you share your thoughts on the jab and its purpose?
What jab?
The the jab for the the vaccine thing.
The vax.
The jab.
Yeah, we can't talk.
Wait a
can't say
minute.
certain
You
things.
gotta speak in code when you on a podcast because
Oh wow.
Who asked about that
Yeah.
question? We shouldn't even ask that
Yeah,
question.
it's up to you if you want to answer
Yeah,
that.
she's
Well,
a knowledgeable person. Yeah.
I don't understand the question of the jab, and I don't want to mislead somebody because
Right.
you're speaking in codes, and I don't understand the question.
what's the question
because,
again, AD?
You know, because I
sharing
can't
thoughts.
talk about
Yeah.
a jab. I don't know what a jab is. I've never taken one.
Yeah.
That's good.
So I don't have a clue.
Yeah. Yo.
That
All
answers
right.
it.
Okay. So
Yo.
we're gonna move. We're gonna move. Man, you are killing it today.
killing
We're gonna move right on because we have someone else coming on also. So we want you to. I mean, you can stick around, and we want to go into the
wanna-
flat.
No,
Earth.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave you guys.
Okay.
And thank you guys for having me, and I'll be back.
All
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I'm the
Definitely.
Terminator. I'll
Definitely.
be back.
You the
Get the
I'll be
book,
back.
everybody.
Tell
I'll be
everybody where they
back.
can get your book at.
That dialogue comes definitely from me, straight from me.
That's right.
He owes me a lot of money for using it.
right.
Get the book, MatrixTerminator.com. You people in the foreign country, go to Amazon.com. Get the book, The Matrix 4, the fourth installment. Read the real fourth installment, Matrix 4 animation coming soon. Matrix 4 animation. It's going to show you the real Matrix, the real fourth installment. Get the book, get ready for it, get the other books, and I'll be back, like I told you guys. And thank
Okay.
you guys for having me.
Yeah.
MatrixTerminator.com website, Amazon.com. Get all those books.
I'll be
get
back.
some knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, we about to turn
All
up, man. That
We
was
definitely
great.
did.
That was
Awesome.
great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Stick around, y'all. We're about to turn it up a little bit more. We're about to go into another zone. That was the great Sophia. So stick around and let's build it up because we're about to go into you know what. And I told my man Lord Jamar to tune in on this one because we have David Weiss
Who's that?
coming back and Vinny B.
Who's that? Who's that?
You'll get to see. You'll get to see. You're
That's
gonna
the
get to
one
hear.
ball.
Oh, Vinny B too?
Yeah, Vinny
That's
B.
the one ball.
What up, my man? Yeah, but this is for the crowd, so
Okay, all right.
you'll get to see him. So
I have one of my co-hosts with me, Karen B. She's in the waiting room.
Oh, peace, Karen B.
Oh, that's
to
who that
bring in.
is. I was like, who is
Where's
this
Karen
third
B
person?
in?
Gotcha.
All right, so we're about to get flat.
That's a matter of fact.
Yeah, but once you go flat, you can't go back.
man.
All right, so we're about to turn it up another notch. What up, Vinny?
Oh, hold on, my camera's not on.
There
we
he goes.
Trying to
There he
go.
goes. Look who back. Dave Weiss. Yeah, let's go.
And this is Karen B, who's here to help me when I'm stumbling and
Okay,
Man, you brought some
something.
female energy back up with you this time, huh? You brought the
That's right.
whole backup squad now, huh?
But listen,
So
listen
you
very
brought the
carefully.
disciples. You brought the disciples.
All right,
huh?
yo, let's calm
Listen,
down.
Karen,
Yeah,
Karen,
go
put your earmuffs on. Don't listen to this.
Good.
Karen has a phobia. If anybody mentions spheres, that they're
What?
the perfect shape, she's going to freak out. So don't mention spheres, okay?
No spheres. Got it.
No spheres.
spheres.
No talk
What about
about.
shake
Well, you know,
fingers? What
the
about
sphere is
shakes?
not always perfect anyway. A sphere is not
She must
always
have been
perfect.
watching me then. That's why he said
A
that.
sphere,
Joe.
a sphere is not always perfect, so I can understand where she's coming from. We can get into it a little bit of
Karen,
that
is
as
your
well.
mic on? I can't hear you.
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
There you are.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you sound good. Thanks.
All right.
All right, hello. How you doing?
How you doing? How y'all doing? How you
Hi.
doing, Vin?
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Podcraft. We're about to take off. Okay, Dave. Hold on, bro. Stop talking over me like that, man. Yeah. Yeah, listen. Welcome back to the Podcraft, and let's get it on. I mean, let us know what's going on, and how you been, man? Where you been?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, I've been catching you a little bit here and there. Vinny's been keeping me up to date with what you guys are up to, and
okay.
I saw you've been talking non-flat Earth, a little bit of flat Earth in there. Where are you guys? Let's not start at the beginning. Now, Killah, imagine nobody's sitting next to you.
Right.
Okay? No one's judging you.
Right.
Okay? It's just me and you.
I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah. Is the Earth flat or is it a sphere? Oops. Is it a spinning ball in space?
All right. Where I'm at right now is it's hard to prove that it's not flat. It's hard to disprove that the Earth is not flat. Doing so, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm gonna just bring it to that realm. And doing so, it's like we got ways of breaking things down, but at the end of the day, you always got something else behind it. So that's where I'm at right now.
So I'm going to give you just a quick little example here, and then maybe Karen can add something. So in the helio-nonsensical bullshit model, we're a ball spinning around. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You guys are aware of this. We're orbiting the sun, speeding up and slowing down in a elliptical motion at 66,600 miles an hour, a very funny number. We're chasing the sun at almost 500,000 miles per hour. And so just to put that in perspective, this is the hypersonic track sled. Now watch it. It's a rocket sled. It's going to go by a Mach 8.6. I'll show it again. Okay, you can't even see it. And you have to believe that we are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. I don't know what happened to my camera. Don't look at me. Look at the sled. We're orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that, right? Does that make any sense to you? And then we're chasing the sun at 100 times faster than that. This is where your brain should just melt because you can't process those speeds. But when we go out in nature, we see things like this. This is impossible on anything that's moving in any way, shape, or form, any little bit. It makes absolutely no sense. What is going on my camera here? There we go.
He's trying to say that. Are you saying that image right there is? Are you trying to use that as a primary and say that shows that the Earth is flat? Because that's really
I'm
just
showing
a
you that the Earth isn't moving. That the Earth isn't moving because Neil deGrasse Tyson, the high priest of scientism, he says because of the spin of the Earth, the water bulges at the equator 14 miles high. Right? Because of that. Now that makes sense. If we could live on a spinning ball. Well, if it's bulging there, how come it's not sloshing here? When we're speeding up and slowing down in 4 different directions at once, how come this water isn't moving at all? Right? This shows you, if you use your common sense and ignore the nonsense, that this is a stationary plane. Hills and valleys, mountains and and trenches, but the Earth is a level playing field. A level playing field.
Y'all don't believe in gravity. So
gravity is another thing, and we can talk about gravity. You want to talk about gravity? Because that's one of my favorite.
That's what holds all things together. I mean, y'all have to prove that law doesn't exist. Y'all have to prove that. But go ahead. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Karen, you want to start off with gravity?
Well, gravity, we don't say that gravity doesn't exist. We just say that it's not what they say it is. But even if you look at what they say it is, they don't really know what it is. They can't decide if it's mass attracting mass or if it's bendy space-time.
Which is all theoretical nonsense. So let's talk about mass attracting mass. Now, we're taught that the sun, there was a big bang. Nothing exploded, became everything. That's a cool story. And then all of the rocks turned into planets, and all of the gases turned into bigger balls. Okay, and they left a vacuum in between. That's also impossible when that's a whole nother show. Just talking about a vacuum with gas balls floating in it makes absolutely no sense. So now we got the sun, and many miles away is a little rocky planet, and then there's another planet, and then there's another planet, and then there's a big gassy planet, and then there's a ring planet, and it goes on and on and on, and the sun is able to hold on to all of them. And then those little planets have their own gravity, and they can hold on to their own moons, right? But the sun ignores the moons. This is idiocy beyond. I mean, I have a hard time saying it without laughing. Okay, so there's a thing called the three-body problem. And that's where scientists with the best supercomputers, the best programmers, they create an environment. They say, okay, we've got a star, a sun, whatever. It's this much mass, and we got a little planet, and it puts it in orbit into this simulation, and it works beautifully. And they can figure out where it's going to be, what position it's going to be tomorrow, next year, in 100 years. It works perfectly. Then they add a third body, one other body, another planet or moon. You know, one's orbiting the sun or orbiting the little planet. And the entire thing goes into chaos mode, and they can't figure out what's going to happen next. But somehow, we can tell you where the planets are going to be, where the sun and the moon are going to be, where eclipses are going to be. We can tell you where everything's going to be. They all line up, and all of their gravity lining up doesn't nudge anything out of place. You go out tonight, look at the stars. Next year, same night, same time, stars are in the exact same place. But meanwhile, we're 4.4 billion miles farther away. So the whole idea of gravity proves the helio-nonsensical bullshit model is crap.
Okay.
Yep, we got a super chat already here from Stefan. He says, how can a bridge be over 500,000 feet in length and not show a curve?
Absolutely. If you look at what's the bridge, Karen, the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, and then there's the Chinese bridge that's is it 100 miles long, and there's no curvature whatsoever, and the curvature at 100 miles is 6,600 feet.
Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah.
We got another one here from True Seeker 22. He says, peace, greetings all. If you view Toronto from across Lake Ontario, 30 miles, you can't see the bottom third of the CN Tower, 1,800 feet. Why? Is it curvature? You can't see the Rogers Center, 282 feet. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Yeah, the answer for that is there's a couple things going on. It's perspective. This bridge doesn't go over the curve. It just converges into the horizon. So when you're looking into the distance, I have this great picture that I want to show, and I just don't remember where it is. When you're looking into the distance, everything converges into the horizon. It just goes and it converges. And then if you have little tiny waves, medium waves, any kind of waves that are in the foreground, those waves will block out an entire city line. It's depending on the size. If they're a millimeter above your head, just like my finger can't block half of my face unless my finger is closer to the observer, and then it can block half of my face. And you can't see that. You have a horizon line that you think is the curvature of the Earth because of brainwashing, but it's not.
How is it brainwashing though?
Well, it's because we're told that, by Bill Nye, the lion guy with the bow tie, that if a boat goes over the ball, it'll disappear from the bottom up. And he's 100% right if we lived on a ball. But there's other things that happen on a flat Earth. Karen, go ahead. Let me pull up an image and you can add to that.
Yeah. What were you talking about? How things...
Talking about perspective and how things get pushed into the horizon, how boats disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah,
but
well,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. If you have a question, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that when I look at it, when I look at the Earth, I never looked at the Earth as being flat or round. It's a rock, and all scientists and geologists know this, right? If we were to examine the ocean floor, the bottom of the ocean, it's not smooth. It's not perpendicular. There's craters and lumps and even canyons and mountains. So hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
To say that the Earth is totally flat, it's kind of that's absurd, yo. I'm just trying to make my point.
But you gotta chill though. You ain't gonna.
I'm trying to make my point.
Disrespecting people. Go ahead.
I mean,
No, it's okay. Well, I was gonna say, but the oceans, there's actually a great proof of a flat Earth in the oceans. There's something called the abyssal plains. And if you look under the greatest parts right in between the continents, there's something called the abyssal plains, and it's the longest, flattest surface that they've ever measured is under the ocean. So it's not always lumpy and full of craters and stuff.
I think it's 70% of the ocean is abyssal plain, and it's flat for, as far as you can go. You can have 2 submarines on the bottom of the ocean. They send out sonar, which goes in a straight line, hits something and bounces back, and they can see each other 100 miles away. There should be a mountain over a mile tall in between them. But you'd have to believe that sonar goes over the mountain, hits the other submarine, and then comes back. That doesn't happen. That's provable nonsense. So the fact that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine 100 miles away proves that there is no curvature down there. Also, a boat on the surface can see another boat, can target it with a laser over 100 miles away. There should be a hump of water over a mile high in between them, but there's not.
Let me ask you a question.
We can see too far. We can see too far.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
From Beverly Hills, can you see over the Sepulveda Pass?
So from Beverly Hills, wait, where do you want to say?
Say from Beverly Hills, can you see over the Sepulveda Pass?
Well, because the reason you can't see it forever is because there's particles in the air. The air is thick; it's dense.
No. The reason why I said that from Beverly Hills you can't see over the Sepulveda Pass is because what's in the way?
Trees and buildings.
I'm not familiar with that area.
A hill is in the way.
I'm not familiar with it either.
A hill is in the way, so you can't see over the Sepulveda Pass because the hill's in the way. Just like
absolutely anything that's over your eye line will block you.
Let me finish speaking.
Yeah.
So being that you can't even see over that hill, what makes you think all of the curvature that you see on this planet as far as mountains and valleys and uneven terrain and things of that nature, what makes you think that you're going to be able to see curvature in the earth?
Yeah, well, we're looking over water. That's why we use water, because water, large bodies of water at rest are level. That's the definition. Sea level, not sea curve. Airplane, not air curve, right? The water is level, so we do it over frozen lakes. Karen did an experiment in where was it? What lake was that?
It was Lake Balaton in Hungary.
They went to Lake Balaton in Hungary and did laser experiments, and we could see the source of the laser where there should be, hundreds of feet of curvature. I'm not sure what the distance was, but
okay. So
well, there were 7 different measurements, but yeah, each one of them was the camera was never more than 1 or 2 meters over the lake, and the laser was across the lake, never more than 1 meter, 1 to 2 meters above the lake, about the height of an average man. And we did several different measurements: 12 meters, 21 meters, 42 meters. I think it's up to something like 21 miles where we could see the source of the laser over the water, which should have been hidden. I forget how much curvature it is. I have to pull up the document, but definitely should have been hidden by curvature.
Here's a picture that a lot of Globers like to use. They say the bottom few floors of this building are missing. And this is the camera P900 or P1000 zoomed in. If you zoom out, the entire building disappears. But if you zoom in, the building is here, compressed. You zoom in, you can see the building, but the bottom floors are missing. They say that's curvature, but if you look, this is an atmospheric trick. All of these balconies are the same height, but if you can see, they're getting compressed. This one is almost half of what that one is, and they get more. And right here, there's if you zoom in, there's 3 of them here, and it's all just a compression, because when you're looking across the atmosphere, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere, right? It's like when you're looking through a pane of glass. No problem. Put 10 panes of glass in there. Well, it gets denser and denser. 100 panes, you can't even see a light on the other end of it, right? So when you're looking through our atmosphere across, things get all wacky in a really short distance. And that's one of the reasons. Another part of the reason. Then the other thing is, if you look, here's a famous shot. This is in France. out here is Mount Canigou, and it's 175 miles away. And from this height at that distance, the top of Mount Canigou, according to globe math, actual globe math, the top should be a mile below the horizon. So now you would think that this is the horizon if you're a globe believer, but this is what's called an apparent horizon. A globe requires a physical horizon, okay? A flat Earth has an apparent horizon. So twice a year, when the sun's on its migratory path in between the two tropics, it lines up with Mount Canigou, and as it moves beyond it, all of a sudden you can see the mountain. And right here, the top of the mountain, that should be a mile below the curvature, but it's not. It's right there. And it's not a mirage. It's actually there. But the reason you couldn't see it before is because the light that was bouncing off of it wasn't strong enough to go to your eyes, but the sunlight direct is strong enough to push through that thickness of the atmosphere, and it blocks it out. Look, this is not a mirage. It's there. But if the sun wasn't there, you could not see this mountain.
And the last time you came up here, you told us that you couldn't explain to us what a lunar eclipse was. Can you explain that now?
Sure. Well, so I can explain to you what it isn't. So on the flat Earth, the sun and the moon. I heard you guys
I'm not talking about what
it
it is, and I'm talking about, can you explain what it is?
Well, let's talk about what it isn't.
Oh, okay.
And there's a difference between a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse. You know the difference? The solar eclipse is when the moon blocks our view of the sun, and then according to heliocentrism. And the lunar eclipse is when the Earth's shadow goes onto the moon, so it's blocking the view. Just putting a shadow on the moon. There's a eclipse called the Seleninian eclipse, where the observer can see the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time when the eclipse already starts. That doesn't really work in a heliocentric model. And the other thing is the curve of the Earth.
Hold on. You gotta stop there. So you saying that the sun, when you seen a lunar eclipse, right? Is the moon below the sun or is it above the sun?
Well, I heard you guys say in a previous podcast that the sun was 5,000 miles away and the moon is 3,000 miles away.
No, we
don't
say
know
that.
how.
Somebody said that.
Somebody said that. Yeah. I'm just gonna say that we don't claim the sun or the moon to be any distance. If you ask me, I think it's a hell of a lot closer than 3,000 miles. But we don't know, because if you don't know the actual distance or size of something, you can't tell where it is.
Oh, so you're saying that you don't know?
Absolutely, and neither do you, because the whole idea that the sun. So here in the heliocentric model, in this beehive, heliocentric universe, the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther. So therefore, they look like they're the same size. And then the odds of that are slim, almost beyond zero, the lower than zero, whatever. And then the odds of them lining up perfectly are astronomically insane.
How is
the
that?
Idea of that, hold on, because if you look at all of the specs of the heliocentric model, the idea that those would line up perfectly and they'd be able to predict it, that's insane.
How is that
idea
insane?
that they would have, hold on a second. The idea that it would happen again is like it's like winning the Powerball 500 times in a row. Okay, with just random numbers. But the thing is, it happens every year, and then after 18 years, the cycle repeats itself. Does that sound like a beehive universe, or does that sound like a perfectly designed clock? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Hey, can you guys hear me? Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah, Vinny, what's up?
I wanted to jump in and actually say something to Razul and bring up the point that I feel that I could do is everybody's talking about like the heliocentric model. Well, the heliocentric model was started by Copernicus 500 years ago. And this is again where I talk about Razul and the people that are believing in the heliocentric, the Bohr model, in Big Bang, in evolution. This isn't created by scientists. This was created by the Vatican and Jesuit priests.
First
So
of
the
all,
science-
First of
so the
all, man,
science
you
that
don't,
you
you don't.
believe
You,
in-
I don't. First of all, I don't even subscribe with any of that.
Well, you
and when
keep
I and when I
talking
did,
about the science.
no,
How did
when I
gravity-
deal with astrophysicism,
All right, hold on. One at a time.
Go
One at a
ahead.
time. Let's do it a piece. Go
You
ahead.
know, you mentioned my
Well,
name,
cool.
so
Yeah, well, Razul, you mentioned
I don't
gravity.
subscribe to that.
Gravity, from your scientist, your Jesuit scientist created it, and it's called a theory, and they have no proof. So what
Okay.
you and a lot of people are doing are actually saying that you believe in science, but science is actually created by the Jesuits, who you should all know by now are not your friends.
Scientists wasn't
They're-
created by no daggone Jesuits, yo.
Jesuits-
Scientists, you trying to put the
Hold on. So explain to us who created scientists.
Big Bang?
The science. You have Eurocentric science, yo. I don't subscribe to that. I subscribe to African spirituality and African science. I can trace those scientists that the people from the Copernican. No, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I can trace that science back to Africa, brother, that existed before the Jesuits. So what you talking about I don't even subscribe to that.
No yelling.
Just
All
to
right,
let
yo,
you
go,
know that.
brother.
But you go ahead.
You go ahead. Yeah.
You go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, the science that you keep speaking of, the theory
Okay.
of gravity, wasn't created in Africa, Razul. It was created by the Jesuits in Europe. Okay. Talk about Big Bang and all this science that you believe in is the science, because that's what's taught in the Jesuit university, is George Lemaitre, a Jesuit priest. And the Vatican, that's why I told you guys, the Vatican are the ones talking about the aliens coming now. Literally 2 weeks ago.
Yo,
it was in
here's the
news
thing
again.
though.
Go
When
look it up.
you talk about
So
all those sciences,
Aliens are coming.
listen, all of that science,
Lord.
I just want to
all that stuff you talking about when you talking about the Jesuits and the so-called Illuminati and all that, let me tell you something. We don't subscribe to that knowledge. We don't really subscribe to the Copernican era. We have science that goes back before the Europeans. Before that.
What do you have?
So
What do you have?
that's another.
Right,
That's
so tell 'em
another.
what you got.
That's
Tell 'em what
no.
you got.
I ain't gonna go into that because that's not y'all's is here to prove y'all point. I'm not here to talk about what I know. So you can say that. You can say that, but what the point I'm making is to
No
the
yelling.
point I'm.
Hold on. Well, I'm gonna say this one thing. If you got something to say to them, say it to
Yeah,
directly to them and prove it, and then y'all too.
Well, hold on. It's already out there. That information is already there, and I'm not gonna take up the show. I'm gonna let y'all talk because you said my name. I'm letting you know. No, I don't subscribe to to any other Greek philosophy, Copernicus, or none of them, because I know I can find all that information before those theories.
So let me build
then
my fast.
You can try to use that. You can try to
Okay.
use that if you want to. It's not going to work on me.
So you
All right, well then don't bring up Jesuit theories like
No,
gravity.
that's you looking at it that way.
That's you bringing
No,
it up.
it's not.
They
It's not
even have
us.
to try to show you real
That's your
science,
opinion
real
on that.
studies.
The Jesuits don't
Hold on, we
exist
got
in my
that
reality.
one person at a time because we gotta get this right. All right, I want to get to a point where we can get stuff right.
Yeah.
Did you bring up anything about Jesuits?
No, I did not.
All right,
he thinks.
so Vinny.
Yeah,
Let me ask him a question. So Vinny,
I ain't bring up nothing
Where
about
do
no
you
damn
where do you
Jesuits.
come off with saying that he brought up the Jesuit?
Because he said because he right away you guys cut off Dave Weiss, who's trying to give
Right.
We didn't
scientific
cut him off, yo.
experiments.
All right, hold on. I want to
Wait,
hear this
let me-
out. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Dave's trying to talk, and with Razul and Mank,
Right.
and what up, Mank? You guys are you come with him with, well, what about gravity? So that's why I'm
saying
bringing
about
it
gravity.
up that Razul talked about when Dave was talking about the water should be bulging at the center, which that's why we call it pear Earth to make fun of Neil Tyson deGrasse. He
Right.
talks about the Earth's pear shape. All right. So when he's explaining this, how this is impossible, you brought up gravity. So that's why I came at you with, listen, instead of talking about gravity, Big Bang, and Jesuit science, let's talk about other stuff. I mean, their science says whatever. We should know that by now. I mean, the JFK, their scientists said one bullet made 7 holes. On 9/11, they said, buildings free fall, crashing through all the floors. They make up science. And anybody who's awake should, stop listening
So-
to the experts and science and do your own scientific
let me
experiment.
jump in, Vinny.
Go ahead.
Let me jump in. You just have to be careful because heliocentric believers, include that I was one at a time.
Like we got a disease or something.
We would say we've known. Yeah, it is a disease. It's a really bad one, and I don't want to ever contract it. We say, well, the science, they have known. So who are they? Well, some of the they are these guys. These are all Jesuits. I mean, not Jesuits. These are all Freemasons, and we don't even know if they're real people because we weren't there. They're made up stories, in my opinion. So then you say, well, I don't need them because we've known before that. Well, the official story is that we've known for 2,000 years that the Earth is a globe from Aristophanes. But over 2,000 years ago, this device was found. It's called the Antikythera mechanism. It's over 2,000 years old, and it shows you the Soros cycle, which is the eclipse cycle, which is there's two of them. They're 18 years long, about 18 years, 18, 19 years, where the eclipses repeat again and again like a perfect clock, not like a beehive with magic gravity holding everything together. So this shows that what we're seeing in the sky is a designed, precise clock. There's no other better way to explain it. And if I had a tennis ball and it was 50 yards away from you, I'd say, what is that? You would say, and there was nothing else to see for reference. You go, well, that's a tennis ball. But if I had a tennis ball that was 10 times farther and 10 times the size, you would say, that's a tennis ball. And I'd say, you wouldn't know the difference in the size. You wouldn't know where it is. You couldn't tell me how big it is or how far it is because you don't know.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
now, you just said that you admitted that you don't know how far the sun or the moon is, correct?
100%.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Let me ask you a question. If the Earth is not floating in space, what is the Earth attached to?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that either?
Yeah.
All right, man.
How would I know that?
Yeah.
How would I know that? Listen, and by the way, because I don't know what a catalytic converter is, I don't even know if my car has one. And if you paid me $1,000 and you open the hood, I couldn't find it. Okay, but my car works. And
I'm just saying, you just got a whole lot of I don't knows. You know what I'm saying?
But you're asking nuanced questions.
Right.
That's not a nuanced question. That's a typical question. If you're telling me that the Earth is not a spinning ball, right? If you tell me the Earth is not a spinning ball, okay. Then what am I supposed to replace that knowledge of it being a spinning ball with? If it's not a spinning ball, what is the Earth attached to?
You don't need necessarily something to replace it with to know that something is false.
I do.
No. Why do you need something to replace it with?
I need something to replace it with because this is what I've been taught. And since you guys are telling me,
let me represent itself, though.
Since you're telling me that this is not the science, that the Earth is not a globe, then okay, then let's go over here where y'all at. Y'all saying that the Earth is not a globe. Okay, well, what is attached to? We don't know.
Well, that's the whole point, though.
Well, you were okay with the globe just dangling in space and like the vacuum of space hanging on nothing, right? So why does it have to Earth have to be sitting on something?
I'm gonna give him some.
Okay with.
Okay,
how does it make sense
what
that the
Earth
is just floating in a vacuum of space? How does it make sense that a gas giant planet can congeal in a vacuum when here the known laws of physics show that gases expand in a vacuum? I mean, nothing about the heliocentric model really makes sense if you think about it. Do you walk on a ball or do you walk on a flat surface?
Okay, well, where is the Earth attached to?
All right, hold on. Let AD. What you had to say?
That's a great question, but we don't know because what you know it was if it wasn't a curve. Now you know it's not a curve, and so you replace.
I still don't know that.
You replace curve with not curve.
I don't know
that's the end of the thing. And here's the thing: for us, for the flat earthers, like we basically need to just stay on our thesis. Our thesis is there is no curvature.
That's all y'all got?
That's all we need because every other nuanced questions. What about the eclipses? What about that? It doesn't matter.
I need to know.
It doesn't matter
because the heliocentric joints they show who's that.
The thesis.
The way y'all talking about it, just I don't know. I can't go.
That's okay. And it's okay not to know.
Why don't y'all just call it a rock?
One at a time.
Because there's no curve.
Come on, hold on, though.
Go ahead.
Hey, hold on. Let's stop all this. Hold on and let everybody go. Like if you go, you go. Okay, you go. You go. All right, you go. But when you get your point, just get to your point and then let the next person get it. No,
let me finish what I'm saying.
Organize it.
All I'm saying is, in my opinion, I'm not gonna say anything after this. Yo, why can't you guys? I see where y'all going with the flat Earth, but why don't y'all just admit that it's a rock?
Because rocks have curves.
Oh man, come on, yo.
How is that a
He
come
gave
on?
you his answer.
I can admit that it's a
it
rock.
doesn't have curves.
He gave you his answer.
It's not a
Right.
curve. A curve.
A flat
is like,
rock. It's a flat rock.
I agree.
Come on,
Rocks
man.
You can
come
call it
in
a
all
flat
shapes
rock.
and
Y'all
sizes.
see
I'm
now
okay
y'all
with
beating
it
around the
being a
bush.
rock.
I'm sitting up here trying to reason with y'all.
Right.
I'm trying to reason with y'all.
You're
Well,
not
he gave you his answer.
Yeah,
All right,
that was it.
All right, but that's just a
So-
AD's kind of a weak answer though.
The conversation's basically over.
It's a weak answer, bro.
No, it's
I don't
it's
know,
a
man.
solid,
All right, man.
strong
I'm kinda done with
answer. In fact, it's as strong as a
Can I give
rock
a real-
because
give an answer?
this rock has
Now,
no
when he asks
curves.
you a question,
Yeah.
wait, now wait. Sue asks you a question, you got to answer that question.
And
too.
the answer is there's rocks have curves. This
No, the rocks have
go ahead.
have grooves and
Yes.
and hard edges, and it's not totally.
Yes.
It's not. There's no real curve. It's
Like,
almost
look-
like it's not a rock doesn't
Yeah,
have a particular curve.
like a pizza will have little dividends and a pepperoni on the side and a cheese might
The
be
Earth
off.
is made,
Okay,
has
man.
rocks in it. Absolutely. It
I
has dirt,
actually
it has
think
water.
Earth is
Go ahead,
a crystal.
Karen.
Karen, go
I
ahead,
think
Karen.
it's a crystal. If you really want to get down
I
to
can-
it,
I
I
can
think
agree
that
with you on
it's a
that.
crystal.
Yeah.
I think a lot of what we're encased in is
see
a
that.
crystalline. It's a crystalline dome. Crystals have a lot of electromagnetic, piezoelectric properties. You know. So yeah, I totally agree with you.
It's a crystal
that
with
we
water
live on
on
a
it.
rock. It's a crystal rock. There's a
Well-
whole bunch of different kinds of crystal rocks that make up the big giant crystal rock that we live on.
Yeah, now I can reason with y'all with that. You know what I'm saying? And you know how
So-
scientists say, priest, a lot of different like elements came here from other asteroids and they crashed into the Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They say water
Well,
was brought
that's
here
the
from.
cool story.
They say water was brought here from asteroids. I'm not saying that I agree with that, but that's what they say. I mean, we could talk about these topics all.
We
all
talked
night long.
about it. I wanted to know if fire come from the planet Earth or water does.
That's an
water
element.
Oh,
Fire
you're
is
talking
an
about
element.
element, priest. But hey, I'm,
All right,
I'm
let
with,
me,
I'm
let me
with-
ask you a question.
I'm with Karen.
One of you was saying, one of you guys was saying, what the hell were you saying? I forgot my point. You were saying it's gone. It's gone. Let me.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll just continue.
Just
It'll
take
come
your
back to
time
me.
and just go in.
Yeah. So. Oh yeah, I remember. You said we don't. I don't need the Jesuits, or whatever. We've known the Earth is a globe long before that. When? What can you cite where you were told that the Earth is a globe, or who proved it?
Yeah.
And everyone.
Who
And here's the problem.
Who you asking?
We always
Me?
say.
The one for-
I'm asking any of you guys at that table there. If you one of you, I'm not sure who it was, said that we've
Man.
known for thousands of years before that. Who knew? Who knew? Like I used to say, oh, somebody proved it already. A guy in a lab coat. But I like, how did he prove it? I don't know. And that's how I became a flat earther when I realized that there is no proof of the globe. So if we've known the Earth was a globe, who proved it?
Let me ask you a question. Why do bubbles form in the shape of globes?
Here we go. Stop from the spheres. Karen's gonna freak out. It's not pretty. It's not pretty.
No, I mean
okay?
that's a scientific. That's a scientific
No,
question
it's not-
because
it-
no, let me
listen,
say
do you
something.
remember
A
our
bubble
last
could turn
show?
into
Do
a
you remember
square.
our
It could
last
turn to
show?
a whole
Dude,
different types of things. But it
I
always
actually
gotta
have an
be-
answer
gotta
for
be-
that.
Too, man,
All
Karen.
right.
Oh my God.
Look,
Can I give you
the
an
guy's got
answer?
a point there.
All right.
Yeah, it
well,
always
let,
turns
well,
into
let,
a
let him
globe.
answer the question.
Here we
go
go.
ahead,
with
go ahead,
the
go ahead.
spheres again.
They
Oh
want
my
to talk
God.
about bubbles and not the curvature that we can't find.
You know, AD gonna get
There
you.
you go. You
Karen.
jumping in there. AD jumping in there.
Karen,
just saying.
Well-
I'm just-
God, I love you. You know.
yeah, let's talk
We still
about
love you,
bubbles,
brother.
Why do
Okay.
bubbles form?
Why
in
do
water?
bubbles?
I asked you a question.
Because-
When,
Fall in love.
go ahead, Karen.
I mean,
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, this is just my
No,
opinion.
opinion.
Okay,
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know
opinion.
why.
Okay,
Okay, but
You gotta
I'll
let it
tell
go,
you
though. Let it go.
I'm
Go
just this is my just my disclosure in the
Go ahead,
beginning. I
Karen.
don't want to act like I'm talking facts here, you know. But what I think it is because we live in an electromagnetic universe, right? Everything is electromagnetic. What shape is an electromagnetic field? It's spherical. An electromagnetic
just
field
say,
naturally
David
is
West?
spherical. It's the
give her a
toroid,
bomb
which is
for
the
that. Give her a
donut
bomb
shape,
for
and
that,
then the
Bruce.
hyperboloid in the center, and a single point of energy forms in a sphere. So I
So
would
why
say
wouldn't the
that's
whole
probably
planet
why-
form in that shape?
Because we are.
Because there is no curvature. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. like if a pregnant, this is an example
There's
that my
no-
friend Austin
Because the
used.
whole
is
enclosure. What if we live
Yeah.
in a cosmic egg?
Yeah.
What if we live
Right.
in a cosmic
And we
egg,
live on a
and where we
dielectric
live is
plane in
is
the
the
middle.
plane in the middle, the dielectric plane of inertia in the middle, as above, so below. Okay, maybe that's why we live that way, right? That's why all energy perpetrates out, all radiates out and around. But that doesn't mean that nature. Everybody always says nature doesn't form straight lines, though. But you
Karen.
can go to any quarry,
Karen.
any crystal quarry,
Come back,
and you can
Karen.
pull a rock out of there that's got straight lines all
Karen,
over
come
it.
back. Come back over here, Karen. Karen.
What's your question, man?
Yes, sir.
You can
I'm
come
here.
back here, Karen. Karen,
I'm
you can
here.
come back.
This is how he flirts.
Yes.
You flirting with Karen, man.
All right.
No, she can come back. Don't let him fool you, Karen. Come back over here to the light. Come to the light, Karen. Come to the light.
Karen's died. Okay, let's go to the.
So, can I let me just answer the question that I was trying to get you guys to answer. So the official story is that Aristophanes 2,000 years ago in Greece figured it out with sticks and shadows. First, he assumed that sunlight came in parallel. I don't know why he would ever do that, because no one's ever seen parallel rays. And so the story is he had the sun on a certain day of the year was directly over his stick or well, whatever, and there was no shadow. But his buddy 500 miles or 5,000 miles away, 500 or 5,000? 500, I think. He had a shadow that he could measure the length, and he did some geometry and figured out the sphericity of the globe. Okay? But this is a flat plane with a small local sun. No shadow. That experiment, which never happened, but if it did happen, it doesn't prove either, because it works perfectly in both models. So it's not proof of the globe. And that's the number one globe proof that some guy 2,000 years ago figured it out with sticks and shadows when it works perfectly. Get a light, put two bottles on the table or two lighters, whatever, two posts, hold a light over one of them, no shadow, and over there, there'll be a shadow. Okay? That means that your desk is a sphere if you're a glober.
Right.
We got a super chat here. Melanie says, David and Karen B are legends. Thank you so much for imparting truth to so many people. King of the Sun says science.
AD sent that chat in.
I know, we heard you. King of the Sun says science means the study of life. Shane says Dave and KB doesn't get much better than that. S2K says, flat earth ain't real. Level says the sciences.
Sarcastic.
That's how it sounded like to me, because he used all caps.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm bringing out the all caps.
Man.
Levels for $20 says the sciences of the Bantu people from the Kingdom of Congo, founded 1390, predates the European science, and they also mention the Big Bang Theory. It's referred to as Luku Lualamba. Copernicus was born 1473. Okay.
Yeah, it's adding on to what I was.
Oh, it's adding on to the Big Bang Theory.
I was speaking about that.
Not
Go on.
that I want to get into this with you guys, but have you guys looked into Tataria and the mud floods and the lie of our history?
Say that again. The what?
Have you looked into Tataria, which is a worldwide civilization that was here less than 200 years ago?
Tataria.
Have you guys looked into that? Tataria.
You gotta show us a primary for that.
Yeah, well,
It's pretty interesting.
you know what? I will
Pretty
get
interesting.
you one of the top Tatarian presenters to come on your show. You'll have a great time. But once you see that, the reason I want to point that out is because anything over 100 years ago is a lie. It's a lie, and you don't have any proof otherwise. In the 1920s, everybody in the United States and worldwide knew the Earth was flat. They were teaching flat Earth here in schools in America and across the whole world. So it's all a lie, and they use wars to disassociate us, to not kill off people, and they just change the history. It's so easy to change history. I bet in another 10 or 20 years, Building 7 will never have existed. But one, go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question. You guys present a lot of your own theories and stuff. You guys, in my opinion, should be approving the flat Earth theory. Why you guys ain't going amongst to the scientific community to showing your thesis and your theories to prove them wrong?
They don't want to talk to us.
They don't want to talk to you guys.
The liberal.
They don't want to talk to us.
Out of all of the flat earthers, who is the most intelligent? Has all the facts?
David Weiss.
Well,
He's on the show right now.
No, I'm not the guy.
so
I'm
you're
not
the guy.
No, I'm just the guy with the biggest mouth. I'm the guy
Okay.
with the biggest mouth and who happens to, just
Out of
be
all you
getting
got,
on a
who
lot
has
of
the
shows.
credentials? Sorry.
You know,
Sorry,
we
hold
have
on.
Vinny right here has the credentials. Anybody that will listen and engage their brain can understand that we don't live on a spinning ball in an impossible space vacuum. It breaks every law of physics that
Where
there
do
is.
we live on there?
We live on a stationary plane.
Okay.
Period.
That's
Okay?
attached to.
And, well, it's attached to. I don't
Maybe
know.
this is the floor of the universe. Maybe this
Maybe.
is the floor.
Well, maybe
And,
you
and
know.
and how do you know
dragons
that,
and
that we
Nobody,
live on a
we've
spinning
never
ball?
dug down
you
deep
know.
enough.
Right. Nobody's dug deeper than 8 miles. Okay. No one has dug deeper 8 miles, round or flat. Nobody's dug deeper than 8 miles. And when they were digging, all of their ground penetrating radar couldn't tell them what they were going to hit next, but somehow they know what the next 4,000 miles are going to be. That's nonsense.
So where
And
does
they
the,
tried
where does
for
the
a long
volcanic
time.
lava
Cool
come
story.
from?
Where does lava come from?
Volcanic lava, yes.
Yeah. So here, I'll give you my theory, which is actually can be proven. So we live in this electrical system.
That's what Karen said. Yeah, I remember that.
So we live in this electrical system. The sun and the moon are the anode and the cathode. The ground has a negative charge to it, and the sky has a positive charge, right? And that's one thing that will explain why things go down. But the Earth is a giant capacitor. It's a big battery. The oceans, the salt water carries the currents. The land is the salt bridge, and we have this big battery current. But there's the electricity builds up in the land, and when you pass electricity through rocks, we're talking about the Earth is rock. The rocks will melt. This is passing electricity through this, and then the rocks actually melt. So lava comes through lava tubes, and you can go to Hawaii and other places, and you can go in these lava tubes of these past volcanoes, but it travels in tubes underneath the ground, and sometimes they break the surface. Sometimes they hit a water pocket and blow up half of a mountain, okay, because it's so hot and the water's compressed, and bam, you have this huge explosion. But volcanoes aren't exactly what we're told, and once you understand that, it makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. You have to believe that, that lava's coming out of the center of the Earth and oozing its way all the way up and popping out like a pimple. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Shout out to Lord Jamar in the building. He in the chat room right now.
That's ridiculous.
Karen, you have anything to add on
I was going to say you
volcanoes?
could kind of think about where we live almost like a thermogalvanic battery cell, right? So you have like the salty ocean, and you have the sun and the moon, the positive and the negative, and then you have the lava tubes, the salt tubes, and everything. If you look at it that way, you can kind of see how it kind of works. It's almost like a self-perpetuating system.
And
What happened?
I was saying something. There's also free energy. These world fairs that we had in early 1900s and the 1800s were powered. They were using the free electricity of this earth. But the controllers of this world after the reset, they wanted to control people. So how do you control people? Energy, food.
Excuse me.
You supply them with fake money. Excuse me. Fake money, and then you take it back. Hey, we'll let you make this money, and then we'll take a whole bunch back, and at the end of the year, we'll give you a little bit back so you're happy again. It's all about control. Imagine if you didn't have to pay for electricity. Imagine if you didn't have to pay for housing, and imagine if everybody grew their own food. You wouldn't need to work so hard. You wouldn't need to, struggle. But they
You wouldn't
want
have to
struggle.
slave away mining somebody else's gold.
Right.
All right, we got another super chat over
I agree
here.
with you on that.
Control.
We got another super chat from Melanie. Thank you for your patience and persistence, Karen B. and David Weiss. Reggie says, if someone asks a I don't know question, just ask them, how do you know question? All right. Jose Luna says, please get Roz and Mank off the pod when Weiss comes through.
You would read that, AD, wouldn't
I'm reading the super
Why would
chats.
you read that?
I mean, because it's in the super chat. They paid for that. It was $2.
All right.
you? Come on, AD.
E for $3 says flat power.
See, you got all the flat power. That's y'all new slogans. Flat power.
We got another one here. Ross says
not to cut you off, but the only thing that doesn't validate your theory as far as the plasma aspect of it is, if that was true, then the surface of the Earth would be tremendously hot.
Why so?
Because you're saying that the sun and the moon is creating an electromagnetic field that is heating up the core, heating up inside of the Earth and causing this lava to come out and use the plasma ray as a form of, an arc wave as a form of your demonstration. But
the electricity comes down to the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
The electricity comes down to the Earth. It's hotter down in Death Valley because the air is denser there. You go up on the top of Mount Everest, closer to the sun, it's cold. Right? I don't even think the sun is hot. I think the sun is sending electricity here. It makes things grow.
It's called radiation.
Beings. Solar panels. Solar panels collect electricity, not photons. Okay. The official story of a photon is it's born in the middle of the sun, takes 1 billion years to get to the end of the sun, and then it exits the sun. It takes 8.5 minutes to get to Earth, and then it crashes into a solar panel and knocks the boron molecule out of the silicon wafer. Okay? Or is it just sending electricity here and they're collecting the electricity in solar panels?
You have a mojito.
Solar power is also is just as bad as all of the other forms of power that they're talking about, because there's free energy here and you can prove it yourself. Just hang a wire high in the air from a tower and you'll see there's voltage in it.
Mm-hmm.
We got another one here from Rob Blackstorm for $10. He says the zodiac in the temple of Dendera in Egypt disproves flat Earth. It's a circle. Also, yes, bubbles are also shaped like atoms. How many square lenses are there? Those are spheres too. That's from Ra. Yeah, but there's still no curvature, so we still.
I don't know how a circle disproves flat Earth, because a plate is a circle, a coin is a circle, a pizza is a circle.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that disproves flat Earth.
I always say,
what is the plate? Is the plate in space? Where's the plate at? Is the plate attached to more rock? What is the plate at? If it's a plate.
That's a great.
I'm not saying Earth is a plate.
Right.
I'm saying it's a pizza.
You're saying it's a pizza.
Well, I'm not saying the Earth is floating anything. I
was.
think the Earth is the basement of the universe. That's how I describe it. When nobody knows what's below 7 or 8 miles, so stop asking us, because you can't answer that yourself.
All right, then. Next one we got is from Eccentricaste. Flat Earthers have friends around the globe. Seriously, stop making argument for ignorance. Debate an astronomer, quote unquote. Use your model to make prediction.
They won't.
Bring them on.
So that's a silly joke. Cats will push everything off the end of the Earth. We know people across the Earth.
Yeah.
Across the world.
Mm-hmm.
All right? You can go around the world. You can circle east and west. On a flat Earth, you can only go around the world east to west. Okay? Think about this. You can only go on a flat Earth around the world east to west, right? So at the center, you have your magnetic center. Here's my compass. And as I try to go west, I have to keep turning. So I have to circle to maintain my western trip, because my needle always has to point towards the center. So on a flat Earth, you can only circle east and west. You can circle east and west the same way on a globe. No problem. It doesn't prove either, right? If I want to go east, I have to keep turning. East is not a straight line. East is a circle around the magnetic center. All right, this isn't a question, this isn't a theory, and it's the same on a globe. You have to keep turning towards the north. But on a flat Earth, or a globe, if I continue straight in any direction, I end up going south. South is every direction away from the center. On a flat Earth, you cannot circumnavigate going south and end up back north. Like if I go off of Santiago here, I should end up in Australia on a globe. On a flat Earth, that doesn't work. But nobody's ever done it. Nobody has ever circumnavigated the world south to north. No one has ever done it. You can go, if you go south, you just go away on a flat Earth. No one's ever done that on our world. I wonder why. And if I go north, as soon as I pass the north, I'm heading south. The compass just did a 180, and now I'm heading south. You can do that on a globe also, but once you go around, what happened there? Once you go around, you can't come back on a flat Earth, and nobody's ever done it.
But your
Right?
flat sky theory doesn't explain the distance between the sun and the moon and why there's lunar eclipse.
Have you ever heard about the Venn diagram paradox?
Explain.
Circular polarization.
Explain, Karen.
Well, it's like when you take a polarized lens and you can see through it. I don't have a polarized lens in front of me, but if you take a polarized lens and you can see through it, and you take another polarized lens and you rotate that polarized lens 45 degrees, well, now you can't see light through it. And then you take another lens and you can rotate that lens another certain degree, and more light will come through, and it will even turn red like a blood moon.
Let me explain that. Let me explain it again. So you have your polarized film, and you can see through it. It's like sunglasses. Then you get another one, and you turn it like this, and it becomes opaque. Okay, everybody can understand that. You guys may have seen that, and I have videos where I can show you where you can see these videos. So now, let me ask you a question. You can see through this. You can't see through this because it's blocking. If we added another lens in front of it, well, you shouldn't be able to see through it, but you can. When we add a third lens, all of a sudden you can see through it again. And it changes things to, as Karen said, to red, which makes, that
it's just polarizing the light. Even though the light's still going through there, it's changing it. It's just changing the polarization of it.
And that makes a lot more sense on the eclipse. Finishing up on circumnavigation, one guy not too long ago was trying to prove southern circumnavigation, and we could track him. And he went from up north. He went over here to Alaska, California, Hawaii, these islands up here, Santiago. Then he went to the South Pole, and they said, "Oh, the weather's too bad. We're just going to turn around and go up through Brazil." And we're like, "Oh, he didn't do it." And he went all the way back, and Guinness Book gave him the record for southern circumnavigation. Okay, all he did was this. He just did this little trip here on the flat Earth, and they said, "Yep, you circumnavigated the globe, right?" Why are they lying? Why are they doing stuff like that when it's clear to any glober or flat earther or anybody with 2 brain cells that this is not circumnavigating a globe? Got the Guinness Book of World Records for that. Okay? Why are they lying about that?
Okay.
Hey, Killah, can I jump in for a second? I got to tell you something, Killah.
Go ahead.
I just seen in the chat. Shout out to Brother Sanchez TV.
Oh yeah, we got Bro Sanchez out there.
Hey.
He's a big name. I didn't want you guys to miss out on that, Brother Sanchez. If you hear me, I wrote you a while ago trying to get you on the Killah Priest show. So, hit me back, or I'll write you again. You should definitely come on.
Yeah,
we didn't need 10 hours for that show. You guys going at it, but Brother Sanchez, that's a 10-hour show.
Yeah. All right, Bro Sanchez, hit up Vinny. Hit up Vinny, Bro Sanchez. Hit him back.
Yeah. I'll watch that show.
Nice.
Oh man, that's an honor for the great Dave. And I'm just meeting Karen. Yeah, exactly. It's on.
Back over here.
We got a super chat right here from Austin. Austin. He says, surface of water lays level. Earth is covered in 70% level water. Add the sky clock to it. Tick-tock. We live in a clock.
That's right.
On the pop lock.
Hey, and the other day I heard you guys talking about star rotation. Yeah. And by the way, star rotation is a really good one. But and again, explaining star rotation is really difficult. You got to see. So in my app, which you guys should have had after the last time, if you hit the frequently asked questions, the question mark, and you click Southern Star Rotation, which is right here, click that. There's all of these videos that are amazing that will show you how in the South that when you're looking at from Santiago or Auckland, Australia, or South Africa, how you can see the same stars at midnight. Okay. And if you're in South America, Santiago, and in Johannesburg, South Africa, both places share the same nighttime at the same time. And when the Southern Cross is in between them, they can both see it due south from their position. It works perfectly in a flat Earth because the person you had on last time was saying, this makes flat Earth impossible. No, it makes their understanding of flat Earth. The last thing is the top video in this. If I click it, I just want to show you guys this. Let me just make it a little bigger.
And we got the guy too. He's
Yeah.
been shadow boxing.
So I just want to show you this guy in Australia. He did this model where he made this dome and he's showing from under a dome. And when he's got the northern stars rotating at the top of the dome, and then when you look in the south, you see them rotating. This is when you're looking towards Australia. And if I go a little farther, and when he moves over, it's hard to see right here. I highly recommend you guys watch that video, and then you'll be like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. And again, I always say this. Looking at the ceilings, at the lights in your ceiling are no way to describe the shape of your floor, right? But to say the southern star rotations make the flat earth impossible, it's not true. We can show you several different ways that you would see exactly what we see. We don't know what the absolute truth is, but we can see it. So there you go.
Nice. Looks good.
Right. And by the way, that's called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. If you really want to learn about Flat Earth, it is the best way to learn about it because it bypasses the algorithms. If you search for Flat Earth, you won't find crap. You will never find anything.
Right.
You won't find it. You won't find anything.
Because they block this knowledge. You're not supposed to know this stuff.
Now he brought him up. What you said, AD? Now he brought him up because Minister Freedom been shadow boxing. He's
And if you guys like cryptocurrency, I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for
Three
one
this
trip
time.
to the globe.
3
Bitcoins. But here's what you have to do. You get the app, you watch the daily video. Every day a new video shows up here. Just watch it every day for 2 weeks. And this is what happens. At the end of that 2 weeks, I say, if you still think the Earth is a globe, hit me up and with the proof. And if you have one, you win. But hit that question mark first because your question is probably answered in there. You're going to have to go back to the drawing board and start over again. But here's what happens. After like 1 or 2 days, the person's like, I don't want to wait. And they hit this button here, which is all of the videos that have been on the app in the last 2 years. And then 2 days later, I get a call or an email going, I haven't eaten. My wife wants to divorce me. I lost my job because I haven't been to work in 2 days. And I hate you because now everybody thinks I'm crazy because the Earth is flat. And I'm like, welcome to Flat Earth. Your life's only going to get better from here.
It's a paradigm shift. Because it'll shift your entire world, your entire reality. You have to be ready to look like a fool, look crazy, because it totally switches your entire world around. And the mind doesn't want to switch. It's almost like being on a hallucinogen.
I love when they say, you flat earthers will never change your mind. No, we were you.
Yeah.
We changed our mind, and we did it. Karen and I did it 6 years ago, 7 years. How long ago? It's been 2015.
At least 6 years now.
You were having
and that wasn't easy back then. At least like 20, we couldn't find anyone like you guys. Like, let's talk about Flat Earth. You mentioned Flat Earth. You're like, you're an idiot. You're a moron. I was one of those people because when somebody brought it to me, I banned them from our social media for being so stupid to even ask me to watch a 1 minute video.
I used to make fun of it. I used to make fun of Flat Earthers all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to troll them too. And then I said, I'm just going to prove them wrong. So they leave me alone. And then that's how you become a Flat Earther. Once you say, and by the way, Flat Earthers know that we don't know lots of things. Okay, we can prove some things that are impossible on a globe, but we know. Globers think they know everything. Like every calculation they have for the globe, for all of the planets, for all of our solar system relies on one thing: the radius of the Earth, from the center of the Earth to the surface. They say it's 3,958 miles. I hope I got that right. Is that right, Karen?
3959.
Okay, 3959. How did they get it? How did they get it? Well, we just proved Aristophanes couldn't do it. But how did they get it?
Well,
the only other way they got it was by measuring the Venus passing by the sun, assuming Venus is the same size as Earth. Well, how did you do that? What if Venus is the size of a basketball?
Oh, man.
Okay, bring in Minister Freedom. He's in there. We got somebody that was.
We got somebody in here who's going to ask questions here.
He's Minister Freedom. Are you there? He's still.
Hold on, he's still got to build up in here.
Aristophanes couldn't do it. But how did they get it?
Well, let's.
The only other way they got it. Got their show playing.
Yeah.
Venus passing.
Right.
Minister, you got to turn off the show. You know that.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Muted.
He's muted.
You're on. No, he's on now.
Maybe he's muted.
Oh, is he?
He has to unmute.
He's still got to build up.
Yeah, we hear you.
Do it. But how did they get it?
Well, let's
Right? The only other way they got
Somebody's
it.
got
their show playing.
Yeah.
Venus passing.
Yeah.
Minister, you got to
Hey,
turn
Minister
off
Fritter, you got to turn off the show. You got to turn it either down and then hit your mute button.
That's cool. I'm better now.
Yeah, definitely.
Word up. Man, good evening, man. Thank you for having me, man. Peace to the gods.
Peace,
God.
Peace.
Man, y'all having a great conversation cracking on, man. I just want to add on some few points, man.
Well, just jump right on in and bring it up because it's on.
Hey, what's today's mathematics, God? What's today's mathematics?
Today's mathematics is knowledge add a cipher, God. You know
Knowledge
what? I'm
what?
saying? Knowledge add a cipher. Yeah, and that's what I came to do, to come add my knowledge on to the cipher, God. That's all.
Okay.
Word is bond. So just real
Is a
quick,
cipher
man,
360 degrees, Lord?
not in mathematics.
It's not.
It is in the supreme alphabet.
Oh, okay.
That's a build, though. We could build on that.
Yeah, I'm about to get into it. It'd be so much stuff going on. Go ahead.
No, God, I just
wanted
wanted to add on real quick, man, to the point that I know y'all was talking about earlier, where Rasul kind of brought it up about the original man, and that people like to make this claim that the round Earth thing started with Copernicus.
Yeah, there you go, brother.
Weiss asked for somebody to bring the research and bring the data. So what I wanted to show was the Mesopotamians, 4,000 years ago, before Copernicus, they dealt with a flat Earth. The Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Sumerians, the people, they dealt with a round Earth. Pardon myself. The Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Mesopotamians, the Dogon, the people of the Dogon, way before Copernicus. So I just want to delve in this because what we had to realize, what nobody likes to talk about, the science of the flat Earth comes from the European Christians, and that's no diss to them. That's no diss to to anybody from that world or anybody from that background. However, just being clear, what we have to know is that there's something. Samuel Rosbottom, he came with this ideology. This was the foundation of the mindset. So,
that is not where flat Earth came from.
Okay, and we can go through that, but just, that's where we get the modern movement, if I'm not mistaken. He the one that kind of made it really
Also,
popular.
I happen to have a tattoo of the Babylonian universe.
Okay.
The Babylonian universe was this. It's like the cosmic egg with the flat surface in the center. That's what the Babylonians thought was the universe. They thought it was a flat Earth.
You mentioned all of these places that come from our fake history, and again, once you guys look in to see what happened in the 1800s, you'll realize that everything is a lie before that. But all of the information we have about all of them, everyone had a flat cosmology until the religion of NASA showed up.
Oh, wait a minute.
They're the only ones.
Wait a minute. So I have some
I'm sorry.
some evidence about the Sumerians, about the Mesopotamians, about the Dogon. So what you're telling me is that our original cultures that predate all of these people, that predate NASA by hundreds of thousands of years, all of them are liars. The Dogons were liars.
You haven't shown us anything, though. You're just saying stuff. Can you show us something? Because I've never heard anybody say any of this stuff before or claim any of this stuff before. So I'm very interested in seeing where you're getting this from.
Can I share my screen? Can I get screen sharing?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Wonderful. All right. So let's get into it. So this is from a very good book. Let's deal with it. So right here, I'm on page 198. In this book, can everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
This book is a really, really good reference for a whole lot of stuff. So where did I go? All right. So let's deal with, first up, we got the Babylonian, or was I at the, hold on, what page was I at? I'm gonna go back here. Yep, so this is from The 12th Planet by Zechariah Stitcher. Okay, so one thing he brought to us was he explained in this paragraph right here To measure and correlate the intricate movements of the sun, moon, earth, and planet, the Mesopotamian astronomer priests relied on a complex spherical astronomy. Okay, and they were able to derive calendars very, very early on, very, very early on. And this is where we get the earliest phenomenon of what we now call the zodiac. Okay, the zodiac was a system that was derived from the Mesopotamians. And I'm gonna go to this page right here to kind of go into that. And before I do, this picture right here was a picture that comes from the Babylonian civilization, and where they derived a calendar. This was published by the Royal Astronomical Society of the Planisphere that originated in Babylonia. Okay?
A planisphere, a plane sphere.
Yep.
Planisphere.
Planisphere.
Flat.
And
Plane. First word being
Not
plane.
globosphere. Not globosphere.
Y'all not cut me off.
Planisphere.
The
Go ahead.
Hold on. The reproduction of a spherical surface on a flat map. On a flat map. Now, what we know that they were dealing with a spherical surface, because when we go to the actual Babylonian language, okay, we have this is where the Babylonians get the zodiac from. They call it the animal cycle. Okay, and these are words in Mesopotamian like Gun Anan, which mean heavenly bull, and these are zodiacs that were derived using the understanding that the earth was spherical hundreds and thousands of years.
No, that's not at all how zodiacs were derived. Do you know that all you can do with the things in the sky is observe them? All anybody anywhere can do with any object in the sky, I don't care what it is, all anybody can do is look and observe. Nobody can go there. Nobody can
wrong.
touch it. No, it is absolutely true. It's from observations. No, you just sat there and talked. Can I finish? Can I
Hold on,
finish?
let her finish.
Let me
Let her
finish.
I
Okay.
didn't get a chance to finish.
Okay.
Right.
Well, what else?
So what we can do with these astronomical observations is then make predictions of when these.
No, you can't.
astronomical
Okay, well
bodies
then I'm going to interrupt you because you can't make you can't make predictions from a globe model. All of these predictions that you're talking about are people who were standing on the flat level earth looking up at the sky, and they watched and they wrote down everything that these objects did. And they did that for hundreds of years. And you know what they made from these observations that they did for hundreds of years? They made canons and ephemerises. And these canons and ephemerises are used today to predict eclipses. If you go to NASA's website, if you go to mysteryeclipse.com, they will tell you that all of these are made from charts. Every eclipse repeats itself on a cycle. Everything goes back to the place it was time and time again. Every eclipse rotates just off by a degree every time the cycle renews. And these are all just made from observations from people standing on the ground looking up. And the way that we see our vision, everything that we see is in a sphere because you are always the center. You can only see from your point of view out center in a ball, in a round shape all around you. Okay. So it doesn't even make any sense. So
what about the Dogon?
What about the Dogon? The Dogon fish god that the Pope wears his hat after?
Oh man, yo, wow. Go ahead.
Whoa, you see how that?
I'll tell you about the Dogon. Cool story, bro.
Talk about them.
Cool story.
Talk about them. The Dogon gave us the science of what's called the Amos egg. That's this image that I have. See, the Dogon were this same tribe who were able to predict and pinpoint Sirius B as well as other stars and other galaxies hundreds of years before the Europeans started messing around with astronomy.
It's all based on observations, though. They did it because of observations.
In this observation, they made the observation that the universe was round, and that we were rotating around it. And that's an assumption.
Nobody can prove whether the sun is moving or we're moving.
This is called the Pale Fox. It was research done by two scientists who spent half of their lives amongst the Dogon people learning their language. If you want to read this book, you can check it out. It's called The Pale Fox.
Hey, Minister, how big is the globe?
How big is the globe?
How many? What's the circumference of the globe?
24,896 miles approximately.
So does it have curvature if it's a sphere?
Yes.
Okay, show me the curvature because we can see too far. We can see things that should be miles below the curvature. We can see things with with infrared telescopes now that should be many, many miles below the curve, but we can see them. You know why we can see them? Because the Earth is a flat, level, stationary plane, and we can see too far.
To your point, we know that this Earth is round because of one example is what's called the Coriolis effect, where you have
Coriolis effect is not even real. That is
Are you going to cut me off?
Well, yeah, because the Coriolis effect isn't even real.
Y'all beat up on this. Y'all trying to jump this guy, man.
Let the man speak.
They won't even let me talk.
Just let him. Please.
When you're done, let us respond.
Please.
When you're done, let us
The
respond.
Coriolis effect is the way that storms in the southern hemisphere rotate in the opposite direction from storms in the northern hemisphere. And this is a very well observed effect that happens on an everyday basis, and meteorologists as well as pilots all use this. Another way about your horizon. Go ahead.
Pilots do not use the Coriolis effect, dude.
You got to let us jump in at some point, dude. Can we jump in and then you can finish? So first, pilots deal with wind currents, not Coriolis effect, right? Coriolis effect will affect a football going through a field goal, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, but won't affect these balloons. You know, a sniper, when he's shooting something far away, they account for drop, and they account, the drop of the bullet, not the curve of the Earth, and they account for winds, but they don't account for the spin of the Earth. And the idea that storms only spin in opposite directions in the south and the north is not true. They generally spin in the opposite direction, but depending on where the sun and the moon are, sometimes a counter-rotating storm will cross the ecliptic, will cross the equator, cross the tropical zone, spinning in the wrong direction, which completely negates the Coriolis effect.
Prove that.
But why does that happen? So the sun and the moon are circling around the Earth. Let me show you. The sun and the moon are circling around the Earth, and as they go around, they create a wake. So there's the sun and the moon. They create a wake. So now if you take your hand and push it through some water, you'll see counter-rotating vortices spinning off of your hand. And that's exactly what's causing these counter-rotating vortices. And it's not just the sun and the moon. It's the whole magnetic, electrical, toroidal system of our flat plane, which explain that. But on your Coriolis idea, that you couldn't have a counter-rotating storm in the north or the south, and we do all the time.
Okay, and can I also just add what I was trying to say before?
No sources. You just said it is that. But where's the source?
They don't never bring no sources. Y'all don't never bring no sources.
Hold on, one at a time.
Can you, since you brought up the Coriolis effect, can you actually go to Wikipedia and type in Coriolis force and see that in the very first line in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects that are in motion within a frame of reference.
Are we using Wikipedia as a verifiable resource now?
No.
Are you saying that there's no truth in Wikipedia? Like, I'm not saying everything is true in Wikipedia, but you can Google, okay, then go find another source of what the Coriolis effect is.
I have.
Okay, but it's a fictitious force based on an inertial frame of reference. And you can't prove the frame of reference when we're talking about space and the sun and the universe. So the Coriolis effect is fake.
We can prove the point of reference by recording what happens in the physical world.
No, you can't prove a point of reference.
Well, give me an example, Minister.
Within the Earth environment, but when you're talking about a frame of reference in space and the universe, no, you cannot.
According to who? According to whom?
According to everybody.
To who though? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Everybody like who? Because everybody don't agree with
anybody
flat
in science. Anybody anybody will admit that you can't prove the frame of reference.
Who?
Like
what scientist?
Anybody.
Like who?
All right.
What's a scientist?
Any scientist. Anybody. That's what I'm saying. Anybody in general. You can't prove the frame of reference. You can't prove whether the sun is moving or Earth is moving. That's the point. But the Earth presents itself as still in motion.
That the Earth is revolving around the sun. That's proven.
No, you can't.
No, it's not.
Yes, you
No, you
can.
can't.
It is
Because
not.
It's
That's
not
why we have
proven.
days.
No, it is not proven.
That's why we
No.
have days
One
in
at
the
a
sun.
time, one at a
No.
time.
No.
You-
The
No.
same
You
thing
think
works
that's
with
why
a
we have
small and
days.
local
One at a
sun
time.
moving over
All
a
right,
flat
man.
plane Earth.
Y'all crazy.
You have
Go
what's
ahead.
called
Y'all crazy, man.
If you want to learn
Go
about
ahead,
the
Minister, man.
Coriolis, here's
I'm
the
out
thing.
of it. I
You're
don't
not
want-
going to learn about Coriolis here just arguing about it. If you hit the question mark, you hit the Coriolis button, up comes a whole bunch of hand-selected videos that will teach you about the Coriolis. Don't just believe them.
Great.
It'll point it out. It'll show you
Absolutely.
experiments you can do yourself. Check it out. There's
Yeah,
great
that's coming
stuff
from
there.
your
You gotta let the
narrative,
brother
though.
speak, man.
No,
Let
no,
Minister
it-
speak. Can he speak for a
One
second?
at a time, yo. One at a time. Let's just do it with order.
Yeah, I'm just-
Now,
I'm
who's
just-
building, Minister?
Freedom. Yep. I just wanted to make this point, man. I know it was said earlier that nobody has ever circumnavigated the Antarctica. Here's a USA Today article about 55 scientists from 30 countries who did a 90-day trip around Antarctica in 2016. It's known as the Antarctic Circumnavigation Expedition, where researchers studied the impact of climate change and pollution around the Southern Ocean and Antarctica. So, I mean, here's an example of someone who actually circumnavigated the Antarctica. So are these 30 countries and 50 scientists lying as well, Dave?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay,
And have
nice.
you heard of the Antarctic? Have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yes, man, we have.
Okay. Yeah.
And
So
it provides for countries to work together and explore and do research on Antarctica, like the many, many, many Antarctic bases that are over 5 of them, some that are even manned by the private sector, all who have interest in Antarctica. So here we have it. Like normally with the flat earthers, everybody's lying. And that's the point that I want to make. So we're going to say, you're going to tell me that the ancient original people who predate all of the scholars and people that you're talking about, the Jesuits, the Dogon, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, everybody has to be lying for the flat earth to work.
No.
I don't know. Why do you say that? There's a lot of ancient cultures that talk about flat earths,
Which one?
geocentric universes.
Can you show
Tons
us
of them.
Like
David
what?
had a video. David, bring up
David,
your
pull it
picture
up.
again where you just
Name
showed
one.
like the ink, all of
Yeah,
them.
yeah, let's just
all
pull
of
it up.
them. Oh my gosh.
Y'all gotta
Yes.
show something, man.
David just had
Y'all
that
gotta show
picture up.
something, man.
The
I've been
Incans, the
showing
Mayans, the
tablets.
Babylonians,
Where
the
the research?
the Norse
pull it up.
astrology, astrolabe, that's
tablets.
Arabic. Look
Oh.
at right there, Aztec, Arabic, Hindu,
That's a meme. I need
Celtic.
a bill.
That's
It's
these
not
are
a
all.
meme.
That's a meme.
made a
That's a
meme.
compilation of
It's an
pictures of
infographic.
those different cultures,
That's a meme.
ancient pictures of the universe.
But here, I'll give
A
you
lot
that.
of all of them are
Anything
geocentric.
that we don't have. Listen,
Okay.
they could be lies also, and
Okay,
so could yours.
let's go-
If you
let's
don't
go to
know,
another. Let's
listen,
go
we
to
don't
another.
know what our history is.
said-
Once you understand,
You brought
once
up
you
the
understand,
astrolab. You brought up the astrolab. Brother Rasul, you're a Muslim. Are you familiar with the science of the kibbe?
Yep.
You know what the kibbe does?
Well,
Okay.
You
If it's cool-
go ahead
it's
and
cool.
elaborate, brother.
I could build on
I
it.
want you to build. Go ahead.
In the older Islamic cultures, because he brought up the astrolab.
Uh-huh.
Okay, the Islamic people, and this is a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you study the Ottoman Empire, they developed a technique, most notably known as the kibbe, as well as the astrolabe, to always orient themselves to Mecca, because the sun rises over the Kaaba, and it's directly over the sun, over the Kaaba, twice a year. So from that, the ancient Muslim cultures was able to derive then angles in an ancient form of spherical geometry to then understand and help a Muslim always be able to find
There you go.
and orient himself to the east. So in every masjid around the world, they have what's called a kibbe, which is in a sense, an astrolabe. Okay, you also have these, which are smaller ones, which is a handheld one that Muslims will walk around in to always orient themselves to the sun and understand the sun's difference.
it's pretty
around
flat
it.
to
Why
me.
isn't it shaped like a ball?
Well, here's
Well,
one.
show him. Go ahead. Go ahead and show it.
I'll you
Show
one
it
that
to
you
him.
see
I ain't
in a-
gonna.
This is one that you see in a masjid. Is usually shaped like an arch. Here's one. So this picture here, you'll see this archway, and in this archway there are angles as well as oh my goodness, there are angles and words written in Arabic to help a person then derive and understand how to find their way to be able to make prayer to the east based off of the orientation of the
that's basically what it was used for.
All that stuff can work on a flat Earth too.
What the
all that stuff
Islamic
works the
cultures
same
knew
on a flat
was
Earth.
that in order for this to work, the Earth was round because they observed the sun being in the shadow of the sun, then being in different places, and they can always find east.
Didn't we just go over this with Eratosthenes?
Yeah, we just showed you that
like
it
I
works
said,
perfectly on a flat
all
Earth.
of this stuff works perfectly on a flat Earth. Okay, but how about this? How about take away all ancients, every ancient culture,
No, history
everything?
is our best teacher.
No,
it's not. History's written by the victors.
This is a thought experiment. Take away all ancient cultures, all space, all space agencies, everything. And you go out and you walk out with your own mind, not knowing any of that stuff. What does the Earth represent itself as?
Render him now.
A globe.
That's because listen to me.
Where?
Man.
How do you get a globe if you walk out and you see a flat
She asking him. She asking Freedom.
How do you get that?
To me, I will walk
it's
outside.
flat.
If I take away all ancient everything, I'm gonna deal with science. Because we teach to deal with science. We know that all hydrogen all bonds in nature, all molecular bonds always will take the form that has the least amount that uses the least amount of energy. This is why, and I showed this on the last one. You know, our brother Lord Jamar, we know I showed this on our last conversation, and that was the image of what water does in its natural state. When it
lays flat.
Yeah, it lays flat. It takes the form of a container.
Don't say a drop of water, a large body of water.
By the way,
flat.
if you talk about a perfectly round drop of water, that's not water in its natural state. That's water being suspended in space. Okay, water in its natural state.
That's water. So
water lays flat. So
what we have to realize:
anything bigger than a bucket of water lays flat. Hey, minister, listen. I know you got a lot to say, but you have to take a breath and let us interject on all of your nonsense.
Yeah, Freedom. Let them talk. Let them talk. Bill too. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
So, in the heliocentric model, everything's moving in all these different directions. But on November 11th at 11:11 a.m. every single year, the sun lines up with this monitor, with this monument, and lights up this emblem on the ground perfectly. In a heliocentric gravitational space vacuum, idiotic system where planetary alignments and gravity and all this crap is going on, that could never happen. This is a perfect ordered system over a flat stationary plane. The sky is a clock. It's a huge clock, and it has all different cycles in it. The eclipses, the cycles of the eclipses that we explained before, perfectly explain that it's not a random beehive, nonsensical system like you're saying. That makes no sense.
I'm not saying
yes, that is
saying,
what you're saying.
We got Lord Jamal in the building.
What I am saying is that the original man, and that for cultures that predate, you know, all of this Hellenistic stuff that you're talking about, have been teaching that the earth is round. What I was about to say is that what we have to realize, this whole flat earth thing, man, this is Christianity. Because what we have to know is in all of your models, what's above the dome is supposed to be heaven.
What does the Quran say about Earth? How does the Quran describe Earth?
It describes it as it's being round.
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
Read it to me.
It's a flat Earth
Read
book.
it to me.
It's a flat Earth book.
Read it to me.
You really want me to read this to you guys?
Yes. What does the Quran say about Earth? Because my best friend is
Love to
Muslim,
hear
and when I
themselves
talked to
talk,
her
huh?
about flat Earth, the first thing she did was go and read from the Quran, and it said that Earth is laid out like a carpet.
No, it doesn't.
Read it for
It doesn't say that, guys. Sorry. If we go, and I can name, and I hope you got some references. If we go to Surah number 31, Nasat, chapter number 79, verse 30, it says that Allah made the earth like an expanse, and he made it egg-shaped. And in Arabic, that egg shape is specifically translated to a
Yes, brother Sanchez in the house.
ostrich egg.
The brother Sanchez in the building.
Yes.
Woo! We about to get it on.
That's
You're gonna roast this pseudoscientist.
Did I answer your question? As well as I'm still waiting on y'all to show me the original culture and the ancient culture that taught that the earth was round. I need an ancient artifact. I need
They already showed you.
Nobody used to teach the Earth was round. They all said it was flat and motionless.
Show me the ancient culture that said the Earth was flat. Show me.
Sanchez.
We did.
Sanchez,
All of them.
Sanchez speak.
Y'all show me
Sanchez
the
speak
meme.
on this.
Y'all show me a
Sanchez
meme.
speak.
Come on with it.
Yeah, come on,
before I
brother
say-
Sanchez. Peace. I want to say peace to you first.
But it doesn't even matter because you never even
It
finished my
does
thought
matter.
process
It
to take
does
all that
matter.
stuff away.
It does
We can
matter.
measure a flat Earth. Okay,
It
we
does
can
matter.
use modern tools and technology to measure that there
Just
is no
like we can
curvature.
with the
So
round
how
Earth.
do you explain that we go and where we see where we should measure curvature and we don't with modern technology?
I'm just making a point that this whole mindset comes from Christianity. And
No,
that's
it
what I
doesn't.
said.
doesn't.
I'm not
I
a
don't come from
Christian.
Christianity.
Sounds
No,
stupid.
I'm not a
no.
Christian.
Hey,
Where it comes
first
from.
let me say, yo, brother Sanchez.
Shut up.
Man,
What's
who
going
you
on, brother?
talking to, man?
Talking
You
to
ain't
you,
no God,
punk.
my
I've heard
man.
Sanchez.
What's good,
Man.
man? Yo,
Get
calm
your ass
down,
out of
man.
here.
Come on, why don't you go sit
Smart
down?
ass nigga.
Go to a cipher, Lord Jamar.
Smart
Nobody
motherfucker.
seen you in
Shut
a
up.
cipher
Sit
in
down.
50 years, my
Hey,
man.
David Weiss, peace. How are you, David? Peace,
What's
Adam.
up?
Peace,
For Lord
Vinny.
Jamar.
Peace,
You
brother
got 10,000
Sanchez.
Wait, don't know 120. You ain't
Peace.
one of us.
Shut
You
the
ain't
fuck up.
Yo, see?
Fuck up.
Yo,
Peace.
man, calm
120
down,
Oh
yo.
my
fist in
Calm
your
down.
face.
All right,
Here
let's
we
go.
go.
All right,
Lame
what
calm
ass,
down, man.
job, pretender
I
ass
thought
bird.
my name was
Yeah,
Karen.
you a dick, nigga.
Oh, man, you crazy. You bugging out right there, man.
Facts.
I'll add on to it because it's going to be a gibberish.
The only way
right.
heliocentric
How about
can win
that?
an argument is
Calling
that
him
they
out his
don't
name, though.
stop talking.
Okay.
Love the 5% album. Eat
Yeah,
it.
man.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
And you was
bugging
lying,
out.
perpetrating the whole
Shut the fuck
time.
up.
Keep
Perping
happening.
ass
Nah, ain't
boy.
nobody lying. You just
was
a
lying,
fake
saying
smart.
you was
Stop
You
God.
just a
happening.
dumb
You a
motherfucker
Christian.
pretending to be smart. That's all you are.
You
But
a
listen, we about to
Christian.
talk to
Holy.
brother Sanchez right now. He about to speak to what you said. He
Peace
about
to
to
brother.
drop the science. Shut your dumb ass up for a
Your
minute
clown
and
ass
get
up,
some
Mr.
knowledge here. You
Ass boy,
stupid
come
All right,
see us
y'all.
at Parliament, my man.
All
Boy,
right.
yeah, I will see you at the Parliament. I'll beat your ass,
We ain't
bitch.
seen you since
right.
you snuck out the back door at the show and proves.
Ain't nobody
All right.
never snuck out no back door, nigga. I'll beat
Out the
the
back
shit out
door.
of
All
you.
right,
Yeah.
brother Sanchez.
Yo,
All right,
fuck it
listen.
out,
go.
man.
Brother Sanchez. Okay. What's up? Peace to brother
Yeah.
Sanchez. Peace to Lord Jamal in the building. All right,
Peace.
brother Sanchez, do you
Peace.
okay, brother Sanchez, let's hear from you, brother. I want to say peace to you right now and come on in and add on to the cipher.
Please.
Most definitely, I want to start off by saying the questions we asking, if we try to answer them fast and all that stuff, I don't have a lot of time because I know y'all been streaming a while. It's David's show. Salutes to him and Karen. Big salutes to Lord Jamar. They had a good show. Want to definitely salute Vinny B for acknowledging me in the chat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Vinny.
I would like to say before I get in anything, Killer Priest, I'm available anytime you ready,
Hey.
my brother, to do my own show.
Okay.
Nobody, no debating first. I want to lay down what I think need to happen. I need to lay down flat earth from my perspective. It's okay for people to ridicule it, but see, I represent the other half of flat earth. Salutes to David West and my Christian brothers and sisters out there in the faith. They have a different sort of biblical way of explaining it, which is I agree with, but it's not necessarily my way. And I think they both need to be shown. With that being said, to do that, I would need my own little stream with KP.
Definitely.
And I'll be willing to take any questions and smoke at the end. If it is going to take me a while, like David Weiss said, not 10 hours though, David Weiss. Now, come on.
I'm going to take you over on that, by the way.
Okay.
Bro, we all know that you stream for long periods of time.
That's right, but that's because
Hey.
I have, if you think about it, like we got 7 people on here. I have like 20 people on mine, and everybody want to talk, and they long-winded. So that's how that kind of go. But yeah, let's get into it. I didn't want to change the subject.
All right.
Do your thing, Sanchez. Let them know to the ancients that knew that we wasn't on no goddamn spinning ball. Let them know.
Yeah, to minister freedom, Allah, may I like your passion. I had it too. I said our ancestors ain't believing no doggone flat earth till I found out that it was actually their first teaching before we went into the globe. Even in school, they'll teach you that. If all of us went to school, they said that the ancestors was dummies, right? They thought the earth was flat, but lucky we know better today, right? So we know that the ancestors weren't globe earthers. We can just stop right there. Now, when you ask for proof that they were flat earthers, I'm willing to screen share right now.
All right.
So if we can see my screen shared, let me know when we get that.
Yes,
Y'all
sir.
see that? All right. So what we're looking at here is something that the ancient Hebrew called the seven heavens. And actually the seven heavens ain't nothing but flat earth today. The brother want to know about ancient people. I'm going to the Hebrew because we know these are ancient people. We
When is
respect the
Hebrew
Hebrew.
real culture? Hebrew ain't an ancient civilization.
Wait a minute. I don't want to have an argument about who's a culture or not. I just want to show.
So
Hold
we
up.
talking
Wait a
about
minute.
the Europeans, though, right? I'm just making it
They
clear.
got me on now. You're gonna let me talk, or it's
Let
gonna
him build.
turn
Let him
into-
finish building. Free.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to do one thing at a time.
Go ahead, bro.
If you want to see ancient people who subscribe to a flat earth, I can show you that. Any other dancing you doing is irrelevant. I just want to show you ancient people who subscribe to it.
Absolutely, bro. Because I know if I can get a chance to respond or say, build on it or whatever, however it go. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Sanchez.
For sure, man. For sure, you talk, and it's gonna take like I got to do this slow. So here's one group called the Hebrews. They subscribe to the seven heavens. On the flat Earth conception that I teach, it's based on the ancient Polynesians and Dogon, and it's actually the seven heavens that you see here, right? And it's spanning all around, just like we see here. A ripple effect is what we call it. They said life is a ripple effect. I want to show you Dogon cosmology. It was plagiarized by Plato. If you can see my screen here, on the top left corner, you have this Dogon altar. The Dogon altar is based on the seven heavens. It's 7 steps to this altar, 7 cities around Plato's Atlantis, 7 heavens in the Hebrew cosmos, 7 layers of the atmosphere science teaches about. I'm dealing with the atmosphere now. We got 7 candlesticks in the Jewish menorah relating to 7 chakras that we have, each chakra calibrated to the color of the heaven that it corresponds to. It's color coded. The 7 heavens here on the left is represented by the Jewish menorah and Kemetic Hathor right there on the right. If you want to deal with ancestors who knew about flat earth, he brought up the Dogon. The Dogon has something called a Kanunga, which is based upon their goddess called Amma, and it has nothing to do with no Nomo and nothing to do with no Sirius star system. The Dogon goddess Amma is personifying something called a hyperboloid, which is the center of magnetism. And it's not just the Dogon who had this goddess. I can show you a collage here of the Dogon, Kanunga, and goddess all over the world. And you can see the 2 balls around her. It's the sun and moon. And that represents the fact that the sun and moon are revolving around the North Pole, which is what the Dogon called Amma, the great mother. And the hyperboloid is basically an hourglass shape in science. Now, let me move deeper with this real quick. Hold on, I done lost my screen. There we go. Let me shut this down. I got a bunch of stuff open. So here we got the Dogon Kanunga. What happens is during the Dakar Djibouti missions, Western anthropologists went to interview the Dogon tribe to tell us what the Dogon teach, but we didn't get the teachings directly from the Dogon. So the teachings became corrupted, and that's what I'm about to show you now. Like I said, the stuff that I'm teaching, it is very lengthy, which is why I won't kill a priest to just, let me come back as soon as possible. The brother brought up, most definitely. So here's something else I want to add to the bill about.
You got any sources for what you're saying about the Dogon?
Let me finish first, brother. Hold on, let me finish, man. I just because I'm mid lecture. The sources, like I said, Dakar Djibouti missions. If you never heard of the Dakar Djibouti missions, start there. That's gonna take you about a week.
What it is, I actually pulled up a book.
I would just want to answer your question. I'm still answering you real quick.
Yeah,
patience is a virtue, man.
Yeah, bro, absolutely.
Yeah, there are 7 steps to the 7 pyramids that we see around the world, guys. To the step pyramids. All of the step pyramids that we see around the world are basically subtle energy devices designed off of the flat earth. Let me show you a picture of what I mean. Here you go right here. all over the world. If you look at any step pyramid, it's 7 steps, and it's dealing with the 7 heavens, guys. This whole, everything I'm telling you right now about the nature of our universe and stuff, it's how energy is harnessed. Earth is an energy machine. It's a perpetual energy device. But that's another conversation I want to crawl with y'all before we walk. Basically, I'm showing him different interpretations of flat Earth all around the world, all the way down to the ancient Polynesian universe on the left. On the left, you got the Polynesian cosmos. And this is, and look, he brought up the Bantu people. They subscribe to flat Earth. I can show you their cosmology. The Babylons, everybody had the 7 heavens that the Hebrew had. And I'm showing you right here in the Polynesian cosmos, the exact same thing. If you look in the middle of this thing, this is actually where you get a tool that we use in math called a protractor from. Nut and Geb is not a solar system, by the way. I take it that the people on this call got respect for Egypt. We know that Geb ain't a balled up earth. So when you look at Nut arching over Geb being the earth god, if you look at the Ptolemaic plagiarized model, look at the earth right here at the bottom. And you see the sky is arched over it. The 5 stars is the outer layer right here. This is the old Ptolemaic universe. So check it out. This is when the earth was a ball, but they still wouldn't quite yet had the earth. The earth was still at the center of the universe, even though they balled it up. So this is still geocentric. Before this, the North Pole was at the center and the sun and moon ran around it. Now, I know I'm being long-winded, but I've been listening a lot and I got a lot to unpack, but I ain't got to unpack it all now, my brother, because guess what? If Killah Priest gonna let me come up with my own show, I can relax and let you go. I ain't got to unload it all now. Well, so yeah,
you definitely gonna get that. You're gonna get that.
Can I get the source? Did you drop the sources already?
The sources from here's how it works. Sources. You want me to hope I'm trying to give you the sources right now. Now I could say a bunch of reputable authors for my sources, but everything I just gave you, I'm the author of my own research, meaning that sources are for people who don't do their own research. You have to use the research of someone else. You have to reuse their work as a source. If I'm in the field, you can use my field research as a source. If you Google Kemetic cosmology, I'll pop up because I'm a source of my own information. In this life, there are sources and there's the opposite. There's people who need the source. Why would you ask an author of the book to give you the source? He's like, then you get my book. People source my book. Hold up. The people source my book for my information. It's blasphemous to tell me the source. How do you get the information directly with scientific methodology? Well, I can read the scientific method for you.
Well, God, and if can be, can I just respond in general, please?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm asking for sources, man, because I thought this was a scholarly occasion. Scholars, when you say something, you source where that material came from. You showed a lot of pictures. You showed a lot of infographics, a lot of memes that you've made. However, we haven't seen one reference to.
I can give you the sources,
bro. I just let you talk, ma'am. I just let you talk, bro.
Gotcha.
Let me talk. I ain't cut you off. I was trying to do the same thing, and y'all made me stop, and I did the knowledge. So just let me speak, fam. So I'm asking for sources because just like how I did when I quoted when the sister asked me where is they say that in the Quran, I provided the surah, the verse, and the chapter. When I was talking about the Dogon, because you spoke a lot about the Dogon earlier, in the book The Pale Fox, which was written by one black archaeologist and one white archaeologist, they spent 15 years amongst the Dogon people interpreting their language and interpreting their science. So you showed pictures, but even like when I pulled up the image of Amma's egg and the description in the Pale Fox, the Dogons, they don't say that. They talk about something. When they talk about Amma's egg, and you can read this in the Pale Fox, and if y'all like, that's when I get to talk about sources. I'll give you the page number. So somebody else who's watching can go research for their own self and see if the information that you're talking is actually real, or is it just something that you made up? Because that's how a lot of this sounds. So like when we talk about, you spoke about the Babylonians and the Mesopotamians. if we go to the and let me pull this up really quick so I can have this up. When we talk about sources, hold on, where we at? Yeah. So when we go, this is a Sumerian tablet. The Sumerian out of the Enuma Elish 143. That's in the British Museum, where they describe the position of the planets around the sun in perfect unison to where we are, where we show them and where we see them today. You know, when we talk about, let me go over here to this screen. When we talk about the Babylonians, this is a reference from the understanding the Babylonian tablets and the language of the Babylonians. When this is actually I'm on this screen right here, from this Sumerian tablet and the Sumerian word syllables from their tablets, you know, where they talk about the circumference line, the horizon line, the descending line. They describe the meridians, the latitude, the longitude. If anybody who wants to know my source or my reference, this is the 12th letter by Zechariah. What's my man's name? I keep pronouncing
Zechariah Stitchin? That's who we're citing?
Yes.
Gotcha.
That motherfucker for real?
Yeah, right.
Come on. That's nobody's source right there.
Can anybody?
Thank you, Lord Jamar. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Zechariah Stitchin, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
We can arrange
I agree so much with you.
But I'm trying
100%, Lord
Y'all
Jamar.
don't have no sources. That's what that is.
No, we got plenty of sources. This has nothing to do with curvature or nothing. You see the trick knowledge this man is using? We wasted 20 minutes worrying about sources, and yet he can't show and prove that there's a fucking curve.
And if you believe that Shah means circumference, then you must believe that freaking zombie.
What we do know,
Stephen Hawking was actually saying something when it was more just a programmed robot.
Shout out to Stephen Hawking, man. His birthday was just, he just had a birthday.
Babylonians were very advanced. The Dogon, the Mesopotamians.
Let me say something about Alma's egg. I wanted to ask the brother something.
All life lives inside the egg, not outside the egg.
You quoted the Hebrews are white. You talking about white?
Hey, wait a minute.
You talking about the Jews, which goes back to my point that like brothers like Lord Jamar, them move back to the mystery God.
Y'all shut the fuck up, you pussy bitch.
You
believe in gravity. That's a mystery God, motherfucker. You believe in gravity, you little fucking
man, I gotta have a smoke for that.
You got minister in the front of your name. When the fuck are we talking about minister in the 5% minister? You ain't got fucking you ain't got Doc Kim here to save you now, bitch. Shut the fuck up. You little 34
The idea was that
fucking video that nobody's watching. That got 1,000 views.
Not to have it overtaken.
Now we'll make you famous again, bitch.
That the black man is God, and this is Christianity. It is.
Yeah, Dave.
I'm not a Christian for the record.
All right, so
you had this guy on for a 5-hour show the other day. I think
get him out of here, yo, priest.
Yeah,
priest. Just like last time.
Can we have a real conversation? Because Karen and I are just sitting here. We're getting this
bum out of here.
All right, Dave.
Time for you to go, Minister Freedom.
No, it's Dave.
You know why? Because you're not important.
Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about Lord Jamar? Because he was on for 5 hours.
I'm talking about you, Minister. You talked for 5 hours on this show the other day with the same old nonsense and bullshit, and I just don't want to hear it. I heard your show the other day, and I came here this time to have an adult conversation.
Let's keep this. All right, let's keep it moving. Freedom.
I can't, and we ain't got to wait till no show and prove.
All right, Dave. All right, yeah. All right, Freedom. We're gonna be with you another time. All right, it's Dave's show.
All right.
All right.
Hey, let me.
Yup. I handed you again. Get out of here.
I got you, Lord. It's my show. I mean, it's a show. You know what I mean?
I'm saying God.
You out of here. We want to hear from David. It's David's show, not the minister.
No. It's Dave. You get your own show.
Misinfo.
He had his own show
right
just
there,
the other
y'all.
day.
You get your own.
I clicked on your channel. I watched all of his nonsense.
Listen, it's no, it's all good.
Info.
Hey,
Also, can I-
Freedom. You'll get another. This is Dave's show, so it's Dave Weiss show.
It's
always trick knowledge.
Minister,
all right,
super
it's all
science
good.
ass out of here.
Lord Jamar, if you want to see
Dumb,
it,
you dumb, you fake smart motherfucker. Get up out of here. Bye. What'd you say? What'd you say?
Yeah, y'all, because I want to drop
Your ass on my worst day.
Minister Free, just hit me up.
Go read your Quran.
Killer Priest, this
Fix
how you
your
do
smile.
coming on the platform.
Hey, Priest, get him out of here.
Came on and you hijacked this show with your heliocentric nonsense. You hijacked it with nonsense.
Get him out of
Hit me
here.
up later. All right.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later. All right, I'm gonna see you later. Fuck out of here.
Minister Freedom.
Don't make a show about me or some shit like that.
Yo, I
That's
got
what you do
something.
best. That's what you do best. Don't talk shit about me.
It's too many. It's his show, and
Get him out of here, please, now.
Don't
And
forget to get my
This is the
ass.
longest goodbye ever.
get him out of here.
Only one brought sources.
Minister of misinformation.
all right, because we still got no, it's all
Oh
good.
my lord!
All right, Dave.
All right.
Yeah,
I feel
kinda
so
crazy
much
right
better.
That's all I needed.
So Jamar, don't go anywhere. I like you.
I'm not. I love you.
man.
Matter of fact, let me just
Like Lord Jamar too.
I didn't even
enjoyed
realize.
meeting you.
I didn't even realize that the Flat Earth app was your app. I have that app. App, and that is a
nice.
great fucking app.
Man.
But yeah, so now we got great Flat Earth heavy hitters. I want to just say, Brother Sanchez is somebody that I really was watching in the beginning of learning about all this. Like, he spoke my Flat Earth language. Like, he broke it down in a way that I could understand, to make understand understood. And trust me, just like anybody else, I got into this striving to disprove it. I thought it was ridiculous.
We all did. We
Thought
all
it
had
was
the same
some
story.
bullshit.
Same
And I'm
story.
like, just like the rest of these motherfuckers that think, oh, watch this. I'm just gonna disprove this in 5 minutes. And then guess what? When you really do the knowledge, because knowledge is to look, listen, observe, also to respect. Something that a lot of these motherfuckers that claim to be 5%ers are not doing. You know why? Because just like Mr. Laffy Rasul over there he goes laughing again.
Oh, man. Ain't nobody thinking about you, man.
I see
I'm
you,
laughing
mother-
at something else.
I
I'm laughing
see
at
you.
something
All
else.
right,
Come on,
ahead.
man.
You used to
Stop
doing-
calling me out my name, bro.
You used to
I
doing
ain't
dumb
anybody
shit
paying
like
anybody
that.
paying attention to you.
Anyway, sure you are.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, it's like you're supposed to do the knowledge to the information that's being presented. These people think they have the answer before the information is even presented, and that's what's disrespectful. Like, do the knowledge for real. Stop thinking that you got this shit all figured out. They taught you this shit in 3rd grade for a reason, so that you think it was a done deal. But then when I, just like anybody else, thought about, hang on, what do I really know about this globe shit? I didn't know as much as I thought I knew. And that's where the study has to come in. And just because we don't have answers to every little thing, oh, what's it anchored to, this and that. Listen, I'd rather have questions that I can't answer than answers that can't be questioned. Okay? And a lot of you motherfuckers don't want to question certain things, especially people in the 5% nation.
What kind of weed you smoking, Lord?
It's very this is called unicorn piss.
Unicorn piss, huh?
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah, some unicorn piss. Gas.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of people feel threatened by this because it has a lot of ramifications, a lot of symbolic ramifications to a lot of things. But we got to go where truth takes us, man, and stop. It's facts over feelings, man. Stop being emotional. And let me just also say, it is the burden of proof of people on the globe to prove what you're talking about. Stop acting like you don't have a burden of proof.
Y'all
You
ain't proved nothing, though.
absolutely have a burden of proof to show and prove that we are on a spinning ball. Don't act like it's a done deal, and that all the burden is on us.
We don't have to prove anything.
Yes, you do.
No,
as
because
Karen
you're the
was
one who's
pointing out
coming to
earlier-
challenge the knowledge, so
No,
you have to
no,
prove.
no, no.
Yeah, that's
you're
what
the
I'm talking
one.
about.
You
You're
challenging the
challenging
knowledge,
me.
so you have to show and prove.
Y'all haven't
That's how
shown
that
it.
goes,
Show
without a
it.
shadow of a doubt.
I've
Y'all
shown
haven't.
it.
Y'all haven't.
You-
been-
No,
no,
because the
no.
corrections ain't
It's
been
the
haven't
same
proved it.
thesis. I'm bringing it back to the thesis. Our main thesis is that there is no curvature. The proof of flat
That's a great
Earth.
talking point,
curvature, yo.
AD.
That's
We are
it.
not spinning.
Yes.
There is no
You're not on a
curvature.
spinning ball.
The proof.
There's no
It's
measurable
not 93.
curvature.
I don't know how far, but it's not 93 million miles away. I'll tell you that.
The proof of flat Earth is the lack of
But you
evidence
don't
to
know.
prove otherwise.
You
It
don't
ain't
know.
no third. You don't know.
I would love to
You
get
don't
on.
know. You don't know.
The burden of proof
so
is
hold
on
on,
you.
hold
Show
on,
it.
hold on.
I don't
Hold on.
have
Listen to y'all.
that
Let me,
calculation.
going
no,
back and
let me,
forth.
let me say a couple
Definitely
things.
not
Go ahead,
93
David.
million miles away.
Let me say a couple things.
Show and prove.
There's
I love to get into some flat Earth proof
there's
on
three
whenever y'all
baskets things fall into. There's three baskets. One works on a flat Earth. The other one works on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. And the third basket, which nothing ever falls into, is only works on a globe Earth. Okay? A globe Earth requires a physical curvature. As my friend Austin says, if a pregnant woman, draws her finger down her belly over her navel, as it goes below her navel, he can't see his finger anymore because it goes underneath the curvature. There's a physical curvature there. And if she zooms in with a camera, she still can't see below her belly because there's physical curvature. On a flat Earth, we're talking about perspective.
That's
You
if
zoom
she
in,
was in the same perspective size of
you-
her belly.
You could open,
That's the way
you-
that science works, bro. Come on now.
when you're looking over a ball, there has to be physical curvature. On a flat plane, it has to do with the angular resolution of your eyes. It has to do with the atmospheric conditions, the density of the air, a whole bunch of things. But it's a apparent horizon. Last thing I'll say: a 6 foot tall person standing on a 24,901 mile ball, standing at the edge of water, should see a physical horizon at 3 miles because there's a 6 foot drop at 3 miles. Okay. He should not be able to see the surface of the water beyond that, but we see water far beyond that. We can zoom in, see it for dozens of miles. With infrared, we can see it for hundreds of miles. So there is no curvature. So prove we live on a ball. I just proved that we live on something that's flat.
No, you didn't prove. You didn't prove anything, bro.
Yes, because there's no
Making
proof of
claims,
curvature.
making claims, yo.
There's no claim
Make
of
all
that.
these claims, yeah, but you
It's
didn't.
not a
You
claim.
showed
You
science
don't we can
proof.
see too far.
We showed
You make a
Yo,
claim
no,
that we
you
live on
did
a ball
not.
24,000
You showed your theories about it.
No, we
No,
don't.
no, no, no.
Prove nothing.
Radio
Your
wave
claim of a
connecting-
ball,
Don't say y'all,
I'm showing
'cause I
you that
wasn't
we
able
can
to
see
speak.
farther.
Don't say y'all.
Okay.
'Cause I ain't been able to speak.
Brother
I'm out of
Sanchez.
smoke,
Let-
man.
let Brother
All right,
Sanchez.
man. Let brother,
Yeah,
let,
yeah,
let the
Brother
brother
Sanchez.
Sanchez speak,
Come on.
man.
We've got a lot of new information that a lot of us
more-
haven't heard here yet. And
Okay.
just maybe, if you just open your mind, just maybe you can learn something today.
But see, the thing is, David, I don't want you to feel like I'm taking over your show, but I literally joined because you were making good arguments about the curvature. I just think that sometimes they probably need a different perspective. This is my favorite way of learning what's going on. If we're saying that the ship that's passing over this curve right here on my picture, I'm sure y'all can see my screen share. The ship is disappearing at that same line that the sun is. So let's examine them both, shall we? They say that you can see the ship vanishing from the bottom up. Yes, and we can see that a quarter on a table, and I'm gonna show you this real quick. If you take a quarter and put it on the table, let's zoom in, this is a simple, when you can reduplicate the shit is science, excuse my language. Science is about I can reduplicate something I see outside in my house. So I can put this quarter on the table and move it away from me and it'll vanish from the bottom up, just like the sun does from the bottom up. Now let's talk about the ship that's vanishing from the bottom up. If a car going over hill, you're right, it vanishes from the bottom up, just like it will go over the curb. I give you guys that. The problem is we don't see the butt of the ship lift up, because check it out. When the ship vanished from the bottom up, it vanished just like this quarter does, with the horizon gradually vanishing that thing from the bottom up. If you was to get in a boat and follow the sun, the bottom part of the sun that's been hidden by the horizon, will come back into view, which is why I pull up this quarter on the table thing, because check it out. If the sun, the ship, and the airplane were going over a curve, we'll see the belly of the plane. If you ever saw the plane vanish on the horizon when it takes off on the ocean line or wherever, like the ship, we never see the plane nosedive to go over the curve. It would be following the natural Earth atmosphere on the globe. As you can see, not only is the water balling up, but the sky is too. So the plane and the ship, when they both vanish on the horizon at the same time, just like that car, we should see the belly. We should see the butt stick up. If a ship fall over this waterfall, which is what we're talking about now, we're talking water falling in a 360 fall all around the globe, but it's not being able to fall out into space. We know the science to that. We know about gravity, which we'll talk about later. But what I'm pointing out here is that if a ship is literally going over curved water, which is what this is, right? We would see the butt of that. We will see the booty of that ship go up in the air, and we'll be able to tell you the words written on the bottom of that ship as the nose point down toward the curve is going down. We don't see ships vanish that way. They vanish just the way the quarter on the table do, just the way the sun do. We never see the bottom of the ship kick up in the sky and the nose tilt down. And the people on the ship would definitely feel that, I'm sure, if they sit down. So I mean, I can keep going with this, but the fact that I can zoom back in on a ship and pick it back up shows me it's not hidden by a ball of water, right? Showing me that I will be zooming in on a big ball of curved water blocking the sun or blocking the ship. I wouldn't be able to zoom in on something hidden by a physical barrier. The fact that we can zoom in on it, we're looking at something called vanishing point, also called convergence. In flat Earth, we don't talk curvature, we talk convergence. Things converge on a horizon at a point because you can't see forever. That's it. You can't see forever. We don't live on a ball. We see our reality through balls.
Oh my God.
Through eyeballs. So everything will converge at the point right where the pupil is in our reality. So it is just me rushing through this real quick in a nutshell. We don't see the ship tilting over. I think the quarter on the table is awesome explaining this phenomena. And I'll yield the flow from there.
Bro, let me just jump in here. Things disappear from the bottom up for several reasons. One, we had the waves, which I mentioned, but it's the angular size. Something down lower has a lower angular size than the top floor. Here's just a simple picture of some army guys where you can see their bases, but when you zoom out, half their legs disappear. And there's no atmospheric issues here. There's no waves in front of them. The example you were showing with the coin, same thing here. There's a matchbox on the table. Its angular size is too small. It's also miraging into the table a little bit. And when we zoom in and increase its angular size, there it is. Now, when I zoom out, it disappears. Now, if I raise my angle of attack on them, I'm increasing its angular size, and there it is. And now I can see the table that goes beyond it to the edge, right? And so here's an example of the waves. Imagine you weren't zoomed in on this boat and you're looking at it from far away. The whole back deck of this boat is underwater. It's missing, right? Now, a glober would say, oh, that's because it's behind the curve. But when you zoom in, not only can you see that this is just a wave, you can see water that goes for miles and miles and miles beyond it. When you zoom out, you can barely even see this boat. And then when you can see it, half of it's missing. This is just because the water is undulating, right? The small wave, as I showed you earlier, this blocks my whole face. But when it's closer to me, it's much smaller.
Wow.
There you go. I'll yield to Karen. You want to say something?
We got a super chat here from Elastic. He says there is no time lapse video of 24 hours of sun in Antarctica. There is no South Star. The internet is underwater and satellites are helium balloons. Wow. David Barnes says I'm not a flat earther, but I've seen a video of China launching an artificial sun and it looked like ours, and it wasn't.
Right.
It wasn't millions of miles away.
Did you see that artificial sun they launched? And what was that artificial sun that they launched made of?
It was a
Plasma.
Wow.
that turned out to
Trapped
be
plasma. Where do you think they got that idea from?
How about this? You know, we're told that all these satellites are falling around the Earth. Remember, the Earth is corkscrewing through infinite space, and these satellites somehow mirror all of those motions, which is absolutely ridiculous. But if you think about the size of a satellite, it's about the size of a jet engine. That's probably an average satellite, right? Here's a 747. Here's the engines. Here's a 747 at cruising altitude. Can you see the engines on that? No, you can barely see the airplane, and satellites are 100, 200 times farther, right? And people believe that that light that they're seeing in the sky is a satellite. When we look up in the sky and we see lights, the absolute only honest thing that we can say 100% sure is that they're lights. That's it. We don't know what they are. We don't know where they are. We can have all sorts of theories. We can maybe, come to a strong opinion, but they're lights. We don't know anything else. We see a plane, we can determine what that plane is because we've been able to see that plane. We know how big it is. We know all about it. We know where it is. We have information. But when we see Saturn, yeah, we know where Saturn is, but we don't know what it is. We don't know how big it is. We don't know how far it is. We don't know anything about it. They're all named after gods. I find that very interesting. All of the wandering stars, which they now call planets.
I want to say something real fast. I want to touch on this subject y'all was talking about as far as when I said earlier that, you know what I'm saying, about Beverly Hills and why you can't oversee the Sepulveda the past. Now I'm going to show you something else. Now, earlier you said that the ocean itself is what you guys, the flat earthers, use to determine whether, you know what I'm saying, the earth have a curvature or not. Yet you also said earlier, you also said earlier that water always what?
Finds its level.
It always finds
Large
its level.
bodies of water at rest find its level.
Find its level.
At rest.
At rest.
Remember the at rest part.
Okay. Now, what you're not taking in consideration is the surface of the ocean. You're looking at
That's
the wrong
all
thing.
we're
No,
taking-
listen.
no, that's all we're taking
Let me
into
finish
it.
what I'm saying. You're looking at something that's always going to level itself off, as opposed to looking at what's actually the surface of the earth itself, because that's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on whether the earth is this or that or whatever. We're speaking on the earth itself. So if you're trying to use these telescopes to determine certain things over a body of water and talking about, well, there's no curve in the water is going to always level itself out. But you don't know if the surface of the earth, that's where the water is actually on top of, is curved or not, do you?
See, first of all,
doesn't water take the shape of a container?
Exactly. And
Water
second of
doesn't
all,
take the shape of the bottom of a container. It
all
levels
water needs
itself
a
out.
container.
It levels itself out, but it fills up the container and then it finds level. So if the water's flat, the container must be flat.
You're mistaking. See, you guys mistake the fact of things being bumpy or like the container having like shape inside of it, and like and you're trying to call that curve. That's not curve. There's mountains on our what we're calling a flat Earth. Like it's cavernous, it goes up and down. But we're saying overall, it's level. Overall, it's level. Even if it is a ball, we're saying that we're on the inside of the ball, not on the outside. And that it would be impossible for the water to stick to the outside of the ball as it spins 1,000 miles an hour. And that's just the spin.
And
then it's
Neil,
rotating around the sun, and then it's chasing the sun. Like, come on.
Neil deGrasse says that bulges 14 miles high at the equator. That means if I'm flying from New York to South America, at some point my plane has to triple its height just to skim over that hump, because a plane flies at about 5 miles high, 14 miles high. I got to almost triple my height to skim over a ball. That never happens. Airplanes fly straight and level over the earth plane. Airplane, earth plane, period.
And I think a lot of times they look for features on the flat horizon line to say it ain't flat. Like I'm sitting in front of a flat desk. You can put mountains, you can put all kinds of stuff on top of it because it's flat. If I was sitting that on a ball, it'll roll off, which is the argument we got with the water that they don't want to talk about. That water would sit fine in the ball, and just like the Hebrew cosmos that I couldn't wait to pull up, is filled halfway with water and the other half with air.
But let me ask you a question. I'm just the reason why I say that, because I just wanted to say, if I put water right in the cup, right, which is one of the what I'm trying to scientifically say to y'all, if I put water in the cup, right, the cup water at the top is always going to even itself out. Now the actual bottom of the cup can be any shape or form. Am I correct?
But see,
hold on. Just let me ask you a question, girl. Hold on, Sanchez. Hold on, one second. Just answer my question. Am I correct?
I'm trying to.
Am I correct?
I'm saying
yes, the bottom of the cup can be. What is that? What is your point?
My point is that the bottom of the cup can be any shape or form. Am I correct?
But it's what the cup is resting on that's going to matter.
You're not getting what I'm saying, Lord.
But if the cup was the shape of a ball, would it hold water? If the cup was the shape of a ball, would it hold water, though?
So my thing is like, we're talking about
great
water.
question, Karen.
Hold on.
Y'all still ain't answering my question. I asked y'all a question. Nobody answered it.
The cup can be any shape but a ball to hold water, if you really want to know the answer to that question.
Yeah, it can have what's the point? It can have many different shapes, the bottom of the cup. What does that
that's
mean?
what I'm trying to deal with it. So this what it means. Let me give them the point. Well, I'm gonna answer you, my brother. I agree with you that the bottom of the cup will have whatever shape the cup have, but we're dealing with the surface level of the cup. When we go to the ocean, we're not looking at the bottom of the ocean. We're looking at the top level where it would be. So one more thing, and I'm gonna end with this. If you're a globalist, you shouldn't be talking about water in a cup. You should be talking about water on a cup. If you want to be more accurate with water on a globe and not in a globe, shouldn't be saying nothing about in nothing. If you're a globalist, by the way.
First of all, I can say anything that I want to say if it wants to make a particularly point about
That's true.
what
I was
I'm
just
trying to say. You know
That's
what I'm saying?
true.
I mean, using your analysis, because I give you an example. I got 160 acres of land, right? When I make a lake on there, right?
Congratulations, by the way.
When I make a lake on my land, right? It doesn't have to be in a cup-shaped form. All it has to do is have borders at the sides of it where the levels of ground are higher.
Exactly. Antarctica is the highest level continent, quote unquote, that they say. They say that the mountains are the highest, but the top mile of it is just ice. So they say that's why they say they don't count it as the highest peaks on Earth, but it is the highest level of land.
Like, give you an example. If we just taking the lake theory again, at the bottom of the lake, the lake can be any form. And in fact, you can have a whole hole at the bottom of a lake that goes down 50 feet, and still the surface of the water itself over the lake will still remain the same.
Exactly.
That's the point we make, and that's why we call it sea level.
Because even though the bottom of the lake might be different shapes, what it's resting on is level. That's why the water is going to appear level. If it was curved, see, you're not proving. I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't prove that we're on a curved surface. That just means.
Let me ask you a question. When you go into deeper depths of water, doesn't the water curve? Doesn't the earth curve?
No.
Hold on. When you go down into deeper levels of water, the earth is curving down. Am I correct?
No, that's not.
Are you talking about the slope from sea level to below sea level?
That's a slope, really, ain't it?
But that's not okay.
That's a curve, right?
Is that making the ball shape? I don't understand how that relates
over
to
thousands of miles. It would.
Well,
but that's the wrong way. That's the wrong direction.
Plane.
If you're going from sea level to down in the ocean, that's the wrong way.
This is
right. This
has become. Y'all talking about the surface of water and it's always level, but that's not the earth itself. We talking about the earth. We're not talking about the surface of water. Talking about the earth. The earth is curving.
The water would not be able to be level if it was on a curve. What do you not understand?
That's what he's
so
not
when you're looking across an extensive plane of water where there should be miles of curvature, and you can see the land at the other side of the other side of the ocean, which is at the same level that you're at. And there now we're talking expanse on the ball, you know, on the earth, on your ball. How come the land on the other side of the ocean is at the same level that we're at? It should be miles below me, but it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how people cannot see it, other than they've been programmed since they've been a child, and their inner child is like, don't take my ball away. Don't take my ball away, please. Okay?
Those balls.
It's hard to admit that you've been lied to your whole life, too.
Your entire life you've been lied to, and you are fighting.
I would like to see y'all go get in the ocean and just walk across the bottom floor of the ocean. You can't do it. You got to go get ships and submarines to go to the bottom curve of the ocean.
What the hell are you talking about?
Come on. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to some questions.
Let's have Bro Sanchez show us what he's going to show right here.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I got some for him. So when we say sea level, we say it based on the surface of the sea, not the bottom of it. That's just a fact. That the surface is dealing with the face. You see the word face in the surface, not sir bottom or sir, you know, it's dealing with
now you're just trying to use words and stuff.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm telling you that. Wait a minute. Listen, I just stuck this so disrespectful, man. I gotta use words to talk. Can I use the words?
Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Don't use words, Bro Sanchez.
Yeah, I gotta use words. I'm sorry, bro. Now check this out, man.
I'll allow it.
So check this out, bro. I'm showing you something. A compass on a globe is based on a flat face that we're walking on, and the compass is pointing toward the center where the North Pole is, like the hole in the middle of a CD disc. We know that, but the thing is, when a ship is sailing on top of the ocean, it needs to know that. So that's what the importance of the sea level, not going and arguing about the bottom part, because check this out, we traverse the surface of the earth. And that's the whole argument we having, basically the shape of the surface. That's why I mentioned if you put objects on a desk, it don't change the shape of the surface of the desk. It just introduce a new object on the skyline. That's all. But compasses couldn't work on a globe. If they did, they can only work at the top. Compasses are used in water the same way the sea is. The fact that the water will always find its level, we create something called a level based on this same thing we arguing, right? And guess what? A level, if you think about it, how would it act at the bottom of a globe, on the side of it? It would really only work at the top of the globe, which means it has to be upright. We living on a flat plane and everything is standing upright. People ain't under you pointing down and they sky, you know, sticking off the side. Is one up for everybody.
And which is why believes that there's no up and down on a globe, that we're looking at it wrong.
Yeah, I don't believe in. I believe in space. In space, there is no up and down.
That's retarded.
There shouldn't be, but they tell you that the solar system is flat when they show it to you. It's all orbiting in a flat disc shape.
That's hilarious.
I'm so glad.
Right?
How is that hilarious? And y'all say that the Earth is a flat disc shape?
No, because you're acting like it's so crazy for our planet to be that way. But then that's how they're showing you the solar system.
Watch this,
Lord, all I'm doing is this is what I'm doing. And let me speak on what you were saying, Sanchez.
Hold up, though.
Let me finish. Okay, you want to go ahead? Go continue, Bill. Go ahead.
Look, y'all, we talking about the Earth. I'm glad Karen brought up the fact that the Milky Way is flat. So if you can believe in the flat Milky Way, you definitely can believe in the flat Earth. In fact, the Milky Way is literally the flat Earth. They just flipping us inside out. Now, what I'm showing here, and I yield the floor, this is literally a map of the universe. They're saying that our universe is basically everything flat earthers been telling you it is. The cosmic egg right here. We live inside of it. This would be the horizon line in the middle, you know. So this is the whole flat. When you zoom out, if we wanted to debate what's the shape of space, they would come right back to the flat earth truth. And it'll be that we live inside of a terrarium, enclosed system, because people don't bring up the fact that if this is the map of space, why is everything inside of this living on the surface of its egg, like the brother said, but in totality, everything inside of the egg? When we be on the surface of this with a north and south pole,
that's not the whole map of the universe. That's just what they can see.
I got you. Check this out though. Here's what I'm saying. If you think they can see all this, we in trouble. That's the problem.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So what they do know is what the Hebrews knew. Because if I pull up the ancient cosmos right here, this is all they giving you. This is the real truth. They just giving it to us in another way. If you pull up a globe, I'm gonna show you something else to give them, y'all, for the arsenal on flat Earth. They said we got ley lines on the globe with lines of longitude, lines of latitude is what I call them. But they ain't really lines, they circles. You can only have magnetic ley lines on a flat Earth. Ley lines, not ley circles. Each of these are circles. And that's the problem with the word sea level. Everybody based the knowledge off of a flat Earth. The brother left earlier, but his last name, Allah or whatever, I was going to show him how the whole Mecca cube is basically the flat Earth. If you look at Mercator's map with the black stone in the middle, and then all
that, and the people revolve around it.
Right, like the flat Earth rings here in Mecca. There we go. So he had the Allah in his name. I wanted to go here with him, but yeah, I'm gonna fall back.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Mr. Sources.
No doubt, no doubt.
That map right there, the blue one you show, that's the craziest one, because the fact that those even exist as a theory is possible that it actually exists in real time, and we're talking other suns orbiting.
Hey, watch
you guys
this.
Gotta read the Iron Republic or listen to the video on YouTube about people that found lands out there in the 1800s. You gotta check it out. It's a great story. Whether it's true or not,
that's the land. That's the land over the ice wall.
Listen to the world.
The Iron
Extraterrestrial.
Check it out.
Extra land.
Okay.
Check it out,
all
right? I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna fall back. Here go. You said you like this map. I like this one too. You know what's gonna back this up? Because he wanted me to bring up the ancients. Here go the Mayan calendar, what I call the Mayan universe. This is based on the flat Earth, different worlds around us. They say that our Earth is surrounded in the solar system and it's different balls on their own elliptical orbit. Really, it's plane nets. They are netted planes. Each of these planes have their own net over them. And I want to thank y'all for allowing me to get this out. I'm actually going to.
Do you think one thing y'all can say, y'all have a vivid imagination.
I wonder
No,
if
listen.
Go ahead.
Let me finish, though. Let me finish.
No, you do. Because you plead
That's the Mayan calendar, brother. That's not the depiction of the universe, brother. That's the Mayan calendar.
Y'all, can I
with
please?
a depiction of the sun in the center, actually.
Finish. Out of respect.
Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
hate when, see,
Go ahead.
because what it is
you
if
gotta
I
let us
start
speak too, though, Lord.
But look, if
One at a
I
time.
start a screen share, you can't get ahead of me with what I'm sharing. I feel you. That's why you gotta let me go.
Finish,
You see what I'm
Go
saying?
ahead, just go on, Sanchez. We're listening.
Got you. You call this the Mayan calendar, but the Mayans didn't call this a calendar. This was a series of calendars within calendars, from the short count to the long count. The Mayan was said to be time travelers because of this image I'm showing, because they was keeping time on worlds beyond ours. Today, they said those are just mythological worlds and the Mayan were tripping. But when you look at maps like this, well, we're finding out today with the flat Earth research, if there are planes around us, like old map maker said, they said that these planes got their own sun and moon, and it take their sun and moon longer to make a year than if you see the smaller circles. This turns into the whole modern solar system of the gas giants on the outside taking so long to make them years, right? But it's all coming from here. According to the Mayan said you can travel to these lands. They claim to have done it, so much so that they made a mapping system to keep the time in other lands beyond. Each of these rings represent one of those other lands, and it's rotating in its own sort of speed, representing these
and
different
NASA says
suns
our
and
solar
moons.
system is flat. They say our solar system is flat because it's the only way they can make it work. It has to be flat because it's going over a flat plane. All of the largest telescopes in the world are in the outer southern lands, and they're looking out south.
Yes.
They're not looking up. They're looking
Yes.
out. Okay.
Hey, David Weiss, can I add to that, my good brother?
Actually,
we actually showing him. So when he said that about the sky, if you think about it, it's called a zodiac wheel, not the zodiac spear. It's called a natal chart. And if you look at the natal chart, it's a wheel above a flat earth, just like we see it on my screen. Listen, the brother who brought up this zodiac chart, zodiac wheel, you will need another one of these for the bottom part of the globe. And it will be a whole nother set of constellations for people down there, and their birthdays and constellations will be different set than ours. Just hear me out right here. If you were standing on the bottom of a globe, you will look down and see different constellations than the people at the top, which means we will have a zodiac globe around us. And the people at the bottom will have a different set of animals than the people at the top, but we all share one wheel above this flat earth.
The wheels in the sky keep on turning. The zodiac wheel is spinning slightly faster than the sun wheel, and that's going faster than the moon. The sun laps the moon every 28 days. The zodiac laps the sun once a year, and that's why the sun falls back into each zone, each zodiac sign for about a month. It makes perfect sense. All the stars, sun, moon, everything rises in the east, sets in the west, no matter where you are on this flat plane. But NASA tells you the moon goes one way, the stars rotate another way. All the stars rise in the east, set in the west. I don't care if you're in Africa, Santiago, the North Pole, doesn't matter. Rise in the east, set in the west.
Okay, going beyond knowing that it's flat, the next intermediate question would be like, if there's 7 heavens, there may be 7 planes, possibly.
Yes.
And
that's
what?
it.
I want to talk about that because what's possibly out there? Maybe that's where the extraterrestrials go. Maybe that's where the UFOs are coming from. Maybe those are interdimensional pathways to get to those 7 heavens. Maybe that's heaven itself when we hit the next layer. Maybe that's, I don't know, the multiverse, if you will. I don't know.
Y'all making up stuff now.
That's it. To my understanding, whoever that was speaking, that's exactly what the ancestors were. The Mayan were saying that. In each of these 7 realms, we're there. Let me show you something real quick before we go any further, because this is the part that actually gets deep. Am I still screen sharing?
Yeah. See, I'm learning something now here.
There's something called a human chakra layers. This is actually the secrets of Saturn. We're Saturn. We're the Lord surrounded with the rings around us, the chakra layers.
Yeah.
According to the Maya, each of these chakra layers is a whole nother you in a whole nother universe. And the color of the chakra layer is color coded with the color of that version of you in. So
that makes such perfect sense that our souls are in the heavens above. We're here in this meat suit having this physical experience down in this chakra layer, and then there's less dense layers above us and maybe more dense ones below us.
7 chakras, 7 ethers. It makes sense. ODD did a video on the 7 chakras, 7 ethers, just the 7 concept of what I'm going here to go deeper, man. Salutes to Karen and deep in the rabbit hole, and especially Lord Jamar, Reality, KP. I got to always thank you for having me.
That means Earth itself has its own chakra system.
There you go. And we're connected to it. Each of the Earth chakras is calibrated to one of your chakras, and that universe lives. In other words, when we dream, we don't have to be born into a dream. Your consciousness leave the body in the bed and go right into the dream body, and no one got to tell it who it is or nothing. They got a whole nother history in the dream separate from the guy in the bed. And if you asked about the history of the guy in the bed in the dream, they don't know it till they wake up in this reality. Then they remember their history here. But in a dream, you don't remember who you are here. You remember where you was born at in that reality. So the Mayans said we weren't just born into one universe. We were born into 7 of them. And we actually got to be born out of 7 of them. But I ain't finna go deep religious, spiritual with you too much. What I can prove is that we are multidimensional. And if you ask me how many dimensions make up the human, 7.
It all correlates with everything that we've learned.
Can anyone speak to the science of like air pressure and the fact that we couldn't even have a pressurized like atmosphere if there was no covering, like you know,
You can't have pressure next
being
to a vacuum.
exposed to an
And
endless
the pressure
vacuum of
without
state.
something to press against.
Exactly. Think of a pressure cooker. Like it has to have a top. Like it can't have no endless vacuum of space that it's just open to. Like we would not have an atmosphere if we did not have a covering. And these so-called Van Allen belts and all those are not the fucking covering. Like that's not the covering, even though they're almost trying to create a dome without saying there's a fucking dome.
They just put that as kind of like an invisible fence to hold us here.
That's the invisible dome.
They made it up. They made it up.
And you know what? Those Van Allen belts, in my opinion, it's going back to the question the brother asked earlier. Where's the ancient conceptions of our universe? Look at here, guys. Another Hebrew version that's lining up with all the ones we sent. These are the Van Allen belts to the ancients. Ancient.
Could you tell me where you got that picture from, sir?
Right. Here's the ancient Mesopotamia.
Tell me where you saw that picture
Jamar.
from.
There you go, Jamar. And that's what it is. That's what they're gonna say.
That's that trick knowledge right there. When niggas start doing shit like that. It's a fuck. I'm showing you the fucking the ancients. This is a lot of these are descriptions of what the ancients. It's just not always an actual artifact from the.
This what's gonna kill them, no, Jamar. When they scrutinize my pictures, then I just go to architecture. Here go to architecture, flat Earth architecture. Hey, here go to Jainism. Here go to Jain's people, cosmos. The ancient Jain people said we live in a ripple effect system like what you see here, guys. Look at that. And then look at the artwork we see there. So we could do more than just images. We could go with architecture too.
And where did you source that from? Where's that picture from?
Right. Just
wondering.
He want to know my sources. This right here is
I
from.
want to know.
That's the U.S. Capitol, Jamar, and the top of that is the seven heavens that they saying where my source is at. For the ancient Hebrews believing in this. Now, man, this is just I want to step.
You know that Capitol building was here before Christopher Columbus supposedly discovered America. Think about that.
One great thing is that all of
the buildings might have been here before.
all of this is great to learn, and I'm glad people are opening to this. But at the same time, I think the better message that we're all getting, no matter what model we're subscribing to, is that we need to explore frequencies within these 7 chakras. We need to find out how to increase our energy so that we are in tune with nature and the way. You know, whoever created this is intended to be. There's something. All this talk of 7 and the chakras and the energies. We need to explore what that energy is. How do we align with that? How do we get ourselves in the mindset to?
And that's part of why they don't want you to know about this, because it disconnects you from all of it.
Guys, that's exactly it. People that actually start exploring this, they're things just start working out for them. This world is a magical place. They don't want us to know that the universe, for lack of a better word, is conspiring to give you everything that you think about. So if you're thinking about negative things, you're going to get it. It's going to come to you. If you're thinking about positive things, it's going to come to you. The elite know this. They know how to work this. They know how the system works.
But if you know that, you're going to learn about free energy. And you're not going to rely on anyone else, and you're going to be self-sustained.
Right, and that's another thing they don't want to happen.
Whoever just said that, look at the screen share. You right where I'm at with it.
Oh, there
Here
it is.
Goes. This is like technology for some subtle energy device. And if you look at the step pyramids and stuff, like here's Mayan artwork that I just found that you can find Native American sites or whatever. I found this one and it didn't really make sense until I saw this image. And I was like, yo, this is technology our ancients were using. And this is another reason why flat earth is important, because if the earth is a huge energy generator, what the secrets of the man will only unlock the secrets of energy when he find out what the earth is. Because if the earth is an energy generator, man won't begin to generate energy till he reverse engineer the earth. And if that's what we finding out with flat earth, is that ultimately what we're looking at is a huge torus field, And that's the secrets of all energy generation.
And this is what we need to study. This is where our focus should be, regardless of our interpretation of the Earth. This frequency and all of this knowledge is powerful because it's our future and it's inevitable. So if we're not doing it now, someone's going to do it in the future.
What's also important is to understand why, that the extent that they'll go to lie.
Yeah.
Like the lies didn't just start in the history books. See, we as black people think, oh, they lied to us about certain things. Did you think that it just stopped in history? We in the 5% nation say, oh, they were hiding the fact that the black man is God. This is part of them hiding it. And we don't understand that. And we don't want to come to grips with it because we've been indoctrinated and we don't want to admit that we took a lot of this knowledge on face value. Actual facts and solar facts. When we learned that, how did we verify it? We went to a goddamn encyclopedia or some shit. And that, oh shit, it does 196,940,000 square miles. Oh wow, that is right. Nobody actually did any real calculations. You took it on face value. You didn't know about people like the Starkist and all of that came up with these calculations and shit like that. So knock it off. Let's keep it real. Now we fucking bringing you this knowledge, show and prove, or shit and get off the pot. But stop being so abstinent about it.
I just showed and proved though, Lord. I just showed and proved though.
Y'all didn't show and prove nothing.
I did show and prove.
Y'all didn't show and prove nothing either.
Can I say what I was saying? Hold on,
show and prove what?
Can I speak again and we'll just break it down real simple again. Earlier I said that when you look over the regular terrain, you can't tell it's a curve because there's too many mountains, hills, and valleys, correct? So you guys said yes. So we have to use. Let me finish. You said we have to use the ocean because the ocean itself will show and prove your theory that there is no curvature. Correct? Yeah. Okay. So then I said that I said.
On the land,
let me finish. Can I finish, Lord? I just sit here and listen to you for 20 minutes. Can I just give 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, God. So. When you guys were showing that you was using the ocean because the ocean was showing proof to you guys that the earth does not have no curvature on it because constantly, as far as you can see, you guys use what you call atmospheric density. So therefore, the image is always straight and you can always see forward because of the simple fact that the water is going to always level itself out. And that being that we both said that the water is going to always level itself out, no matter how far you look, there will never be no curvature because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the surface of the ocean as opposed to the bottom of the ocean. Let me finish. Okay, so the bottom of the ocean is where the actual curvature is because the bottom of the ocean is the actual land. You're looking at something that's going to always level itself out being water as opposed to what we're actually supposed to be looking at, which is the actual. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish? Thank you. Yeah. And this is how we know this to be true. If your theory that you say that we're using the surface of the water as a point to show that the earth isn't curved, well, how can you use the surface of the water if the surface of the water is going to always level itself out? You're looking at the wrong thing. What you're supposed to be looking at is the surface of the earth because the surface of the earth, which is the bottom of the ocean, is the actual thing that's curved.
You know what the bottom of the ocean looks like? Please, you show and prove, because all we can do is see with the level of the surface, like the God said, the surface.
Come on, man. Let me have this.
Let me finish. I've been out to sea before. I'm out here in California. I've been out to sea before.
You've been at the bottom of the ocean.
I've been out to sea before. And one thing, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me continue on your build. I've been out to sea before, and I know for a fact that if I jump out the ship, right, I'm going to drown. Why? Because the ocean is deep. And being that the ocean is deep and it holds all kinds of wildlife and animals and whales and sharks that I've seen before, I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean.
All right, are you done?
Wait, what?
Let me
Please,
everybody
you don't know
mute.
how
Everybody
nonsensical
mute.
you sound.
Everyone mute.
I'm sure.
I listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like,
that
seriously.
is so freaking dumb.
Wow.
They tell us that the 70%
Wow.
of the Earth's surface is water. So you believe that the water goes flat for 70%, and then all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath? We
Yeah, at
can
the
stay
bottom.
here.
There's no
and
such thing
I
as
could
all
look
of a
at-
sudden
I
the
could
Earth
look at
bends
land.
underneath. The Earth
I
don't all
could
of a
look
sudden
at
bend
land
nowhere.
100. I could look
You're
at
right.
land
It don't
100.
bend nowhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can dig a hole with all sorts of shapes on the bottom, fill it with water. It's flat because that's it. You can't have flat water, land, and then expect that land to finish the curve of the ball. That's ridiculous. The Earth has to curve. A round ball has to curve. The surface of the water has to curve at an even rate all the way around. Okay?
Surface of the
You
water
can't
would
have
never
flat
curve
water.
because the
And by
surface
way,
of the water
bottom of the ocean
never curves.
look
Come
up-
on, man. We just said that the
You didn't
surface
listen
of
to
the
the
water
beginning.
always levels itself
You
out.
didn't
We
listen
just
to
said
the
that.
beginning. The
Exactly.
abyssal plane. The abyssal plane. Most of the
Go ahead, go ahead.
there's huge vast of ocean bottom called the abyssal plain. It's flat, just like the top of the water. It's flat. And there's the Bolivian salt flats if you don't want to use water.
Now the surface of the ocean is flat.
Are those 300 miles, Karen? The Bolivian salt flats?
I don't know, but it's
They're
really
like
long.
300
It's
miles,
100
and
it's-
they're flat. They're absolutely flat. And then if it rains an inch of water, a couple inches of water, it covers the entire thing flat. Not a hump, flat. Okay? The Earth is flat. You got to deal with it. Let me just show you this picture I have here. I've just kind of changed the topic a little bit because I
Oh
can't,
yeah,
we got to
you
get away
just
from
got
this
smoked
water.
on that one, yo.
Oh, I
Oh,
so
my
You got
God.
smoked on that
Dude,
one because
the
you
last
trying to say
time-
that the water will curve, but water never curves, bro. It always
You're
levels
right. It
itself out.
doesn't
We
curve.
just say
That's
that.
our
Exactly.
But the
That's
Earth's surface does,
Exactly.
though.
Hold on,
Thank
hold on.
you.
The Earth's surface does. We're not talking about water.
Booyah.
Y'all let him
Well,
go.
oh my
Let him
God.
go. Let him go.
Just
Let-
prove
because-
flat Earth.
Y'all lost.
Dumbest
Come on,
shit
man.
ever. Dumbest
Thank
shit
you.
ever.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yo,
You talking about the surface of the water, not the
there's gonna be
surface of the
some great
boat.
clips
But
from
look here. Listen, make you spoke your part. Now it's their turn to speak their part.
I want to see what Bro Sanchez was about to show us.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead,
go
Go ahead,
Sanchez.
go ahead,
Let me
bro.
share this real
Take it,
quick.
take
Go
it over.
ahead and share the screen again.
Thank you so much. When he said that we can't see the curvature on the top, but we can see it on the bottom, to me, that's an excuse to explain why when we go to the ocean, we see water maintaining a flat level. So if I pour that water in a bowl, he's saying, yeah, you can see it on a flat level from the surface of the bowl, but swim down to the bottom and the container holding the water is curving, is what he's saying, if I'm not mistaken it. That would be a good argument, except for if you look at globe cosmology, they are saying not only is the water surface making a ball, when you swim down, there is no bowl creating. See what you're doing? This is why I said secretly, you're kind of giving flat Earth because if we
bro.
swim, hold on, I'm gonna show you.
You're totally
something.
proving flat Earth.
There you are.
You got to hear me.
I love you guys' reverse psychology,
Let me,
though.
please. I'm almost done. Watch this. If you look what you're saying, oh brother, why I'm saying that is because if I swim down to the bottom of flat Earth, since we're inside of a bowl, if you will, 3D bowl, then yeah, the water will curve at the bottom, but not at the top. So I'm saying on a flat Earth, your argument would actually be true. But on a globe, there is no container arching to hold that water. You would drill right to the Earth core and out the other side of the globe. So that's why it's called the abysmal plane, not the abysmal sphere, even though it's showing a sphere. And that's why it's called sea level and not sea curve, even though it's showing a curve. And then we get to the atmosphere, which is following this same shape as the ground, the water, and everything else. It won't change. Even when you get to the core of the Earth, they saying it's another ball in there. So you will never go down to what you're thinking. You think in flat Earth, you got to come from off this image here and stay here. If we start going down into the ocean, we'll actually be going into the core, all that good stuff. But I don't know if you remember that they actually teach that, but I'm gonna just put it up there for you.
Nice. So, Bro Sanchez, you teach a class, or how do people follow you? What do you do?
Yeah, you guys can go on Bro Sanchez TV. I'm live every Thursday, and sometimes in between that on my main channel and backup channel. You can go to brosanchez.com as well. And yeah, that's pretty much my main ways of how you can find me.
Okay, for those at home, we're going to have that link in the description. Also, you have links to David Weiss's YouTube channel, along with a link to the app.
Definitely. And they definitely going to come back, right, Sanchez?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely.
David is always
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. David always go in.
Is there anything else?
Karen.
Anything else you guys want to add?
Karen, you got something to say?
We're going to go to the Super Chats real quick.
Yeah, let's hear the super chats. But Karen does a show tomorrow night. Tomorrow night she does a show with Mark Sargent called Strange World. At what time is that at, Karen?
That's at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Spheres.
Fun show.
Oh, okay. I heard she get nervous at the word spheres. I just kept saying it just to see.
Got to bring you back.
No, he was just teasing you.
Okay, I just was saying spheres just to see.
The last time he just couldn't stop with the spheres. Now he can't stop with what water's flat.
What about Shakespeare?
We know water's flat. The earth is flat. Shakespeare never existed.
I just love how it ties to astrology so much, because I already knew about astrology, and then when I learned about flat Earth, I'm like, well, this makes way more sense, because astrology didn't make that much sense with the balls model, but with the flat Earth model, I'm like, yo, this astrology makes a lot more sense. I can see how we may be affected by these energies. If it's all about frequencies, I'm learning more about these seven heavens. That's what I'm going to be studying next.
Yeah, Mars is in retrograde, and the astrology is so stupid. That's 25 million miles away. How's that little rock that can't even affect the tides going to affect me? But then you realize that Mars is right here within the Earth system. It's electromagnetic. It's sentient, possibly, and it's part of who you are. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense. Astrologers that know the Earth is flat are way more powerful.
Yeah.
Astrologers.
You know what? I like to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, and all that as external organs. An extension of our very biology and all that. And that's what you're saying. I totally agree with that. Like, everything going on within us can be looked at in the is going on in the heavens, which is how we even get astrology. So that's deep, because the zodiac wheel is made like a carousel that the children play on, and you got all the animals going in a circle like the carousel and the zodiac wheel with the different animal, Libra and all them. So yeah, I think this is a good bill. I love to be back, because and I'll end with this and I'll leave, right? Thank y'all for having me. But there's two aspects to flat Earth. You got flat Earth, which is answering questions like, why do we see the sun and moon at the same time? What's up with sea level? What the basic field question.
Everything that I said, yeah.
Right, and then you got ancient cosmology. I like to kind of separate them, because that's actually dealing more with the way the ancients said the universe, how they conceive the universe in totality. And I think we need to learn to kind of, well, y'all do, but most people need to learn to distinguish the two. But I'm out, guys, and I'll be glad to come back.
That was a shot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That was great.
That was like a kick out the door.
Nice.
Thanks,
that was good,
bro.
Thanks, bro. It's good to see you, bro. I haven't seen you for a while.
Oh, yeah, and David Weiss, man, it's time that we collab for an old time's sake. Salutes to everybody, especially Lord Jamar. Thank you for the love, the energy.
Sanchez, yes, let's bring you back to the Godcast again.
I love listening to Bro when I'm doing stuff. Like when I'm working out, because he's always so angry, it makes me work out harder. And he just goes on and on and on. It's an endless flow of information. So I'm listening. I'm not always in the chat, but I'm listening.
Hey.
All right. Hey, much love, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Bro Sanchez.
And this image behind me, this is a snapshot of the app, the People Finder on the app, the Friend Finder. Flat Earth is growing. All these orange dots are new people within the last 60 days. So this is worldwide. Flat Earth is growing so fast. It's going to hit that tipping point. Don't be the last one to get on the Flat Earth bus, because it's
should there be
coming.
lines instead of dots? It should be
They're
lines.
spheres, actually. They're actually spheres.
Lines
If you really zoom in, they're actual spheres.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then when you become a flat
Yeah.
earther, you can come to my event and make all new flat Earth friends because I throw live
Absolutely.
events. I
Right.
throw flat Earth conventions and conferences. Flattoberfest is my main event.
Flat
FlatEarthFestivals.com is my website. If you go to FlatEarthFestivals.com, there's a whole bunch of links there to local meetups, and I do live events.
Flaberary.
Go flat, you never go back.
You said
Yeah.
flatearthconference.com?
AD.
FlatEarthFestivals.com.
Gotcha. We'll put that in the description
I'm
as
gonna
well.
contact you, Karen. I'm gonna bring you
Flat-
back over here to the light.
Flaberary.
Bring you out of
Flaberary.
the
The
darkness.
light.
You bring me back
Bring you out of the
anytime.
darkness
I would
and
love
bring
to
you
come back.
over here into the light. Karen. You need to come back on over here. I don't know what them brothers been
Darkness.
telling you, but they've been telling you something wrong.
Pseudoscience.
What's up, Vinny?
Hey,
you guys.
I wanted to bring
Yeah,
up. I wanted to bring up one image.
and get and
Yeah.
run that motherfucker off. The fake smart motherfuckers. So that was my job.
Lord Jamar in the building. Yeah, what you
Real
about to
quick,
say,
if
Weiss?
the Earth was a globe, how come we don't have any pictures of it? With all those millions of satellites or thousands of satellites up there in space missions, how come there's no photos of Earth? So
That's
everyone
what I
knows this
that's what
is
I asked them.
So this is the blue marble. The only people that think this is real are Globers. Not even NASA thinks this is real. NASA says they made it by taking
Composite images.
the space shuttle. Yeah, it went
By
went
taking
by.
space shuttle
and
images.
Each time
Yeah,
it
go
goes
ahead.
by, it takes a picture, and then it comes around again. 90 minutes later, it comes up. It does the next one, right? And so it's going around and around, and it takes it, and then they wrap it all together. Well, here's the question: have you ever seen the clouds after 90 minutes? How do all these clouds wait for the thing to come around and line up? These would all be different pictures. All of these clouds would be moving. There would be, you would see the lines. So this is provably a composite painting. It's just a painting because none of these clouds would line up. Like this cloud right here, this is like 3 strips.
Does
I need some
anybody
of
have
that weed, Lord.
Photoshop? Does anybody have Photoshop?
I do.
Well,
So I don't know if it's the version that I have or if they all start like this, but when you buy Photoshop, the first example of like some shit to Photoshop, it's an outer space scene.
Right.
It's literally like you could put a planet and a fucking a rocket ship or some crazy shit. Like you could put all these fake graphics to make it look like
I need
a
some of
world.
that
Like
weed,
that's
Lord. I
Photoshop.
need
That's
some
the
of that
first
weed.
thing they teach you in Photoshop.
We're
there you go.
photoshopping an Earth here, and it came out better than NASA's Earth. This is 100% Photoshop, and it looks better than what NASA gives us. Right? And we don't get $65 million every single day.
Right.
Yeah, I'm watching
Give
from
people
here.
Cartoons.
So I gotta
Have you seen the
Yeah.
Have you seen the Flat Earth Simulator? Someone made a simulator game. Have you seen that? It's some type of
Flat
game.
Earth Simulator.
It's a Flat Earth Simulator. It's like a game where you can explore all around the flat Earth. You gotta check it out. Type in Flat Earth Simulator on Google when you get a chance. There's a whole program to it. I thought it was interesting, but somebody recreated it in a 3-dimensional way. Anyway,
Yeah, well, I'm getting ready to get out of here, Priest. David Weiss, man, I'd like to get you on my show as well. If you know.
Anytime, man, reach out. Just hit me up, info@theflatearthpodcast.com, and we'll talk and get it going.
Yeah, that'll be dope. That'll be dope.
I love it. I love it.
Little more
Let's do
receptive
it
audience
soon.
on
I'm going to
the
be
show.
tied up after the 22nd, so if you want to do it before then, let me know.
All right, cool. Yeah, we definitely could.
we got someone.
Right.
We got someone that says you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles horizontally. This is completely impossible on a globe.
Tell them.
X.
Tell them. But it's a whole
Too many-
bunch of
there-
things we don't want to.
There's
Deal
too many
with-
proofs.
Yeah.
There's too many
like-
things that says the Earth is flat, says that we're not moving. There's nothing
Right,
that
and so
says we're
just
spinning
ignore
or
all of
curved.
that.
Nothing.
You can go into it's a fun thing to do is go into the CIA reading room, the library with all the FOIA requests where they have all the Freedom of Information Act stuff where you can search and just type in flat, non-rotating Earth and see how many NASA documents and military documents come up that say that all military actions, all firing tables are laid out on a flat, non-rotating Earth. They just dismiss it. They don't even take into account with satellites or anything that the Earth is moving or that there's any Earth curvature. Everything is assumed on a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Tons. It's a flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA documents, not that you believe NASA, the FAA, CIA documents, all about a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yo, but now that we know this, we're literally connected to the outside realm. It's as above, so below. As within, so without. The macrocosm is connected to the microcosm. We're in a fractal universe. Everything is fractal.
Think about a pregnant woman laying flat on her back. She has the baby inside her stomach, and it has fluid around it, has water around it. You know, again, life is always inside the egg. The baby's not growing on the outside of her. The amniotic fluid is not on the outside of the stomach. It's on the inside. There is nowhere in nature where that happens, where there's some sort of liquid that forms to the outside of a circle. Let's just say that in all cases, life is inside the egg, not outside. That's all. Let's just admit that. Can we admit that?
Yes, sir.
No, we can't.
KP, there was a couple
You said no, we can't. Now,
super
now,
chats.
then you
Can I
gotta
build on what you just said?
Huh?
Now build on what you just said. Now what you just said is, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. On an apple, right? On the skin of an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does the skin of the apple have moisture inside of it?
Moist?
Have moisture inside of it.
Said moist.
What are you talking about?
Hold
What
on,
does that have to do with
let me
anything?
finish what I'm saying.
Let
me finish what I'm saying.
Is it the skin of the apple that has the moisture, or is it the apple, the skin coming in contact with the moist meat of the apple? Which one is it? Do you know for sure?
Yes, I do know.
Or are you just trying to be fake smart?
I'm not trying
right
to be
now?
fake smart. I'm being real with you. The skin of the apple has moisture in it, correct? So let me finish what I'm saying. So being that the skin of the apple has moisture in it, does that moisture that's on the skin of the apple fall off the surface of the apple?
It's not on the surface. It's inside the fibers. It's not on the surface. See, that's tricknology. I don't like bullshit like this. Stop coming with fucking retarded ass arguments.
How's
it's
that
retarded.
How's that retarded?
Wet the fucking apple with water and see if the water sticks to the outside. Is the skin have water and it does have moisture? Come on, man. Stop with these stupid ass arguments, man. Because it's disingenuous. I don't like shit like this.
How's it disingenuous?
Come on.
I just asked you a simple question. Does the skin of an apple have moisture in it?
You're not that stupid.
You can't be this stupid. You
cannot be this stupid.
You guys sound stupid as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime you go sit here and tell me that you're looking at the surface of water instead of the actual surface of the earth itself, you sound dumb as hell because you already know that water always levels itself out. So I don't even know why you would use that as an argument. That's retarded.
This is why I had to kick
I
people
did
out last
participate.
time. Because I can't talk to people like this. Like when you're just saying retarded shit like this, I gotta go. Yo, priest, I love you, God. You know what I mean? I appreciate you, David White, Karen.
Lord, hit me up. Hit me up, Lord.
I absolutely will. AD.
All right, Lord Jamar.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Peace.
Yes, sir. And fuck Minister Freedom.
All right.
David, what were you gonna show us?
I was gonna. I don't think I was gonna say anything, but there was some super chats that I was hoping you'd read.
Yeah. I think you saw them here. Hold on a second. Boom, 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 boom. Everything's all okay. I'll take it from the top. We're gonna go backwards here. If I shoot a laser 30 miles, If I shoot a laser 30 miles over water, it should get blocked by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature in the water. Yet it reaches the other side. Let's see. Shannon says, Brother Sanchez, do you think that the 7 dimensions are ruled by different planets? And let's try not to be so resistant to different theories and ideas. That was a good question, though. Walter Edwards says, respect means to look again. Peace to the gods. Fella B says, it says in the Bible, all shall see me at the end days. That can only work on flathead Earth. That's impossible on a globe. I live in the outer plane. John Doe says, Killah, Priest, big fan. Thank you for your art. Can you talk a little about your astral projection, out-of-body experiences?
That'll be on another day.
Yeah.
Just listen to the music.
Yeah. Tall Guy says, Jamar saw that Tahuti wasn't coming on, so he felt safe showing up on that short bus-ish. Tahuti ran you up off here the first time.
Tahuti, I was speaking to Tahuti, just actually hit me up.
Nice. Yeshua says, fam, easy to disagree without showing and proving. I'm not sure what side he's on by saying that. You can shoot radio. Okay, we said that already. The guests overestimate Rasul's and Menkempero's attention span and intellect. They're not interested or actually incapable of learning. Shout out to Richard. Shout out to Melanie. Terrell says, what science equipment and or data being used to prove the flat earth theory? Why are they keeping this a secret from the masses? That's a common question, which can be answered in David's app.
Yes, you hit the why the lie. There's some great videos there. Entertaining, informative, and mind-blowing, but it's all about control. I mean, they're hiding free energy, they're hiding who we are, they're hiding the creator, they're hiding your true potential. They're keeping you a slave. They're hiding more land. They're hiding freedom.
You're a battery.
Well, and I think also too that they lie to you about the creation to disconnect you from it. They want to disconnect you from the creation and the creator, because if you're disconnected from the creation and the creator, then you will absolutely never know who you are and you will never reach your full potential in this realm. So I think that's the number one reason why they lie about it, because if they disconnect you from that, they can lie to you about everything because your compass is completely lost from the beginning. Sorry,
and
go ahead.
The fraud known as Elon Musk, he's getting us to Mars because we have to build a civilization to Mars. Why don't we just build a civilization in Ethiopia? Okay, build a dome there. We already have air supply lines. We don't have to send everything to Mars. It's all there, but $65 million a day NASA gets, and we have children starving to death all over this world. A fraction of NASA's budget can solve many problems here, but it's all about control. It's all about depopulation. It's all about keeping us as slaves. That's why anybody that is fighting against the truth of our world, the waking up of people, is fighting to keep us slaves, to keep us in this prison for your mind. Right? This is literally a prison for your mind. And those of you that are fighting to keep it, you are so lost in the matrix. You have become the problem. You've become agents. If you want to really, you had your matrix, the woman that wrote the Matrix. It's my favorite analogy. People are plugged into the matrix. They believe they live on a ball. They believe that we're running out of water. We're running out of food. We're running out of fuel. That global warming is man-made. It's a real thing. You believe in nuclear bombs. You believe in all of this fear-based stuff that keeps you a slave. Then look at Neo at the end of the movie. He's unplugged. He figures out who he is, where he is, what he is, and the power of his mind. Put those two Neos together, the one at the beginning of the movie and the one at the end of the movie. Flat Earthers are the Neo at the end of the movie. Globers are the Neo at the beginning of the movie. Wake the fuck up, people. Then there's no time left. Time to wake up.
And it's going to take time. We have to be compassionate to these people who are new to this information.
All of time, because we ain't going for it. See, first of all, you got to understand something. Everything in life that gives life is round.
Yes.
Testicles are round.
A
baby inside of a mother's womb is round.
Well, if you're paying attention, to all of our depictions of the ancient universe, the universe is round. We're
Everything
just inside
that
of it.
has life or gives life is round.
That's why the dome is round.
Is round.
No, the whole
That's
earth
why the dome is round.
is round. Our heads
round like a plate.
Round.
Now, don't forget
the surface of water. The surface
round.
of water is flat, right? The surface of the ocean is flat, not round.
Our own auras are round.
The bottom of
the human,
ocean
as a human being,
is round. The surface
our auras
of water is always
expanded.
flat.
We are walking spheres. Our auras are spheres, and that's why our dome is a sphere. That's why the seventh heaven thing is so crazy, because it's 7 circles. It's 7 spheres. It's beautiful.
We got more super chats. This is
I'm sorry. I'm getting all excited. This is great. I learned some stuff today. This is great. Okay.
Awesome.
It's deeper than flat
Raindrops
Earth.
keep
Flat
falling.
Earth is just a portion. The secret is gamma radiation and DNA. That's all I'm gonna say. Wow. Gamma radiation. Question everything says, ask men what would happen if you poured water in that apple, then spun the apple around. Okay, and
Can I answer that?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, who said that? Question everything.
Question everything.
So if you put water right on a apple and you spent it inside of, say for instance, an atmosphere that we live in, the water, because of gravity, is going to spin off, and that's because of the atmosphere and wind and things of that nature. But when you live in a ball that's in a vacuum.
But wait, don't we live in that atmosphere?
Let me finish.
But we live in that atmosphere that you just said would cause the water to fall off the ball, and we live in that atmosphere.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. But when you live on a ball, there's a vacuum over it. The molecules stay magnetically pulled to the Earth's surface because the Earth is magnetic.
Can you show me that in a lab?
I can.
Oh, you can. You can show me how water will stick to an apple inside a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
You know that water
I'd
boils
pay
in a
good money to
vacuum?
see that.
Okay. How much would you
know that
pay?
water boils in a vacuum?
Not enough to fund your
Bitcoin.
experiment. I know that.
You know that water boils in a vacuum. I guess you didn't know that. You know what sucks is it's gonna take me all day to edit out all of the idiotic statements that you made and make a short clip. I'm gonna make a short reel of all of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's gonna be amazing, but it's gonna take me all fucking day.
We got to be compassionate because
I know, but I love them. I love it.
It took me a year. I know because it's just like when you break out of the
answer
matrix.
my question. You still ain't answer my question.
I just don't understand how something will work differently in the atmosphere that we live in, except for the atmosphere that we live in.
You still ain't answer my question. You guys are using the surface of the water to prove that there is no curvature when the surface of the water will never curve. But
exactly.
Listen, but the floor of the earth, which the water sits upon, does curve.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, it
Why
goes
is
up
the
and
land
down.
at
Let me
the
ask you a
other
question.
side of the
Does
ocean?
the
Why is the land at the
surface
other
of the
side of the
ocean
ocean at
curve?
the same height? Why is the land at the other side of the ocean at the same height as the land where I'm looking from?
Who says it at the same height?
Because
you
we can
prove
see
that?
it. We sent a laser to it. Karen did it. We used a laser. It was just a couple feet over the surface of the water, and we hit
where
the
did
land.
where did you particularly do this at? Did you do this on all four corners of the earth?
So there's
Corners.
certain flat
Where's the
areas.
corners on a globe?
Meaning, like,
Can
did
show
you
me
do
where
you did
there's a
this?
corner
Did you
on
do
a
this from
globe?
America to? Did you do this from America to Europe? Did you do it from
test of-
America
there's
to
like
Africa? Did you do it from
37
Africa to India? Did you do it from Australia to China? Did you do it from China to Japan? Did you do it from China
Why
to
do you
Taiwan?
think-
I mean, come on
Why
now.
do Globers
Just
think
because you
that
do
you
it
can
on one
see
person of the earth, and be like,
infinitely
look,
far?
that's over there.
Why do
That's
you guys
perfect.
think
Don't
you
mean
can
it's like
see
that the
across
whole
oceans?
coast of earth.
You
No.
can't even see down the end of a hallway, and you
thinks
think you
that
can
there's
see across an
areas
ocean?
are flat. He thinks that there's areas.
First of all,
the
the earth,
that
the
are flat.
water of the earth is too choppy for you to even see that. It's too many storms and things like that happen that changes the sea
There's
level
calm times.
of the
There's
earth
days
for
where
you
it's
to even
calm.
see that. So I don't even know why you even think that's an argument.
What about
you
a
can't
frozen
pinpoint
lake?
over the surface of the earth because the surface of the earth, as far as the water and ocean, is always changing because of storms and
about-
things.
No,
How
that's
many
not
people?
true.
How many people go out there in the ocean, and as I have, and actually see waves and things of that nature, and see that actually the ocean itself constantly changes its shape. So how
have
could you
heard
take
of
a
the
laser beam?
Bolivian-
Hold on, let me finish. How could you take a laser beam and shoot it over the surface of something that's always changing? You guys don't sound too smart when you say that.
All right. So have you heard of the Bolivian salt flats? It's a flat. It's like 300 miles wide. And when it rains,
But that's not the
there's
whole
like a
earth,
couple-
though. You're just talking about
I'm
Bolivian
telling
salt
you
flake. That's
something.
not the whole
Hold
earth.
on. So
Man,
when it
calm
rains,
down.
there's like 3 inches of water, and it's flat all the way across. You know how much curvature there should be at 300 miles? Do you know how much
Do you?
curvature there should be at 300 miles?
I have a curvature chart.
You're still just using one part of the earth to make your claim.
Well, let me ask you this: how many flat spots are on a sphere? How many flat spots are on a sphere?
How many? Be 11 miles.
How many flat spots are on a? How many flat faces are on a sphere?
There is no flat. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no flat spots.
Exactly,
on this
but we
rock.
measure flat surfaces over water all the time. So what's going on there?
So there's basically no curvature anywhere.
You're measuring over flat water that's made itself flat, but you're not actually measuring over the surface of the earth. You're measuring over water, not the earth
Okay,
itself.
two-thirds of the Earth's surface is water.
It's just
is it
balancing
not?
itself out. It's not the
on a flat plane.
No.
Is the
crazy, right?
The Earth is
No, it's
covered
not.
by 2/3 of water, right?
Look at the actual
Okay,
bottom of the earth.
I want to share my screen.
Earth is covered by 2/3 of water, is it not?
Are you sharing the screen?
I want to share
So
my.
then 2/3 of the Earth's surface is water. So why is that not? Why are we not allowed to measure
I wanna share
2/3
my-
You're
of
not
the Earth's
using
surface?
the actual surface of the earth. You're using water, and
I
water
wanna share-
always levels itself out. We just spoke
exactly.
on
Unbelievable.
I want to share my screen real quick. I'm gonna.
This is hilarious, Dave.
I just want. Can you guys see
so
my screen?
retarded.
Point to argue with him.
Can you guys see my screen? Okay, so this is what we all go through when you find out.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
this is exactly because it's the Matrix theme today.
I didn't say it would be easy.
You will go through this.
I just said
Who's that? Who's that right there?
This is your mind on flat Earth.
No, it's the reverse. That's you and Dave and all y'all. That's you and Dave and Karen and there. That's how y'all are. That's not us. That's y'all. Don't
No,
try
you
to
guys
pull
are
that.
Cypher. You guys are like
Don't try
eating
to
the
pull
steak
that.
like, I want the Matrix to tell me my steak is juicy.
70% of the Earth is flat water, but the Earth is a ball. Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we have to give everyone respectfully. It's not time for everyone to unplug. Morpheus didn't go around handing out a bunch of red pills. Flat Earth isn't for everyone because the truth isn't for everyone. This type of knowledge is pretty damn deep, and if the mind isn't ready for this type of frequency of depth, it's fine. It can happen later. It can happen never. We all have to follow our path.
It would never happen.
It's just like we respect everyone's religion. We respect all religions. Everyone's going through their own spiritual path. And even this type of knowledge, as true as it is and as hard as we try to explain it, it's not for everybody. And we're not trying to recruit people. This is not a multi-level marketing scheme. We get no credit. David gets no check for anyone who becomes a flat earther. Although the app is a great place to start if you're looking.
I get $2. I get $2 for everybody that buys the app.
But everyone who gets the app can basically get some answers, questions, if you even want to go down this route. We still
and you
respect.
can find flat Earth friends right near you. Have you used the friend finder to find any people?
We gotta give
No.
It's amazing.
We gotta give Vinny some props too.
Yeah,
for
shout out
bringing
Vinny.
this. Vinny brought this together, and you brought brother Sanchez.
You brought him in last minute during the show right there.
So Sanchez, I've been trying to get Sanchez. He's a busy dude. For people who don't know, he's got a huge following. He's pretty deep. Like Dave mentioned, his shows go for seems like half a day or something, and he could have 20 guests on at the same time. Killah whenever you want. Let's get him on. So he could have his own thing like Dave. Shout out Lord Jamar was awesome. Yo, also Sophia, man. I was wishing
Lord
she would
Jamar.
stayed on.
Yeah.
But to add to the Sophia thing, definitely transgenderism was how I seen it. And to me, all it was basically making it like Neo wasn't the special one. Now it's Trinity, the woman. And that's
kick him in the
basically what
nuts.
I keep seeing in everything is that the women are now the men and the men are now women. And the Matrix 4 was the same thing to me. Another perfect example of taking it away as a man, and now it's the woman.
I think
And
those
now
pills he
Neo
was
was
taking were hormone pills.
The what?
Those pills he was taking, remember the part where they dropped all the blue pills in the thing? I think those were hormone pills.
It could be, and Sophia brought up a lot of good points, with the transgender.
He's trying to change himself over.
Yeah, like estrogen pills and shit.
Not taking the red pill no more.
Okay, so a couple more super chats here.
I wanted to say one other thing too, real quick, that I wrote down. The show that I mentioned when we talked about NASA, and because I got a lot of people who asked me about it, was I talked about if you look at the names of all the NASA missions, it's literally telling you a story. And it goes a Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and the Challenger shall be destroyed.
Damn.
That's literally what all the missions were from NASA. Again, these are Masonic rituals. This is nothing real. This isn't real science.
Say that again.
Yeah.
You just blew AD away. What happened? What just happened?
I'm gonna type.
If you break them down, right? You know, Columbia, Enterprise, and if you put them all in order, it says a Colombian enterprise. You should all know Columbia, right? Like the District of Columbia, what it means to them, Diana. A Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challenges shall be destroyed. Okay? So that's, you know, again, this is all esoteric.
I like
it.
And,
you know, so I wanted to add that. I forgot to add that last time I was on the show.
Do you come up with that, Vinny?
Well, yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I've been talking about it for a while, and I remembered to write it down this time.
That was really good.
You gotta talk to Effed Up World. You know Effed Up World?
Yes.
Yeah, you should talk to him about that. You two put your heads together. You'll probably come up with some good stuff.
That was good.
Yeah, I'm down to talk to anyone, even the audience. Shout out to the audience, the great chat. You know, people email me. I'll talk to anyone. Vinnydbatruth at Gmail. I'm willing to share any type of information with anybody and talk. The one last thing I wanted to add to this was just a few weeks ago in the Times Records in UK, and it's been going around. They're talking about the NASA program, societal implications of astrobiology, and they have a bunch of priests, one of them being a Jesuit priest, and this is where NASA is now doing a study about what it's going to be like for everybody in the religions when they announce that aliens are coming. The thing we've been talking about, it's gearing up even more. They're reporting it, and again, it's the Vatican and the Jesuit priests behind this. And just wanted to throw that out there too. People go look it up. This is literally the church is getting ready to announce aliens are coming, and they're also behind Big Bang, heliocentrism, and all this other stuff.
Which goes on to Project Bluebeam, which goes down a whole other rabbit hole.
Project Bluebeam, Operation Paperclip, where we took all the Nazi scientists, Werner von Braun. Go look at his tombstone. I mean, Werner von Braun, the rocket scientist, and with NASA, why on his tombstone is it a quote from the Bible that talks about the firmament and the dome?
Psalms 19:1.
Thank you, Karen. And pleasure meeting Karen for the first time.
You too.
Karen gave a new name to Karen.
Karen B.
Karen B. Yeah, that's my channel name. That's what I go by, Karen B.
What's going to happen February 22nd this year, though? 2022.
That'll be the second month or second day. Oh, man.
February 22nd. That's like a key day that they could do something. I don't know.
How about this? They're turning on the 5G on 1/19.
What?
Yeah, that.
911.
Oh, shit. This month, then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
So
the big 5G network is supposed to go live on the 1/19.
So we have to check for patterns on that day of who knows what. Let's just say
people dropping dead in the street, maybe.
Wow.
Yo. So we'll pay attention to that day, 1/19. That's 9 days away. That is on a Wednesday. So we'll have to talk about it on the podcast.
Yo, yeah, definitely.
Like this
That'd be
happened
crazy.
today. Yep.
You said if they turn it on 5G, when? I'm T-Drunk.
The 19th.
The 19th of this month. 9 days away from now.
Oh, okay.
Today's the 10th.
But they... Oh, man. Well, it would be... That's crazy. All right. So, man, it was a great... It was a great build. It was a great build. Dave Weiss...
We still got a couple more super chats.
All right, let's get the super chats.
I can run through them. I can run through them real quick.
Dave Weiss. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. Would there be a curve if we could actually go to the end of the earth? I mean, beyond the walls.
Were you trying to curve the question? Nobody. Thank you for getting that. Nobody get my
He's saying
no curve.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no curve. Okay, so y'all asked him to put an apple in a vacuum chamber, but y'all don't got a scale on the flat map to show distance that you can prove in real life. Y'all not being fair. I can say that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
All maps are flat and
Yeah.
show distances on a flat Earth, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can see lighthouses from way further than you should. according to their math. Okay.
Right. On a flat Earth, the horizon is optical. On a globe Earth, it's physical. Well, we have an optical horizon.
Yep. Okay, question. Everything says, Brother Menk, from outer space, the water would look like a diving board off the side of the Earth. What you're saying makes no sense. Darth says, this is a sympathy donation. Y'all have extremely high tolerance dealing with these flat brainers. Also, Priest, your hoodie is cool as fuck.
Is that your best globe proof? Calling us flat brainers? I mean, that literally. wait, that actually might be their best proof. Thinking about it.
Insults is the way to go for them.
Wizard
got
says
nothing else.
Wizard says the surface of the water can't be flat if the Earth is a sphere. Basic geometry. We falsified the globe Earth radius. Welcome to flat Earth, homie. That's from Witsit.
But with it, you're not measuring the Earth below the ocean. That's what curves.
We've got Melanie says, Menk, do you think we went to the moon in a tinfoil tweaker box?
Yeah, it's got aluminum tape. It's got some, maybe some tarps taped to it. It's definitely, some special technology.
Yep. Question, everything says, prove gravity. Nyasha says, we are going on a trip on our favorite rocket ship. I am not quite a flat earther, but we do have to admit something's fishy going on. The images that we see from the space station never looked real. That's from Nyasha. Level says, Lord Jamal said he'd rather have questions he can't answer than answers he can't question, but in order to prove your theory, y'all literally had to remove the opposition from the conversation. Wizard says, so NASA, the only agency in the government not lying? Cool story, bro. Let's see. We did that one already. I think we got everything. If I missed y'all.
Dave, where's your cool story, bro glasses?
Right here.
Yeah, we need those, man.
I don't know how he does that. Yeah. I tried to do it myself on my end. I thought it was like a filter.
Yeah,
it doesn't come with OBS. I don't know what he's using.
It's Zoom. It's in Zoom.
Oh, it's in Zoom?
Yeah, just go to your background filters, and then instead of virtual backgrounds, click video filters.
Okay.
To the right.
Okay, nice.
For the chat
Story,
room,
bro.
we was having tea throughout. So next time we have a, I usually
Yeah, what happened to the tea ceremony?
Yeah, exactly. We was just going through. I mean, it got so crazy and intense. We just was drinking tea as it go along. We just went to it. But next time we're gonna have the announcement and the tea ceremony. But this just got crazy, so it was all over the place. So we hope y'all been drinking your tea as we went on, and it's a good good feeling.
That's great.
Good tea.
What kind of tea did you have today?
Today we had matcha.
All right.
Yeah.
Matcha last time was on. I had a lemon ginger.
Yeah, matcha man.
Nice.
Yeah, lemon and ginger. Yeah, exactly. Word.
I like ginger turmeric.
Yeah, turmeric used to put me to sleep, but I realized after a while that it's actually it's really good for you.
Yes, very good anti-inflammation.
And during all of that flat water nonsense, I ate a 5 milligram gummy.
Hey, that put you to sleep and wake you up at the same time.
Oh, you be messing with the gummies, Dave?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm never going to get to sleep tonight. I'm going to take one of those.
Oh, man. You got the cool glasses on, man. For real.
What state are you in, David?
I'm in Connecticut.
A peacful
nice.
state.
Yeah.
State of insanity.
Oh, man.
Word. Nice. All right, man. We want to thank y'all. We want to thank y'all for coming. And that was, we got to definitely do this again.
Hey, KP, don't let your friends bring you down. You know what the truth is.
They got me.
Stand in your truth, man. Don't let your friends bring you down that don't understand that water is level like the earth.
Right.
I told Priest, even if he becomes a flat earther, he has to act like he's not sure for the sake of marketing.
It's a flat. Well, you just told everybody.
All you have to say, why would you tell everybody? All you have to say is I have a problem with the globe.
Is Mojito a flat earth? Well, okay. Who's my favorite guy? What's his name? General was it Abner?
Admiral Byrd.
Admiral Byrd.
Mysterious Admiral Byrd. You guys are crazy, man.
And the
Admiral Byrd.
Admiral Byrd. His name flies around here.
Dave, do you have a .com that you direct people to?
Anybody got a photo of this guy?
You know, anybody that wants to book me, find my podcast, or find direct links to the app, flatearthdave.com. Flatearthdave.com. That'll bring you there.
All right, link's going to be in description. Just want to make
sure. Just for everybody, the app's $3. If you're unsure about it, just go read the reviews in the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Everyone loves it. They got the friend finder on there is amazing. The friend finder to send messages, you have to subscribe. It's $11 for the year, but don't subscribe. Just don't send messages. I don't want to hear it.
What you selling the truth for, man? I thought it should supposed to be free. The information.
Yeah, well, you know what? You want to pay the monthly bill for
man.
the app, feel free, because it's not cheap.
Karen, come back to the light.
Yeah.
Listen,
come back.
Once you go flat,
the app's
you never
only for
go
people
back.
that want to find truth and want to have a good tool to wake up people with. It's good. It's a great tool when you're with people. Hey,
I'm actually, I gotta say, I'm selfish with the knowledge because at first I learned all this stuff and I wanted to tell everybody. And then now as I get older, I'm like, I can see why secret societies exist. Because who cares? Like, I got to know this. I don't care if anyone else knows or not.
You're like, hey, I'm smarter than these sheeple. Fuck them, right?
I just want to learn more.
That's the attitude.
I'm in input mode. I want to find out about those 7 heavens. I want to get to that. I'm already trying to move on to the next level. Okay, like, all right, I know flat Earth. Tell me how this affects me. How can we use this? How can we get bigger with this?
Exactly. That's the beautiful part. That is the beautiful part about flat Earth. When you shed away all those lies and you start to see through all the bullshit, and you're like, oh, this place is way cooler than they've been telling us.
Yeah. And then there's other things we can use and becoming optimal. Do you know what I'm saying?
There's more science show to the Earth being round than there is to the Earth being
there
flat.
is zero science to the Earth
more
being round.
More technology has been created off of round things than just flat things. Especially when you're talking about energy and motion.
Flat.
Question, everything, the answer to your question is in the description. You can click on the link to submit music.
All right, yo.
Cars.
All right, guys. Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Cherry.
Thanks for having us.
Great job.
Keep it flat, people, and, stand in your truth.
All right.
Thank you, David.
Man. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen B.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure meeting you all.
Come back.
Hey.
Thank you, Vinny. Good job tonight.
Thanks, Vinny. Thanks for setting it up.
Thanks, Vin.
Thanks, guys.
FlatEarthFestivals.com if you want to come meet flat earthers in real life.
Where's it at? It's going to be held at Arizona?
Well,
it's flat out there.
If y'all have one in Vegas, I'm going to come to the one in Vegas.
I've been having them in South Carolina. But
I've been having them in South Carolina because I live over here, but I'm thinking about having them other places too. Greenville, South Carolina, Spartanburg, South Carolina area.
Okay. No, I know cats out there that way.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a great time. You guys should come hang out with us.
It's super fun.
Well, happy Gregorian New Year.
All right.
It's getting weird.
I was going to add my own crickets to that one.
Then there's that awkward moment.
Yeah. I mean, it's a New Year, but I call it the Gregorian New Year because, the real New Year is March 22nd.
Yes.
All right.
All right, y'all.
All right, guys. I'm out. See ya.
Peace.
Thanks.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Yo. Off the hook, yo.
Good show.
Hilarious, yo. All right, I want to thank Sophia for coming through also. She had hit me up. I think she was checking it out. She loved it. It was beautiful. Now we at that point where we could hit the music.
I actually need more time because I need more time.
Okay.
So you guys can go ahead
Put
and
my commercial up, AD. You pull that up real fast.
Priest, you want me to play his commercial?
Yeah, put it.
Let me see. Where did I put it?
I think I sent it to you.
Okay, y'all go ahead and keep talking. I'm gonna find Meg's commercial.
All right. Yo.
Shout out the top brand.
All right. No doubt. Yo, here's the thing. At the end of the day, like I always like to give the chat room a jewel because y'all been giving us jewel through the whole show. So, it's always beautiful when we can have a discussion when everybody's and there's nothing wrong with having different ideas. I think that's what we hear. There's different type of fruit, there's different type of foods, vegetable, and it should be brought to a place where you can sit down and you can discuss these things as long as they're done in a respectable manner. And we all leave with something. You know what I'm saying? So everybody don't have to agree with everybody, but it's always good to challenge yourself and never get scared to challenge yourself, to step outside of things that you do know. And it's never a bad thing to learn something different. It's all about learning. And then, because we're all going to face things in this life of going forward. Obstacles. There's different things that we face. But it's all about the journey. And at the end of the day, we all here to learn something. And that's the jewel. If you can pick up a jewel from it, and it doesn't matter, it could be a bag full of jewels. But if it's spilled and you just pick up a little bit, it could be a little bit, but it's worth a lot if you hold on to it. And that's what life is, man. It's all about learning and each one teaching one. So with that, I'm just going to say, this has been a good show. And
All set.
Yeah, all right. And we had the great Sophia come through. Everybody was was off. Everybody with kung fu fighting.
That was like the what was that joke called? The WrestleMania.
Yeah, it was on.
And you see niggas come out the tunnel running full speed straight to the ring.
Yeah, it was on. It was on. It
was fun.
Shout out to Tall. And AD, this is the first time I really see you open up. You was just like, yeah, let's go.
Well, I did smoke a little something in the back while y'all were going in, but.
Hey. Dominique says, destroying flat earth without using science, part 3. Airplane is 650. But, yo, dude, been debunking flat earth, and I'm trying to see y'all prove POV. What's that? POV?
Point of view.
Point of view. Okay, see? Told you. New to this. Point of view, though it's odd, though. Yeah, no doubt. Word.
Okay.
Expanding our horizon. Shout out to Voltage once again. Voltage in the building. Word. Everybody that's Royal Priesthood is coming out good too. Somebody said Royal Rumble. Yeah, it was hilarious. All right, let's keep it going. You got the music?
I got his commercial.
All right, let's go ahead. You want to do that afterwards?
Okay.
Because you was just setting that up. You want to do it afterwards? Yeah.
Okay, I still need more time on the music because we got quite a few submissions.
Oh,
here.
you might as well just play the commercial. I thought you was ready.
No, I had to get that going.
Yeah. Okay. Shout out, I see Jody in the building. Voltage. Shout out to Lil Da Vinci. Oh, Lil Da Vinci, man. I haven't seen you in a long time. Doing it up, man. I hope you got my verse. Sent you that verse. That's another Royal Priesthood. K9 in the building. Great build. He just hit me with some knowledgeable stuff. You got your verse. Somebody said, what's the flat rate? You're crazy. What's the flat rate? Oh, man. Yeah, trip. So my man there, emergency plane landings and the proof of flat earth. Yeah, the energy. Oh, man.
Why is the sky blue?
Why is water wet, right?
Why did Judas lead the Romans? Why Jesus slept?
Man, y'all lucky we not ready yet. I was gonna say, yo, we gonna hit it. That's for the next time, though. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you're saying.
You already know. The song, man.
Oh, yeah.
For that, but they would have been.
I mean,
I need. We did it when we got a lot in the building.
I need like 3 more minutes, but I can play the video too if you want.
Yeah, play the video.
Okay, here we go.
Let's introduce it. What's the video?
Oh, this is a video by Top Brand Beats, man. It's a ad for Jewels for the Throne.
Okay.
Shit, hold on. Now I lost it. Hold on.
Shout out to Triple JC. Straight from Australia. Shout out to Flea too. Me and Flea got something real good in the working. And we got
Is that the one I sent you just today?
This is the one I got. The most recent one.
I sent it to your email.
That one, right?
Nah, that's not it.
Okay.
I sent them to your email.
When?
Today.
Oh, today? Okay, hold on. I gotta find it. Okay, y'all keep talking amongst yourselves.
But see, like, my whole thing, man, with the flat earth is like, it's too many unknowns. So when I ask you a question and then you can't answer it, then it's like, check over here for me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, hold up now.
Depends on the question.
If they got a logical answer on this side, and then I give you a question and you can't prove it, then you gotta go back to the logical answer on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
It depends on the question.
Checkbox, right? If we put off a checkbox, right? And on the checkbox, you got 10 questions and 10 questions on this side. Your side don't add up. Why not come out with the best? You know what I'm saying?
Depending on the question.
Maybe so.
Okay. Yep. Here we go. Ready?
Sad. Why not come out with the best that you got?
It's crazy.
Why not shine your gold? You know what I'm saying? Why not come out with your crown?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Why not come out with your royal arm pieces, your royal wrist pieces, your royal queen? You know what I'm saying? Like, represent it to the fullest.
Show us what you got.
JewelsFromTheThrone.com. How long it take you to make your pieces? I'll be like, sometimes like 3 weeks.
Nice. Oh, that's hard.
Who did this?
Hard flick right there, yo.
I want them all to be unique and different. So I let the subconscious, you know what I'm saying, just
take over.
Yeah. JewelsFromTheThrone.com. There's nobody out there that makes jewelry like me. Nobody. I'm talking about, you go anywhere in the world, there's nobody in the world that makes jewelry like me. I make some of the best handcrafted jewelry on the planet. Real 24 karat gold. You know what I'm saying? If you represent that Kemetic culture, you know what I'm saying? I'm the best person to come to provide you with the jewelry that the ancestors provided for us.
You gotta remember.
JewelsFromTheThrone.com.
Straight up.
Hey.
Yo, let me it takes time. It takes time, and it takes like time and just measurements and going to and fro to build stuff like that, man, to create that and to do it not just for yourself, but to do it for other people. So,
man, I appreciate that, Lord. Appreciate that.
So that's I mean, you the one that did it. The one that did it. You
Link
got it.
Is in the description.
Yeah. When you that's just showing you when you got something on your mind, put it down, just go out there and do it. You know what I'm saying? Don't talk about it. Just go ahead and do it. So that's a great motivation right there. That's dope. And the video was dope.
Yeah.
Word and the beat.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Lord. That is dope.
I can actually run these through as I'm entering through.
Hey, do you ready yet?
Yeah. I got basically everyone who submitted, but now I'm gonna fly through them. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
To hold it steady with a machete.
Yeah. How you do that? Intro?
This is a segment we call Song Promotions, where we play tracks that were submitted by up-and-coming beat makers and producers, artists. So we're going to go with the first one right now from DJ Aurora Borealis.
Aurora.
From the holy city of New York. The name of the song is Lava, featuring Wicked Sun. Here we go.
Wicked Sun, the gold child. 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 And yo, this is the story of the great flood. Enter delusion, you must be delusion, vertigo. Syncope, shift the sea, parachute the sea. Extraterrestrial battle, of course, wide scale destruction. My rap function, body glow, grow a halo like Jesus or Goku. Break bread, y'all MC local. I'm international, universal, my focal. Catch me in the Source magazine with the silver grill, AB engraved in it. The good news, the gospel, Apostle, Pentecostal. I never sleep with my son. I wake up my moon, north face to east. Feast at the high noon. When I pray, I don't eat. Break fast, fast break. Point break, Patrick Swayze. Keanu Reeves, Christopher Reeves, Chris Angel. Middle name Sly, got a trick up his sleeve. Microphone magician, the Matrix. You living in my science fiction. I'm the future of tomorrow. Call my name in your chest, label me Zorro. Stretch Armstrong, I'm deep with the song. Rubik's Cube, stretch your imagination. War, heaven, opposition. Orthodox priest, archangel. Michael, learn to engineer. Reno said, sitting beside Baba Vanga in the balcony, the golden child.
All right.
Hey, yo.
Play no games, right?
Hey, yo, man. I think, that's the hardest shit you done came out with so far, yo.
Yeah.
Like
By comparison?
Yeah, that shit just go. I throw that joint in the whip, yo, for real.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll throw that in the whip. He just floated.
He didn't care.
Yeah, he didn't care. I like that.
Now you're talking.
Like that.
At first I was like, but then I was like, yo, this is just
Yeah.
he started gun
I didn't think
blazing.
it was him.
K9, he said, when I pray, I fast break.
Ooh.
Hey, yo, he just
dope.
went in, yo.
Break
That's
fast.
a dope line.
Yeah, he went in.
Nice.
That's a hard line.
Don't you play the
Shout
rest
out
of
to
it,
Roman.
AD?
Huh?
Give him the rest, man. That's the best shit he done came out.
It was. You're right.
Yeah, the time on us.
Yeah, you got time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
time.
just go ahead and throw it in the whip then.
Yeah,
yo. I'm
throw
gonna
it
go
in the
throw it
whip,
in the
throw it
whip.
Nice.
And
on the way
vibe
back.
out with it, yo. Yeah.
This next one is by Brother Phil L. from the Beyond. The name of the song is For the Love of Frida, the Infinity Gauntlet of a Transcendental Meditation.
Okay.
Pay for the 3 minutes.
If a girl asks your opinion and she's not a complete fright, you'll gush all over her. I need you to tell me one thing, honestly. Do you actually believe that I should continue to paint?
Yes. These are good, Frida. I love them.
You were probably painting better when you were 12.
It's nonsense. I could never paint like this. I'm good. I'm serious. I paint what I see. The world outside. You paint from here. It's wonderful.
I can see why you're so successful with women.
We'll have to get married. The thing is, I think it's quite possible that we were born for each other. So we should marry.
But you don't believe in marriage.
Of course I do. I've had 2 wives already.
Exactly. You can't be true to only one.
Is it
True,
me?
yes. Faithful. Unfortunately, I'm physiologically incapable of fidelity.
Oh, really?
Yes, a doctor acquaintance of mine confirmed this.
What a convenient diagnosis.
Is fidelity that important to you?
Loyalty is important to me. Can you be loyal?
To you? Always.
Good. Because I love you,
Friducia.
but I accept. Hello, ugly. They're beautiful. Like I've been hit by a bus. Come on, silly. Come sit with me. Look, it's my only good angle at the moment. I like it this way. Easier to keep up.
All right, that was Brother Phil L. the Beyond for the love of Frida, the Infinity Gauntlet of a Transcendental Meditation. How you like that?
Yeah, it was cool. I like it. I mean, I think he needs to add a little bit more to it.
Mhm.
You know, it's just kind of like a loop. But I think he needs to add a little bit more. Maybe work on it a little.
I don't even know what that was. And I ain't gonna lie.
Work on it.
I don't know what that was. That was something.
Yeah.
It was a beat, but was it actually a beat? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get better than that.
All right, this next one is by Daoud. The name of the song is David Sean Reed. Actually, it's called Asian Movement. He put the thing in the wrong spot. All right. That was Asian Movement by Daoud.
Yeah, you know,
pretty cool. Ethnic drums.
I like the little, what's that, the congos, bongos, drums. It was pretty cool. What else you want me to say? He's gonna keep dissing people.
Nah, it was yeah, that's what it was. It was
that was a different type of beat. It's more meditative, type of style, anything like that.
It seemed like the music from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Don't it kind of?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, it's not hard to work with on that one.
All right, this next one is by Miko McNeil from Jacksonville. The name of the track is called Filet Mignon with Cormega. And it's got a video.
Oh, you got it. Oh, nice.
I guess the first story was boring, cause I caught some of y'all sleeping and snoring like I'm spit some foreign. Now please be calm as I spit these poems. It might get me known, it just might hit home, huh? Now who goes through what I go through? Imagine losing all your people close to you. You niggas never ever have to write your grandma a prison letter and tell her that she gotta get better. Every move that was made, every rule that was bent was to keep the lights on and to pay the fucking rent. Gang laying, shooting, drug using and abusing, trapped in the institution. It's all in being human, I'm assuming. I was trained for these type of situations, dealing with mind manipulation. I can only speak for me, I vouch for myself. Round for round, I fight this bout by myself.
Filet mignon, Grey Poupon, Dom Perignon. I don't know what these niggas be on. Still and all, it's all cheap. Make the hood a better place to be for you and me. Filet mignon, Grey Poupon, Dom Perignon. I don't know what these niggas be on. But still and all, it's all cheap. Make the hood a better place to be for you and me.
We thought soft coat would simplify hard lives. Adolescents
packing weapons in projects on Mar 9. My first arrest occurred when a cop lied. I was innocent, but black is often seen as criminal. Was deep, I Lord defiant, colonists, Lord confiner. I'm none of the stereotypes, all the wiser. More enlightened in dark times, my aura shining like a flawless diamond. I'm awe-inspiring songs I'm writing. Wrongs entirely, the one they try to be but can't. Real or feared in a false society. Major life changes occurred from minor beef. Food for thought, many were murdered for trying to eat. My words and lines are deep, my mind is true. All praise due to a lost day guiding me. I'm no longer living like a menace to society. I wanted the block, now I wanna play by the beat.
Filet mignon, Grey Poupon, Dom Perignon. I don't know what these niggas be on. Stealing all it's all cheap, make the hood a better place to be for you and me. Filet mignon, Grey Poupon, Dom Perignon.
That was
Hey,
nice.
how'd you like that?
I like it.
It's great.
I love it. I like it. Yeah, Core Mega on there.
And like a
Legend.
90s vibe to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dope.
Yeah, it was dope.
They had a legend on there, Core Mega. Shout out to Core Mega.
Nice. All right. Let's see. This next one here is by Ranraka Shalom from Southeast Houston, Texas. Name of the track is called Seen What I've Seen, featuring Lady Love, produced by Bruce Chillist. Here we go. It's a video.
These eyes, these eyes, these eyes, these eyes have seen it all. They've seen the rise and they've seen the fall, the fall.
Bruce Chillist on the beat. The third vine back up in here one more again. We here. Lady Love, we in the mix. This how we about to do it. Come and journey into my mind. Come take me just a minute of your time and see what I've seen. Yeah. Machete to my neck, gun to my head. They tell us stop screaming, or else you do this dead. People rap about the things that they never been through, and even I was guilty of it, but from here on out it's truth. I forgive you for all the things you done, and from here on out I claim the Lord, and I don't need a gun. I had all the money, all the girls and drugs you needed. All you had to do was ask me, and you probably would receive it. I was far from greedy, and you know I'm never fake. Now I'm right here in the flesh, son, and God don't make mistakes. I finally found forgiveness through my Lord Jesus Christ. Now I'm praying for my enemies, not only once but twice. Vengeance is of mine, this is coming from above, and throughout all the chaos I finally found love. Yeah, I finally found love. Dread my name through the mud when all I showed you was love. But I ain't having no hate and I ain't holding no grudge. I wish you all the best and pray to God that you're blessed. Knowing you were precious and was only a lesson. Dread my name through the mud when all I showed you was love. But I ain't having no hate and I ain't holding no grudge. I wish you all the best and pray to God that you're blessed. Knowing you were precious and was only a lesson. They say that the eyes are the window with the soul. So when people come around, I keep them both closed. Cause they don't need to see the pain, they don't need to see the shame, they don't need to see the thoughts. And if I gotta kill a man or where I'm at or where I've been or where I'ma be, I'm fed up to the top and can't take it. You see, from the bottom to the top, in and out of the game. I used to have it all at once, but now I don't have a thing. Not no money, not no girl, and just a few friends. But on the cool, I knew that they was all just pretend. So I stay in my lane, do you feel what I'm saying? But I got more respect when I was beating them brains. I chose a pathway to peace, I was a beast in the street. But I gave him my life to God, I wanna see you all eat. But now I'm in the wrong because I changed up my song. But yo, bro, forget it, it's all love and shalom. My name through the
Alright, give it up. That is Ranraka Shalom.
Ranraka Shalom.
Yeah, it's interesting because his first layer was him spitting in the studio, but it sounded like his second layer was like him going live. Because you know how when you go live, you're like hollering and shouting your own lyrics. You're not really going at the same, tone.
Right.
But he kind of incorporated a studio vibe and a live vibe in the same. At first, I'd be like, man, you gotta match your studio vibe. But I don't know. There's something there with the live sound. So it sounds like he's hollering live on one track and then studio spitting on the other track. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think it's good or bad. I think it's a choice.
Yeah.
And it works. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought he was pretty dope. I like that part that you pointed that out.
It was cool.
It was dope.
Yeah. All right. Keeping it moving. We got none other than Voltage Controller.
Voltage.
With a new banger.
He look like a wizard right there.
Well, he is also known as Ghetto Gandalf.
Hot shit. Hot shit. Here it comes.
Ghetto Gandalf, the wizard.
different space.
Voltage control.
That snare though. Perfect. I like the vibe. It's got like a city vibe, right? Priest, you would kill this beat. Ooh, collaboration, you and Ghost on a voltage beat.
Hey yo.
Fire.
Yeah.
Give it up for Voltage Controller. AKA Ghetto
It's
Gandalf.
already known. It ain't gotta be explained.
That's right.
Yeah, big up the Volts always coming through. He came past the lab today too.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? He always, you know, it's like man Kev said, I mean, there's nothing really we can say. He just brings the fire every time.
Yeah.
All right, we got another submission here.
Enjoy
Only got a
on.
couple more to go. This next one
Keep them coming.
is by Aborigine. Or Aborigine. Yeah, Aborigine. Name of the song is Understanding.
My melon's hated, cause I'm melanated. Wait a minute, let me reiterate it, I'm irritated. Past the point of feeling hatred. Basically, it's because more fear us, we're stuck in this matrix. Is it a sin we created them and they beat us? We rage against the machine, they control out, delete us. All of our leaders are bottom feeders, they lead us to freedom. We're just too dumb to realize we'll never be free. They feed us, they G's us, and now we praying to he. Exactly who is that? If he is a who, what are all the facts? When did he live? Where's the artifacts? It's in a book that's upside down, man, it's hard to swallow that. Turn that shit right side up magically. I see how all the stars interact. This is art, in fact. We are the stars intact. Do not self-destruct, breathe. Think for a minute. Okay, now you can start to react.
I'm looking for a little understanding so I can overstand this world, overstand this world. I'm looking for a little understanding so I can overstand this world, overstand this world.
12 nerves attached to your pineal. 12 numbers on the clock, 12 months, God's son had 12 disciples. The son of man has 12 zodiacs. What are the odds of that? What is time? Trying to control the present and future through the past, that's our almanac. I'm so woke, I'm stuck in time, I'm an insomniac. Yes, I'm a god and a king, so watch you gawking at. Like the galaxy above, I got a lot swirling inside my head, but I still stay on my P's and Q's, so please excuse. I don't mean to condescend, but most of y'all out there incognizant. Nothing in common, most like common sense. I hear what y'all saying is bullshit. You can't even stand your ground. Look at your substance, it's lacking confidence. The balance is positive and negative, heaven and hell. Your beginning is your ending, is that too deep? Stop pretending you're anything, cause we ain't shit, it's all a game, you peep.
I'm looking for a little understanding
That was Aborigine. I hope I said it right. Aborigine. Understanding. Great submission. Great track.
That was fire.
Fire.
Yeah, that was dope. He kind of sounded a little bit like Big Sean with dope lyrics. The one artist.
Yeah.
Very insightful.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Thought provoking.
He set it off early. When he first came on, it was crazy.
Yeah. Good job, brother.
All right. Last but not least.
Voltage, we got a request, man. Make sure Royal Priesthood get that beat.
Hey.
The one that was on there.
Last but not least, you already know. The one and only Cod Zodiac.
Cod Zodiac. Already.
Oh, yeah, Cod Zodiac.
Setting it up a little bit. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger right here.
Time for some lyrics.
Are y'all ready for this?
Yeah.
Let's go. Voices in the Wind. Cod Zodiac.
You already know. I'm a fan.
Voice of ancestors in the wind, saying we're supposed to have heaven in our skin. I hear my predecessors playing in the sun, features of the ethers in the face of everyone. Tears in the ocean as the great owl weeps. 360 avatars say my name when they speak, all combine in one voice to awaken the sleep, as the box gave birth to our ancient mystique. My father busted the nut that would change the world. My mother was the beautiful clam that held the sacred pearl. I was fortunate to come through the best living portals. I'm the perfect thought covered in flesh, immortal. Wrapped in water, earth, loving finesse, surrounded. My vampires smell the blood on their breath, knowing they'll all die an uncomfortable death. Fangs made of pencils bite your budget from their desk. Paper graveyards measure numbers from a debt. Attacks is an attack. My lyrics support the facts. Evil spirits, legal clements appearing across the facts. Breathe it till you relax. Secret historic acts. I draw the world map on the shell of a tortoise back. Carried by 4 elephants, married to 4 elements. Crafted in pure elegance, caption is raw excellence. They stocks dry up quicker than candle wax. With no flame when the wick is the camera snaps like buttons on your jeans. What does it all mean if our whole world's created by numbers upon the screen? Well, the universe was discovered in my genes. Hustle for the cream, cover for the queens. Then comes another fiend who discovered what it means to experience me clearly. There's nothing that's this supreme. Fighting Satan's war, scuff my knuckles for the team. Elohim gleam, my Dogon and I'm Kareem. Abdul Jabberwocky, true aristocracy, musical Anunnaki. My punchlines maneuver abusing you sloppy Rockies. Hip paparazzi, Kalaji, and hop in the Maserati. Kawasaki, you donkeys ain't got the horsepower to think you cowards can stop me. The hood was intelligent once, like a Gaddafi duck before the camera shot me. Original reflection for you Photoshop copies. Naughty head army, Costa Rica to Bali. I emerged without a scuffle, with scratching my hands and body. No finger in the basket box means man's a replica. The plan is the master copy. Crashing your after party, smacking zombie rap tsunami. Couldn't kick it with me like bad karate. I rap in the microscope, examine the antibodies. Exotic cheese spread on my bread like manicotti. Polly with your Polly pocket, bottle rocket, Barbie posse. Hollywood Illuminati's who don't recognize they folly. Go ahead and get your jollies. Satan's claws, read it. North Pole secret origin, where it all begins. Honor the undefeated, my logic is unimpeded. Acknowledge the flood of Egypt when truth comes to the fight. Nothing could beat it. It's that it God be love, the kind of quantum thug that pull your disc jockeys plug. Appear and play my lyrics today. Kamikaze blood, Phoenix ascending style, moving with stealth. Outrunning the runners up in first place through the 12. I'm inspirers around the planets in your system for help. I inspire legends to bow with Lady Mike on the ground. The legacies in God's hands. I come tired right now. God Zodiac, who you know flyer than now. Crickets go farther than the sky will allow. Whack rappers in nightgowns, sick at night to you clowns. Jacob Ladder ain't long enough to reach the height of my sound. I polish 360 gold spikes in my crown. My love is too powerful. Come and get a shower full. Voices of the fallen that's lost in translation. Of course, I'm that amazing. I talk, that's salvation. I hear the voice of ancestors in the wind. saying we're supposed to have heaven in our skin. I hear my predecessors playing in the sun. Features of the ethers in the face of everyone. Tears in the ocean as the great owl weeps. 360 avatars say my name when they speak. Won't combine in one voice to awaken the sleep. As the box gave birth to our ancient mystique.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Dope.
With the Matrix system failure at the end.
Yeah, that was beautiful, yo.
Yep.
On the Sophia episode, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Yo.
Great job, Ka Zodiac. And y'all make sure you follow Ka Zodiac on his channel. He's getting his YouTube channel up there.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Follow him, hit the like. I'm actually going to copy and paste the link to that in the chat, as a matter of fact.
Yo, always superb. Lyrics is man, I don't even have to say too much. Yo, this cat is just special.
Yeah.
Just special, yo. Special, yo. You could and everything.
Yeah. You get 1,000 mics for that one.
All right, link to that is in the chat. And if you guys are interested in submitting your tracks for the next episode, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Links in the description.
Indeed.
All the details are there. You know what I'm
hear
saying? We'll play your track. You got a choice of 1.5 minutes or we'll play 3 minutes. All the details are right there. And yeah, it's some good promotion. You know what I'm saying?
with Mark Abuda.
Oh yeah, Mark Abuda. I forgot he's on another list. Good. See, Priest remembered, man. I would have forgot because he didn't. Different system here. Okay. Let's see where he at. Boom. Here it is. Damn it, rap. Mojito wants to come here. Mark Abuda. Here he is. Okay, you ready? From Mark Abuda, this track is called "Friendly Neighbors." It's a beat.
Mark Abuda.
I'll play with you.
It's Mark Abuda.
I like the drums. The choice of samples is interesting. It's a bit unorthodox, which I think was what you were intending. But it was cool. It had kind of a cool old school vibe.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It had like more of a old school vibe to it. I like it. I like it a lot. Shout out Mark Abuda.
The Mark Abuda.
Yeah. Priest has some collaborations in the works.
Yeah.
Too.
Mark Abuda. Gotta play one of them one day.
Like a B-boy beat.
Anything you want me to play, Priest? That
Yeah.
concludes the song promotion segment.
Clark.
Anything in particular you want me to play?
Yeah.
A song or?
You played a fantastic joint, Joe.
Yeah. Just to that 600 in the building.
Yeah.
The Fantastic.
3 Fantastic
Oh,
Superman. Play one and then make it.
You say
video
you
should be.
you got another one coming, right?
Yeah, video should be done soon. We heard a piece of it. Shout out to Dave Flores.
Shout out Dave Flores.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dave Flores.
Yeah. 3.
You want to play the video after, or you want to play it right now?
Didn't somebody request something?
Yeah, Danny Salinas has one to play after the show.
Oh, what's his name? The dogs. My dogs are tired. What's that?
Oh
cat?
yeah, they wanted to play a song promotion that we did a couple of weeks ago. It was Tired as a Dog or Working Like a Dog, something like that.
Yeah, joined by the dude from Guam.
Yeah, Guam. Cat that smoke
DJ
a
Guam.
lot.
I think it's DJ Guam.
That song was in my head for a minute. I gotta admit that.
For real.
Acid is real.
Right?
He did something, mushrooms or something. He was like,
he was on.
My dogs are
working like a dog.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, that was
Shout out to
first.
Vultures. I still see you. I ain't see Doc in a minute. Aurora.
Borealis in the Palace.
Malik. Shout out to Malik. Hush Nation says keep it fire submission tonight. Yeah, it was dope. Izzy. Full Bill. No, F.U. Bill Gates. Got it. Master Guam. What we playing? The 3 Supermen?
We can do that if you want.
Dun dun. Let's do let's play it. Yeah. 3 Supermen swooping in. Video.
Just as I feared.
Turn it up,
Slightly
baby.
radioactive. The banknotes were made by a universal reproducer. A what? A machine which can reproduce anything.
Clark Kent, Mark Lynch, Arthur Flint, narcissist argument, all dressed like George Clinton in the parliament. Clark said, let's spark a spliff, raise our consciousness. Last week about 4 or 5 bars were hit. I think the mob was behind it. Whole time the cops was in front of them, asking them questions, but they seemed to hear none of it. Mark said to Clark, hey, remember our assignment? Clark put his hands up and all the cops were blinded. Then all 3 walked to the middle of the street. Their jesters lift up jeeps, blew the top off of water hydrants. Our power is back, we are the tyrants. Arthur made a clap, all the sirens were silenced. We are the supermen, the hygienes of science. Born in the nucleus, rise to the giants. Art and Clark took off through space. Mark ran through the streets, running through buildings. This villain won't be safe. Through the air they gave chase, like lightning bolts coming with silver capes. The 28 bronze men, monks wearing orange. They came with their warrant, face look haunted. Play the organ, the night looks gray and haunted. The monks burn sage while crawling. The grave is calling. The supermen shot rays at all of them. After death blazed their coffin. Vampire monks, they been dead for months. Disease spread like the mumps. Clark stopped the plane, Mark stopped the train. All barehanded, Art did the undisplain. After the death of the demonic Dalai Lama reign. Here comes Batman. Him and Robin just came from a club getting a lap dance. 2 supermen surround them doing CAT scans. Robin said, jumpin' Jesus, we on the same team, what are you guys doing? Carl said, move in, start shooting. In their mind, the hero wars were brewing. The Hall of Justice reviewing. The Pioneer Pantheon revolutions. The periodic table movement. The Renaissance Requiem rapping and renewing. Super Friends start reproducing. The resurrection and the execution. Storytelling, I'm the best till the death of music.
Hey. Can't wait to see part 2.
That
shit was dope.
Nice. Shout out Dave Flores again, man. Awesome animation.
Exactly.
I like how you make them do that little thing before they attack them.
Yeah. Bow. Get them to talk. Yep. Word. All right, y'all. AD, you can land the prism. We did it. We did it up tonight.
Okay.
You can land the plane.
Oh, yeah,
Peace.
Exactly.
Damn, we was.
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Throwing all kind of rocket launchers out there today.
It was on.
All right, and we'll see y'all on Wednesday.
Yo, we'll be back Wednesday.
Who you got on Wednesday?
We might be doing a little extra little something for for Friday. Just letting y'all know. We got I don't know. I'm setting it up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like to go with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we'll see y'all on Wednesday.
Peace.
Thanks for coming to the show.
Some people call him God. Some people call him Buddha. Some people call him Allah. Some people call him other names. We call him Tonkashila.
Up and down, leaving tracks on the dirt road. No, we not looking to establish. So we hunt our own food, we grow our own crops, man. I just wanna get clean, swimming in the sea. I was raised like a savage, you know how that is. I don't mean no harm, so get away from me. No, my tribe don't slow, the fire don't blow around the smoke. No, my tribe don't slow, the fire don't blow around the smoke. No, my tribe don't slow, the fire don't blow around the smoke. No, my tribe don't slow, the fire don't blow around the smoke. Like, it's been a rough night, the losses are slight. Together we fight. I let the fire ignite. You got the peace pipe, it's tougher in sight. Like, it's been a rough night, the losses are slight. Together we fight. I let the fire ignite. You got the peace pipe, it's tougher in sight. When the nighttime come around, we invisible, visible. English get around, we get physical. Ammunition rounds, they effective but they loud. Many arrows in the bag and they never hear a sound. I got frequency and drums for the ritual. Yeah, and my story's like a portrait that's a visual. Diving off a cliff, fall in motion with the waterfall. You cannot survive by a miracle. I'm an Indian, I'm an Indian, I'm an Indian, I'm an Indian, native Indian, I'm an Indian, for the roadway, sacred native Indian, no one ever got it. I'm an Indian, I'm an Indian, sacred native Indian, no one ever, I'm an Indian. I don't really ask for this, they praise me, saying I'm a native warrior. Speaker of the people, embrace the Shawnee, saying I'm a native warrior.